actual game itself, they were bottom last. So it shows that the new format sometimes, even though you are one of the most dominant teams in the past patch and the past format, this patch is truly gruesome for some of the teams, Bang Liga.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's why if you're talking about Team Plunger itself, we already know that Team Plunger always kind of struggling at the early one, and then they start to come back like a match in the round 5 or round 6. But in these new rules, you must perform well at the early one. You cannot just waiting in the round 5 or round 6 and then you just make a miracle comeback like 2 weeks ago. So I think I agree with you. But in terms of performance, I think for me personally, yeah, they kind of still like a top 2 or maybe top 4 maybe. But let's see about that, because right now we're telling you about the roadmap location from the PC division, so not for mobile division, it's for PC division. So we have a South Asia partnership and South Asia Open qualifier with a total of 12 slots, and then from 12 slots it will be 3 slots going to the Pan Pacific Operation Cup Season 2, and 1 more slot is in the last chance qualifier in DFNC Season 3 South Asia Operation PC, and it will be combined with the other region from Vietnam, Thailand, and Taiwan. So I think that's why it's going to be really interesting to see in the Pan Pacific Operation Cup, but we will tell you later, because right now we focus on the mobile division, and yeah, we'll see about today's match.
Yep. Of course, a lot of the teams are still going to compete, even though they might not find their way all the way to POC for the mobile version. But again, they are still going to carry that bag of $1,000 back home for their new PCs, for their new mobile phones, to upgrade their gameplays. Of course, it is still a big factor for some of these teams to actually wants to play and wants to gain the prize pool. But as we saw yesterday, we saw a lot of teams shifting their gameplays, a lot of operators being changed, a lot of operators actually not coming out like we saw on the previous patch, on the previous format, where some of these teams like Team Phantom Legion, Team Plunger, Team DK. I'm talking about DK, but they were actually really good. But 3 Angry Men, I mean, they were kind of. It is a very hard patch for them. They didn't find that many kills. They get caught off guard by the rotations from the other teams. So I guess that they haven't found their footing yet on how to play the new set rules. But talking about the rules, of course, we are just going to give it out, shout it out again to you guys in just a couple of seconds here. And this is it. This is the new rules where we have a new overtime round cap, where you start round 7 until round 10 as an overtime round, which you need first to have to accumulate a total of 40 match point threshold. After you reach that 40 match point threshold, you need to decode Mandelbrick to be declared the winner. If by round 7 nobody has decoded the Mandelbrick and match point is still there, then we are going to have those overtime rounds until round 10. If still nobody decoded a Mandelbrick up until round 10, only then we will count out the total score by kills, by loot points, and by the other formats that we have placed. I mean, what do you think about the new rules, Bang Liga? Do you think it's very good for the gameplays, or how do you feel about it?
I quite like about the new rules. I mean, because of these new rules, many teams need to perform well at Zero Dam, something like that, or Brakkesh, because we already saw in the last week or maybe in the last 2 weeks that many teams like play safe in the Zero Dam, doesn't want to take any kills or just want to make sure they can get extract. But in these new rules, you cannot do like that. You need to secure many points as you can. You need to getting some kill, getting some asset, so make sure you can get the 40 point as fast as you can. If you get the 40 point in the, let's say, round 3 or round 4, is going to be a really huge advantage, right? So I think that's why,
Yep.
for me personally, I really love these new rules because of these rules, zero them now become more exciting to see about it. But let's talk about the schedule itself because we have South Asia, DFNC 2003 Southeast Asia operation, and we already in the week 5 actually, week 5 because and today we're going in the mobile division, and tomorrow in 23rd August, we will be going to PC division. So we already in the week 5 with the season 9 rule book. And of course, if you look at our schedule, it's quite stacked, it's really stacked. I mean, we have
every week
until week 10, every weekend until week 10. So we will accompany you until September. And don't forget, in October, we have another stage, and we'll talking about later, but just focus on right now in the group stage and the main event final. It's going to be really exciting to see which team is going to be making through to the Fantastic operation in the PC division. But for mobile division, I think the tournament itself from DFNC Season 3 South Asia, I think is really quite exciting to me because I kind of like quite curious, about mobile division because for me personally, I thought that this team is gonna be struggling in terms of how the mechanic itself, how the movement, but turns out no, bro. I mean, the players play really well, and I'm really quite entertained to see in the mobile division.
I mean, looking at the bracket right now, you don't want to be on that top 7 until top 12 because if you are, you have a huge chance to actually get eliminated. Only 2 teams until top 8 will proceed onto the other brackets that we have further. So if you are some of the teams that is currently under top 8, you might want to step up your game, especially with the new format where teams are actually forced to play more aggressive, trying to get that Mandel break. Because again, guys, round 2 until round 6 will have Mandel breaks. There is no more eco rounds, which means you can decode as many Mandel breaks as you can to to have that match point threshold achieved by round 4, as we see on some of the teams that we saw yesterday, like Onyx did, like Navi did yesterday, where they decoded 2 Mandel bricks, and round 4 they could have ended by then, you know. So for me, some of the teams like Original Gangsters, EWG, Phantom Legion, and 3 Angry Men is in a really bad spot, but this is the time to shine. This is the time for you to actually step up your game, because if not, you're just going to be looking at the other teams from the sidelines, because you don't have any more LCQ, especially for the mobile division, right? You only have this one chance. If you are actually playing on the PC version, yes, you still have that LCQ qualifier to get your spot on the POC. But again, LCQ only gives you 1 slot. So this is going to be the fight of the fittest. Who will emerge victorious is up to you. And as you said, Bang Liga, we gotta give it out for these mobile team, because wow, they played really well, and especially using those arm and hitting shots in a really small screen. I thought that was just a miracle. If I were to do that, I would have missed every single shot on that arm, Bang Liga.
Wow. I think it's not just about a missed shot, I think in terms of how you move, because there's so many times, there's jump shot you need to do in a Delta Force, and of course in mobile it's quite difficult, but not so much for this player, because this player play really well and they can do anything. They can make a slide shot, they can make a dive shot, and they can do it a jump shot. So I think it's really, really interesting. But okay, let's talk about the other teams. Other teams about the underdog FPS. I think the rules itself is make them really difficult, because we already know, right, all about underdog FPS. This is the team, like the 3 of them have a really good mechanic play. They play like these 3 good individual players. They play like more like a micro play, doing so many eliminate. But in these new rules, I think this gonna be really struggling for under FPS, because if you remember, Olu, in the last 2 weeks, or maybe in the week 1 or week 2, many teams kind of want to play safe, kind of want to play safe. They just want to stay in that spot. And the other side, there is Underdog FPS, the only one who wants to initiate the fight, who wants to looking for a kill. But right now, in these new rules, many teams right now starting to explore, looking for another kill too. So that's why Underdog FPS now kind of struggling. Because now they're not the only one who looking for the elimination, looking for a kill. There's other teams that now looking for the elimination too. So I think that's why Underdog FPS, I think they're kind of struggling. But we'll see about that. And we have scheduled for the Group A and the Group B. And of course, we're gonna be live streaming for all of you for this, both of them. The Group A and Group B, both of them is gonna be live today. So you don't want to miss this, because this is going to be really interesting. And obviously, look at the Group A. I think it's kind of... I don't understand about this, Olu. I mean, how on earth Onyx and Underdog FPS become together again? I mean, it's already so many times, both of them being together in one group. And of course, there's Phantom Legion. I think it's going to be really hard for Phantom Legion. So do for FOC Osiris, because I think until today they still kind of struggling, cannot bring their base. But we'll see about it. And we're going to map rotation. Of course, if all of you didn't watch yesterday, we have some champs in the map, especially in the round 3, because now we don't have a tight prison anymore. We're going to Brakkesh in the round 3, but in round 1, in round 2, and until Space City, I think it's all same. Just the round 3 for the different. And of course, the rule itself already said by Olu about now we have like a match point. The first team who get a 40 point, and in the next round he gets a manual break, they become a champion. So I think in the group, so I think it's going to be really interesting, and we'll see about that. And of course, Zero Dem. Wow, I kind of curious, about Zero Dem, but because right now I think there's no reason for a team to play too safe. I think they need to look it for like at least 2 or 3 kills maybe, and then you want to bring your equipment extra for the next round. So it's gonna be really interesting, Olu.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of fights happening in Zero Dam, especially with the new rules. You want to get those kills, you want to get that loot points out of your deceased bodies that you've killed. So the fights might not have seen any progression in the earlier stages of the map. The teams are still playing very patiently, especially the ones that are trying to rotate, that spawn in tier 2 and tier 3. They are still trying to map out where other teams might rotate, and we saw a couple of teams actually get caught off guard by the rotation from the other teams. Like we saw Team DK was actually spawning over by Visitor yesterday, and then they kind of went into substation area, but it turns out Phantom Legion was already there, standing inside of the area to hold their defensive position, and they get caught. And then Navi spawning over by the highway area, which is the tier 3 spawns, actually making their way inside of cement and then through the riverbank, finding that airdrop and actually killing off DK over by cement. So it is going to be a very hard guess by some teams trying to figure out where the other teams might rotate to, because again, information in operations in Delta Force is very key. You can hear people's footsteps, you can hear the bots, you can know whether or not some teams might push you from a very odd angle, as we have seen a couple of riverbank fights, a couple of extraction fights over by Zero Dem. So it is going to be very different. We saw 2 different fights happening in 2 different places, or maybe 3 different fights in 3 different places. So teams are still trying to figure out what's the best way to approach these new rules, this new format. But again, we still have that 2 teams on Onyx and also on Navi, who I think they just don't care about the new change. They just feel like, okay, Mandel bricks give you the most points, kills give you 1 by 1 points, and loot is the same when you kill someone, right? So we're just going to play for the Mandel bricks, and that is what I'm hoping for the other teams to actually do. Try to get that Mandel brick, wreck as much points as you can until that round 4, until that round 5, that you might have it. Of course, if we saw from yesterday, both groups have the number 1 team in both respective group actually decoding the Mandel break twice on round 2 and round 3. Navi decoded on round 2 and round 3, and also Onyx decoded the Mandel break on round 2 and round 3. I want to see more of the other teams trying to get that Mandel break, trying to seize that Mandel break, even though you might be on a disadvantage. Still, you can caught people off guard from your rotation. So I think it's just going to be about how the players, when you are inside the game, trying to figure out the information that is coming through the time who's actually passing by. We know that 5 minutes on Zero Dem will be the most highlighted points of the match. We know that when you decode in Brakkesh in the earlier rounds, people might not want to rotate early. So I want to see that early rotation coming out. I want to see them actually trying to find new angles on getting to museum or getting to centrifuge. So I want to see more of that. But again, it is still a new format, so teams are trying to figure out themselves. But I think we're going to have a treat today, Bang Liga, because just yesterday, we played Group A and Group B, which means they probably already know what to do in today's match.
Yeah, I agree with you. And of course, we're ready for game number 1, and we're going to Zero Dem. It's gonna be really exciting one to see which team is gonna become a champion in this group. And I think it's gonna be a really long day. I mean, we have 2 groups today, and of course, like you said before, all of them now already kind of understand. But look at the EWG. Oh no, they only play with only 2 players, and I think it's gonna be same like yesterday. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong. But at the end of the day, this is not looking good for EWG. But let's see, can they somehow make some miracle move for the round 1? But we'll see about that. And now we're going to see, because Onyx got a tier 1 spawn. Yes, Onyx got a tier 1 spawn, and he going to major. Oh, it's going to be really interesting. Onyx versus FOC Osiris. FOC Osiris definitely needs point, because now they're kind of struggling at the standing. So I think that's why they went. But look at the Zero. Oh, trying to run away, trying to dash, looking to avoid the fight. But look at it, because now Onyx already trying to fight back. But FOC Osiris still looking for the momentum just outside at the major, and I don't think they want to go into inside, because of course there's no information at all. They just want to make sure Onyx doesn't get any comfortable in this situation. So I think that's why it's more like like a run, hit and run. So I think that both of them just make sure they want to make sure if they want to make a fight, they want to make sure they get a really good position. But right now, I think oh, look at that, one purple pen just getting down by side. But I think it's okay. But I think it's okay. It's okay. His teammate getting side, so I think it's totally fine. But I think it's kind of funny, Side still become a threat for the other teams, and it's really interesting. And look at the FOC Osiris. Like I said before, I think they don't want to make an early fight, because if they get wiped out in the round 1, I think it's going to be really huge disadvantage. So I think that's why I think FOC Osiris decide to play safe and just move away from the major. So I think, from this perspective, I think all the six of them, I think not one of them is just close. I think just there's some range, there's some spot for all of these 6. So I think that's why I think in the next 5 minutes for me, I think there's no such thing as fight. I mean, like OG is safe in the admin, under FPS in the barak. We will see, are they want to play aggressive going to admin, or they just want to play safe in the barak. In other side, as you can see, there's other team like Phantom Legion in the cement plan. I think they don't go to anywhere. I think in this perspective, I think only Onyx maybe they want to play aggressive. But let's see, are Onyx gonna be getting advanced to FOC, or they just want to just make some tease, just make sure that FOC, you don't go anywhere. I won't catch you, but I will make sure you don't go anywhere in this spot.
Yep. EWG, of course, playing it on a disadvantage with only 2 players. Technical issues probably will lose one of their players, which means they are just going to rotate around the map, trying to find those last kills. Probably do what um some other teams have done in the past, especially the teams that were also in a disadvantage with with camping out that extraction point on the elevator shaft. So I think they're just going to play it really safe, waiting for that momentum, trying to get those last kills on the last 5 minutes, trying to get themselves some loots, of course, which is really good for them. Again, some of the teams might find difficulty on trying to rotate because in this new format, you just don't know where people might go. As we saw, Onyx having that tier 1 spawn actually didn't spend their time going through admin. They want to get those KPs earlier in the game. That's why they went to major substation and they actually met up with FOC Osiris. But again, FOC Osiris assessing the situation, they don't want to be the first team to get wiped off the map. They still want to play the game. They still want to assess the situation even more and might find another rotation all the way from Riverbank to try to fight off the teams that are in cement. And in this case, it was Phantom Legion. So there is not going to be a lot of things happening, I would say, in the first 10 minutes of the game. Probably you will begin to start seeing some teams trying to rotate afterwards. I'd say about 8 minutes into the game, 8 minutes remaining into the game, they might want to start rotating to find those skills, because if you don't find those skills, you might not have enough money to come in onto the next match. Because again, guys, there is no more second eco round. There is no tight prison anymore. There's only Mandal Brick rounds after this first eco round, which means if you want to have that good loot, if you want to have that good gear coming on to the others, to the other rounds, to the next rounds, you need to rack up some points at least on the first round. And as we see right now, Keeves actually using that Luna over by Zero Dem and rotated to the basement construction area, which is okay. You want to caught people off guard. It's fine by me. As we're talking about this, of course, the first airdrop is going to drop, and it is going to drop over by the admin area on the northern side of the map, which means OG with no Onyx on the other side of admin will just have this for free. And it is really good for them. Of course, if they could extract with it, we saw some of the teams utilizing that one-shot sniper to the fullest. Got some kills. Yesterday we saw Onyx actually getting 2 kills with that from that airdrop. But as we see right now, Onyx is going to be the first team that is trying to find those KPs. They want to find FOC Osiris, who they met just a couple of minutes ago. And the ulti from that Raptor is going to spot the players from FOC Osiris. We'll see what they do.
Yeah, I think they want to just play safe, but not so much for the Onyx, like I said before, because now we have a new rules. I think because maybe Onyx already realized there's not so much fire right now, gunfire. So I think that's why they know that many teams just want to play safe. So I think that's why Onyx want to take some initiate. I think they want to pick up some some kill point maybe. So make sure they have advantage for the next round. But okay, look at that Silver Wing already marked. One player from Onyx.
Might be the first
looking for Osiris already making some trap in there. It's a really good point for FOC Osiris. But now Onyx becoming trouble. But I think not so much for Zero, because Zero takes another kill. And now we're going to be trading 1v1. It's going to be interesting. But look at for FOC Osiris. They still just holding the position. They don't want to getting bait by Onyx, because sometimes when your teammate is getting down, you want to help them, right? So I think that's why FOC want to play safe. But look at Onyx. Onyx already tried to revive his teammate, and one player already saw around. His head ace pop out, and I think that's gonna be advantage for Zero in the high ground. He want to make some spray, but I don't think this is gonna be hit. But look at the other side. FOC Osiris trying to fight back and looking for a chance for the make a comeback, because now become a 3 versus 2. Not so much for FOC Osiris. Two players left in FOC, and they want to stay in their own position. They have a board of in both sides, in left and the right side. And let's see about Onyx. Are they gonna be initiate just straightforward, or they want to like make a spread move, maybe make a split move in the right and left? But look at that, Silver Wing,
So the
another
Silver
Silver Wing
Wing.
moment. One player realize, and Magnetic Bomb is going to pop out for the other team. And
Oh,
look
nice
at that.
dash.
What a fly by Onyx.
Nice dash.
One play itself, one kills down, and I foresee Osiris is getting eliminated. And Onyx takes the chance really well. Another score point for Onyx, and FOC Osiris once again struggling in round number 1. Oh my god, nice try for FOC Osiris, but let's see, can they survive in the next round? Can they make something? They can change something in the round 2. Let's see about that. But now with the 5 team remaining in the 9-minute remaining, I think it's gonna be really interesting, Olu.
Yep, FOC Osiris. Funny, you should say that they are struggling. Actually, Bangliga yesterday, they placed 2 on their group standings, which means they were actually one of the teams that were able to find those kills. And they went and placed on the second group standing without decoding the Mandel brick, which means they have a lot of kills and they have gathered a lot of loot. With 30 points, I believe on yesterday, on Thursday, they actually got a lot of points just by killing people and trying to find the most loot out of the game. And they did. I believe they got 22 kills, more than the winning team. Onyx actually have probably 17 kills. So the most kills were racked up by Team FOC Osiris. So that means they were actually one of the teams that were able to kind of cut off trying to rotate, and they were one of the better teams on doing so. But again, in operations, you might feel unlucky sometimes, and I think this is one of the days where Osiris possibly feel unlucky because they need to run into the winning team out of Onyx in just a couple of minutes that the game plays. But on the other side of the map, Phantom Legion actually closing by onto the admin area. OG is still there after getting that They probably want to use that to get this early KPs, which is going to be very good for them. But they will hear that a team is actually coming up onto the eastern side of admin, which means they are going to be ready. They have set up much faster than team OG here, so it might be a fight in just a minute. But on the other side of admin, we also see team underdog FPS closing by, who spawns all the way from cement plant, now have rotated their way onto admin area. But Phantom Legion, for now, they are still going to hold off this position over on the eastern wing, trying to spot out some players from Phantom Legion using that Luna arrow. Didn't connect, so they still don't know whether or not the teams of OG still staying inside this western wing or not. They might push, but on the other side, turns out that Team Phantom Legion actually going to hear what OG did just now. The extraction has been pulled. Second airdrop goes to the hands of FPS, so that's good for them. They got a lot of reds, probably gathered some of that loot points. Of course, Onyx actually was the one who pulled the extraction point. So they want to try to extract here after getting those kills, or they want to take the fights onto the teams that are currently in admin, because again, they haven't heard any gunshot coming out of admin. The only gunshot that was happening in this game was done by them. As OG now assessing the situation, the dam has been pulled, so they are going to camp out that extraction point. A lot of rotation is going to go down on this last minutes of Zero Dambang Liga. 3 minutes on the clock for the extraction. We will have to see an extraction fight going on in just a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good decision by Onyx. They want to pull the extract in the elevator, and so that's why they're going to be getting bait by the other teams, because other team now try to fight for the extract. So I think that's why it's a really good momentum. And Onyx in other side, I think they just want to stay in this spot maybe, or maybe they want to move forward a little bit. If they can get extract, of course that's good. But if don't, I think they just want, like a runaway to Riverbank maybe. I think in terms of 2 minutes, I think it's still on if you want to extract on Riverbank. But Onyx, I think they just want to make sure the other teams fight each other in the pool extract. So I think that's why they pull extract in major, and I think that's a really good decision by Onyx. But let's see. Are there gonna be some gunfight? Because I really hope so. I mean, of course you don't want the extract itself is gonna be waste. I think there's gonna be a gunfight between 2 or maybe 3 teams, because right now there's a Phantom Legion. Of course, Phantom Legion gets a really, really bad day yesterday. So I think they need to pull up some point in this week to make sure they can make going to the top 6. Yeah, but let's see about it, because now Moon already picking 2 players under FPS already seen by Moon. Moon, take the spray, take the open fire. But look at the right side, because now the teammates already come. But now under FPS is getting close and closer. And look at it, water spray by Moon. One player from under FPS still survive, but I know the hit is already takes the damage. And under FPS must stay behind, recover the HP first. And look at Moon. Moon looking for the chance, but under FPS try to dodge the crouching tiger, and let's see, because Under FPS now is in the good position, but look at that Phantom Legion now is a really bad position, because now Onyx try to pinch them, and it's gonna be stuck in the bottom. But Kiss takes the kill, and one kill takes the down, but Moon is down. So that's Zero. Phantom Legion Kiss become the last man standing, looking for a chance, but not so much, because Zero takes the kill with the magnetic bomb, but he's getting himself, but it's okay. But Phantom Legion's getting eliminated. And look at the from Underdog FPS. They survive. Now become 2 versus 2. Onyx and Underdog and OG extract so easily. But oh, there's some party. There's a third party from EWG. They become 2 versus 1. Onyx become one last man standing. Nomi try to looking for their advantage, because if they can get this kill, they're going to get a many value in terms of the second itself. Look at jump shot from Onyx. It's not enough. Nomi eliminate Onyx, and somehow Onyx is down. I mean, their initiation, the plan itself is start by Onyx, but I think Onyx, I think they're gonna be disappointed, about this result, because they want this kill so much, they want to fail so much, and they want to extract actually, but they getting hauled by so many teams, and now EWG become the last team still in this round, Olu.
I mean, I wouldn't say so, because again, Onyx did get that wipe onto Underdog FPS, which has been the quite nuisance of a team, because they hate Underdog FPS to the fullest. So I think it is going to be fine for them. They would like to survive that particular round, but again, OG has camped out that extraction point to the fullest, so it is pretty hard for them to try and extract. But again, they got the full kills onto two full squads, which mean they are going to have that 6 point. And as we saw right now, they have gathered 10 points early in the game, which means they are going to have that advantage on the other upcoming rounds, because they got the kills, which mean 800k on your bank account, of course, is going to be good. You can spend it on a lot of things. You can spend it on your new guns, your new ammo, of course, and new armor, which is going to be really good. OG coming out of that game without really doing anything, I would say, because they didn't get any kills. They did get extract, which mean they can keep their guns. They don't lose anything. And also coming out with some of the loot points over there. But as we see right now, Salamanca will not have enough time to use that backpack extract, which means the map is going to be won by either Team OG, I would say, or Team Underdog FPS, because they did get that airdrop from the the airdrop that drops on the construction area, which means they got their
Yeah.
loot points. They did get a full wipe onto Phantom Legion, which is another good thing. They got some kill points over there, but they did get wiped by Onyx, which was unfortunate. It's good for Onyx because they could wipe 2 other squads before getting cut down by Team EWG. Of course, EWG coming on with only 2 people was trying their best to rack up some of the kill points, but they did get 1 onto Team Onyx, which is really good also. So I think it's a win-win solution for every team. I really think so.
Yeah.
And OG coming out of that game, of course, getting that from the first airdrop, which means they are going to have that to use on the later rounds, or they might use it just on Brakkesh, which is just right after this. So that means they will have that advantage on having that and as we see per now, the kills that were coming out of Onyx was really good too. Phantom Legion was trying to be that nuisance on the middle of the containers, trying to cut off people, trying to get to the extraction point, but unfortunately, they got third party from the back by Onyx, and Onyx also got third party by EWG. So I think it's still okay for all the teams. They got what they need. Onyx got their KPs, OG got their Underdog got their KPs, and EWG had some fun. The only team that is in a disadvantage is probably Team Osiris. Yeah, FOC Osiris getting cut down in the earliest stages of the game was really bad for them.
Yeah, I think it's a really huge disadvantage. Yeah, I mean, they get 1 kill. So I think, okay, 1 kill, 1 point, not bad. Better than nothing, But still, yeah, I agree with you. I think only FOC Osiris is going to really disappoint about round 1. But yeah, it is what it is. They still need to move on, They still need to look for a chance maybe in a round 2. But I think, yeah, I agree with you about Onyx. Yeah, of course, I know they get wiped out, but they still get so many kill points. So I think it's going to be a good point for if they can get a mana break in round 2 or in round 3, they can get match point, in round 4. So I think it's really good. But okay, so we're going for a short break. Next, it will be a Brakkesh looking for the exit match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break. So stay tuned.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Stun hit! Cold. I can go colder.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Season 3 Operations Mobile. Well, what a game we had on game number 1, but of course we also have some new faces over here. Welcome, General. How are you doing, Zanken?
Hello, I'm really doing fine. It's very good to be back. Last week I was doing this on PC. Now I'm on the other side, which is the mobile series, but actually it's also fun for me and it's actually exciting. I was having some kind of prejudice towards the mobile series because as a PC player I don't think the mobile players can actually do what we did on PC, but they proven me wrong, Olu. They proven me wrong. The way they move, the way they do their micros, their macros, it's out of this world. As you said, if I were in the same position, I would have missed those shots. I would have, missed all those movements. Maybe I'm just gonna be a noob, like a whole-time noob in the mobile series if I were there.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Shiro especially. Yeah, using that Viren, of course, Viren is going to be our flashiest kind of operators, with the dash, with the crouching tiger going on a dash forward. What we saw, what Shiro did in that game is a special, something special, I would say, because it is very hard to do it on mobile, but some of these players have that skill set to do it. And as we saw the map rotation, of course, Onyx will take that game 1 with a full clean wipe onto 2 teams out of the hands of Shiro, out of the hands of Kanade and all the Onyx players who got those 2 kills onto Phantom Legion and also Underdog FPS. So they are going to bag up that 0 dem round, but we are going to go ahead onto round 2 on Brakkesh. Mando Bricks is still what you want to do, Zanken. We have seen a lot of fights happening on that first round. How do you feel the Mando Brick round is going to go?
After this new rulebook sets, I expect teams to, more enhances to force them to actually play more aggressive towards another team. Stop playing, just TPs and ratting. You need to actually push other teams, get the actual timing to get the mantle break, and pushing people to 40 total points and triggering the match points, and in the end needs to get finished by another mantle break makes us as an enjoyer, as a watcher, more excited to actually watch the fights, watch the confrontations between other teams. And I expect for the next match it will be the mind games of how you gonna approach the mantle breaks over.
Yeah, I think the Mandal Brick fights is the most entertaining fights we have on several weeks before. But again, as we saw yesterday's fight on the Mandal Brick, some teams still try to find their footings and they still don't know when to approach the Mandal Brick. But I'm thinking that they have played this format for at least a day. We had it on yesterday. And so I think the teams are more prepared to come into this week, into this game day with their own strategies, with their own rotation, as we saw what Onyx did with their own rotation, spawning in that tier 1, instantly going ahead to confront the teams that spawn in tier 2. They didn't go for that admin fight. They went to go to major, and that is what I'm hoping for in this particular game, that we are going to find more fights happening in the Mandelbrick areas and also on the decoding station area. We saw Onyx on Brakkesh decoding the Mandelbricks 2 times on the reservoir area in Brakkesh, so we are expecting them to take it away onto reservoir area. But again, we are going to go ahead and see what they are going to do in this round number 2 as we go into Brakkesh with all the teams prepared, with all the teams. Of course, Team OG having that probably will bring it out today right now as Pak Penjas pulling out that Raptor with a tier 5 armor, Zanken.
Yep. And I've seen, like, to be stated, I have seen these players because I'm one of the new casters here on the operations, especially on the mobile series. I've seen these players, especially Dragon and Ricky, which was playing on the warfare scene, if I'm not mistaken, right? The Dragon and Ricky, they were
Yep,
on
they did.
the warfare scene, and they did amazingly on that scene. And I also expect more on them because they have so much, names, and they have some reputation around the scene, around the operation scene as well. And now we can see the rotations now. FPS getting that tier 1 spawn on the museum, if I'm not mistaken. Haze and Dragon just playing a little bit more passive, not making so much movement towards other Mandelbrick position. And as we can see, Blues Hasa is already on his anchor position, looking at the Mandelbrick under him, and we can see Nomi getting his watch and watching and seeing about the total score. And now, oh my god, FPS Ricky going with the smoke combos, getting that mantle break, and Blue Sasa missing his timing to actually get through the smoke shots towards FPS. But now Mandel Break are on their hands now, walking towards the decoding station, Olu, and I think they're gonna meet EWG on the middle.
Yep, they are going to go ahead and decode this Mandel Break on a very rare spot that we saw. We saw this on the PC version, of course, with ROG trying to decode over here by the ruins area, which is going to be a real good fight. We have yet to see this being done in the mobile version, so we'll see whether or not FPS is going to be able to defend this Mandel Break. Salamanca closing by onto that Blue River Hotel. Still trying to map out the layout out of all the other teams. They don't want to play very aggressive because, again, EWG is playing with only 2 players, but Onyx is actually going to be the closest team who's going to challenge Ricky. Ricky! Finding that angle onto Shiro. Shiro needs to back down. Sonic Trap is going to be deployed, trying to delay as much as possible because Onyx is the #1 contender in this particular group. Frag grenade goes out. Kanade deploying that Sonic Paralysis. Shiro actually connected with one of the frag grenades. Riki still trying to play a little bit more defensive. Don't want to lose his spot. Hayes on the other side using that gizmo. Jammer goes out. Another step might be the first gunfight we see. Shiro actually gets one as we expected out of him. Another trade by Nessie. 2v2 situation. FPS left with one player and Shiro, Kanade, and Nessie have successfully interrupted the Mandelbrick seizing station. And they have the Mandelbrick for themselves. And they are going to try and reset again. Quick reset out of Team Onyx to defend this Mandelbrick. What a fight! What a first fight we have, Zanken.
What a fight, what a fight. Well, as what we can see here, the top teams, right? Olu, the Onyx and FPS, two of the top teams actually going to the gunfight first look. And the way they approach actually mirrors them as the top teams. Doesn't afraid or doesn't hesitate to actually take fight, especially Onyx there. They already got set up, you know, by the FPS teams, already got Sonic Trap Paralysis on, but they are not hesitating to actually take the fight, take the push with the toxic ults, and then play some jump shots right off the containers, play some trades, and actually win the fight and the Mandelbrick as well. It's a big leap for them. 11 points to 16 points currently. Now it's without the Mandelbrick. If they got the Mandelbrick, it's another points for them, and it's gonna make them show that they're gonna get a hold of their position on the top of the leaderboard. And now Winter aiming at the right direction but doesn't acknowledge that there is a player on his crosshair. He's playing a little bit more passive, but they are aware that Onyx is currently decoding the Mandelbrick with 2 minutes on the clock, and there is no actual movement from other teams except FPS on the last fight, who actually want to get into the fight, into the confrontation, and actually wants to get a hold of the Mandelbrick. But now PL1 finally getting a hold of themselves, playing a little bit closer and closer towards the decoding station, which is guarded by Onyx right there. Now Moon with his Morse playing a little bit towards to the gate, to the whole gate, which the first confrontation was getting a hold of. Now Moon holding his steps, trying to get a peek first toward the Onyx players. Nessie is gonna be the player most closest to him, still holding his place. Moon is the only one, and we can see OG on the back pop and just with his ass lips getting sandwiched on 2 different directions here, Olu.
Yep, as we see, Sonar Scan goes out of Phantom Legion. Lottering also goes out from Team EWG, trying to scout out the place here. Nessie, Shiro, and Kanade needs to defend with their life. 30 seconds on the clock. OG, Shiro over there actually exchanging fights as the first player to find that angle onto their enemies. Who's trying to push this? Asphyxia trying to look for that angle. Didn't connect anything onto Team other side. And Nessie goes down onto the hands of Moon. 2 players remaining. Kibbs also goes down. Take Shiro down. 1 player remaining out of Team Onyx. And Nessie also goes down. Was able to find that kill. And Moon trying to seize this Mandelbrick. And Onyx just got wiped from Team OG. Another fight going in. Wipe out onto Team Onyx. Phantom Legion also goes out on the hands of Team OG. Somehow, some way, they probably was in a really bad spot. They were pushing in, but OG was ready for them. While on the other side, Osiris is actually closing by. Another kill gained by Papanjas. Blue Shasha trying to throw out that frag grenade. Still going through. Sonic paralysis goes out, and Papa Jazz got another kill. Asphyxia killing Winter. Another trade trying to get that last kill, but no. Blue Sasha coming in clutch again, killing Asphyxia. It is a 1v2. OG, FOC, and EWG is still in the game. Papanjas trying to look for that angle. We know Papanjas could clutch up the game. Sonic Trap got triggered. The fight is begun, and Blue Sasha getting that last kill. It's a 2v1 situation between EWG, but we know Blue Sasha knows how to clutch up the game, knows how to gain that advantage. We want to see Blue Sasha trying to find this revive onto his teammate. EWG, of course, trying to look for that angle, but as if for now, it is a 2v1 situation. Lotring goes out, trying to scout out the area, but did not connect. Blue Sasha will probably have this revive onto his teammate.
What a fight. And now EWG, the one team that enters the match with only just two person,
They're
is
pushing.
already on the advantage now, pushing Salamanca, hearing the sound of Osiris, now trying a little bit of jumps of Incendiary out, a little bit of jumps of now 2v1, and Bluta is wiped out of the lobby, and there they goes, EWG, the last squad standing with the Mandel Brick, 2 minutes on the clock, and they are just, you know, left with the loots and everything, take their time. And what a fight with this decoding station, Olu. Started with Onyx, get it with FPS, and FPS getting wiped, and then PL1 and OG out of nowhere, pinching them like a burger, like a sandwich on the right and left side, getting confrontation left and right, pushing Onyx and making them have zero chance to actually defend the Mandel Brick. And after OG and PL1 also wiped out one another, there goes FOC and EWG for the last wave and actually take the fight. This is what I want to watch. This is what I've been waiting for, you know, the way this match goes within the new actual rules. They push you, they enhance the teams to actually take fights, take points, whether they take the kill points or just the assets. They just need to actually take fights and take loot from another team, another player. Now, as we can see, EWG just spending their time chilling around, waiting for the Mandel Brick to be decoded and taking all the loots they can have with the loots of 4 other teams. It's so free to them, and it's actually a little bit upsetting the way that Onyx was getting the first fights within FPS and trying to defend them, but the way the other 2 teams sandwich them, it's actually zero chance to defend. What do you think, Olu?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good gameplay by EWG. You know, they assess the situation pretty heavily. They know they are in a disadvantage. They only come into the game with only 2 players. And so they want to wait until that very last squad to fight. And when the gunshots erupts and it ended, that is when you need to strike. And that is exactly what EWG did. Of course, there is still 6 minutes on the clock, which means they are going to have a lot of loot points and a lot of kill points, and especially that Mandel Brick for themselves. 23 points currently being held by them alone, which means, my God, even with 2 players, you guys still can have a lot of points. You still can bag up that team. You still can bag up the game. You don't need as many people as you know, three men to finish up the game. You only need 2. You can even clutch it up with 1. And I thought Blue Sasha, who has been that clutch player, especially for Osiris, I think they were in a pinch that was forcing them. Of course, he could have taken the fight 1v2 and tried to delay as much as possible with his utilities, especially because he is a shepherd, but again, it was just very hard when you get pushed by two different players. But oh no, Salamanca! Don't lose your loot point,
What
Salamanca!
in
Oh,
the
the
world?
NPC again, Zanken! Zanken, the
Another
NPCs!
deja vu. Olu,
Deja vu.
Olu, what am I
Oh
watching
no!
here? 2 times, 2 different series, and NPC is still the king of the game. Olu, mamma mia, what
Oh
in the world is
no!
happening? They want
Again,
another swipe. They wipe Mandel bricks. They wipe the loot. But when it comes to the NPC, they get knocked out. Oh my.
oh, you know what? Yesterday we also have the same thing happening where the chopper gets 2 kills, Zanken. Not one. This you only see
Oh,
one
the
right
The chopper
here,
Brakkesh?
right?
The
Yeah,
Brakkesh
in
chopper?
Brakkesh, the helicopter on Brakkesh
Oh
gets 2
my.
kills yesterday. If you guys didn't remember, I believe it was Team DK and Team OG
Oh
getting
my
getting
god.
killed by that helicopter on that extraction fight. So that was okay. It's all fine. It's all fine, guys. Salamanca, of course, he wants to loot, guys. The loot is very
Yeah,
important.
yep,
Okay,
yep.
the loot is very important. So he wants the loot, but unfortunately, there is still a bot roaming around the map. So it's
Take
a
as
little bit
much as they
unfortunate.
can. Yeah.
Yep. As we know, 2 minutes remaining on the clock, which means Team EWG is going to go out of this match with as many loot as they could find, and airdrops being dropped down. Of course, there is another airdrop incoming. If I am not mistaken, there is going to be another airdrop that has been dropped, but it looks like the one that EWG get their hands on was actually the second airdrop, so it does drop you a lot of red, which mean you're going to capitalize on that loot points. But on the first airdrop, it's going to drop that high caliber weapon, which unfortunately EWG didn't find or trying to make their way over there to get that AWM, but I think they're just going to extract for now. And it was a really nice game by Team EWG, noticing that they only have 2 players in their arsenal, bringing coming into the match. They want to play that last fight, and they
Who is the other
absolutely got
teammate?
it. Um,
Who is the other
I
teammate?
couldn't.
I think he's very thankful for what his
Yep,
teammates
yep,
did
yep,
on this match.
yep. I think it's really good because that is exactly what you want to do if you're in a disadvantage. You only have
Yep,
2
yep.
players, which means you only have 1 player to back you up when you want to try to get the kills. No one is going to watch your back. So you need to play that one angle, right? As we saw EWG getting that one particular angle onto Blue Shasha, and there's literally nothing that Blue Shasha can do because it's a 2v1 situation and they both have 60 ammo on their QJB, which means they are not going to stop shooting. And the way they approach that fight onto Blue Shasha, of course, is really good also because they got him from 2 different angles. Salamanca trying to wide swing, and while Nomi is on the back shooting Blue Shasha on the back. So it was a nice try by Blue Shasha, of course. He was trying to revive his teammate to get that 2v2 situation going, but I guess EWG assess the situation and heard the revive going on and say to each other that hey, he's reviving. He's alone and we can just push this. And there you go, guys, for round number 2. EWG bagging up that Mandel brick for themselves, which means they are going to top our leaderboard for now. Of course, this is still anybody's game. You can still go get your hands on that Mandel bricks, and I want to see more fights on that Mandel bricks. And Ken, how do you feel watching your first match on this particular new format? How's the fight?
The fight, and especially this is my first time watching on the mobile series. Although it's actually, for me, for the first match, it's more exciting on the PCs on this side, comparing to the
mobile
PC side, because the mobile is more exciting for me for the first match. I don't know about the other next match, but this match, the way the fight has been taken and the way EWG can actually take the right timing, the right decision to get the TP, get the approach on the last man standing from FOC, it's what makes it more exciting for me always. It's actually, fun to watch, and you know, it's actually making me a little bit more respect, more making me looking up for the players on the mobile. You know, they seems to be more brave to take fights, more brave to actually take confrontation, take approach more to the Mandel break. And it's actually also because of the new rule book, as you've said. It's actually making me more excited to watch more and more next. And talking about the matches, we have two groups today, if I'm not mistaken, Group A and Group B. It's gonna be a really long day, but it's really gonna be a fun matches and fun series as well. And looking at the highlights, very, you know, explosive and aggressive towards other players and teammates, the way they've been taking approach. And look at his last standing from Blue Shasha, you know, getting raided by two players from EWG Salamanca with the incendiary, making him doesn't have any more spaces to, you know, take angles for them, and just getting wiped out like that, and making EWG is the top of the leaderboard currently with 23 points, if I'm not mistaken, with the Mandel break and all the total kill points, and as well with the assets. And what do you think about this next match? Is FPS and Navi will take the same approach to, you know, straight to the Mandel break, straight to the fight, or because what EWG did on last match, they're gonna take another step, or, you know, making a little bit more passive play?
I think it's going to be a hell of a match and a hell of a fight, but we gotta wait in just a little bit because we are going to a break. And stay tuned, guys, because we have more exciting gunfights in just a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Southeast Asia Season 3 with me, Bang Liga. And I don't know why my name is still Olu. I mean, of course, I'm Bang Liga, okay? I'm not Olu, you know. Okay, and of course, there's Zanken with me. Hello, Zanken. Long time no see, bro.
Hello, long time no see, Bang Liga. It's been a pleasure to actually working back with you again. One of the best caster in the actual game, Bang Liga, right here. And we meet again on operations. We have a long journey and history on warfare, right? And now we meet again at operation. How does operation have been treating you all this time?
Yeah, it's quite complicated, you know, but it's okay. But at the end of the day, it's the Delta Force. I always enjoy this game, so I think that's why it's totally okay about operation. Need some time to adapt, but it's okay. But let's talk a little bit, you know, about the previous game, the game number 2. I mean, that's really unfortunate, you know, for Onyx, because Onyx actually like they try to dominate, you know, this group. They want to dominate this group. They want to make sure they can get as fast as they can to getting a match point. So I think that's why they want to getting the Mandal Brick first. But my problem maybe with Onyx is about the spot itself, where they try to decode the Mandal Brick. I think that spot is really hard, you know, to pull it off, because we know that so many times that spot really about the gun, so much gunfight in the bot side. So I think that's why Onyx kind of struggling, and it's really I don't want to say luck, you know, I don't want to say luck, but I think it's really interesting to see that the EWG is the team that getting Mandal Brick. I mean, they play with the 2 players, you know, and they get a Mandal Brick. It's really interesting, Zengen.
I agree with you, but I have one question for you, as well as the viewer for the previous match. Do you think Navi will actually come out as a winner if they, you know, chose the different position to anchor the Mandal Brick, or it's just the way they're gonna end the match because they get sandwiched from 2 different sides?
I think it's more about, I mean, Onyx should know the risk if you want to decode in that spot, because that spot is so many times, so many moments that if you decode in that spot, many teams from the bot side, from the left side and the right side together, and they try to pinch them. So I think that's why Onyx, when they stay in the spot, I think in the middle one, you know, they stay in the middle one, and of course it's definitely they're gonna be getting pinched by both of them. So I think that's why for me, when Onyx getting the Mandal Brick first and they try to make sure they want to get Mandal Brick first, I think there's other spot maybe for me that's more favorable to them, because for me, if you choose that spot, there's so many risks in the situation. I mean, that's why many teams prefer to play a safe option. They want to decode in Royal Museum, because what? I know Royal Museum is really difficult to defend it. But my point is why people want to decode in the Royal Museum, because they know they can stay safe in the behind. Even if other teams want to seize the Mandal Brick, they can retake it back. They can retake again. They can do it again, wipe out one team and then try to seize Mandal Brick again, because there's some spot for a defender side, I think, from a defender perspective. If you want to make sure you can get the Mandal Brick, because if you pull in the Royal Museum, okay, we know that Royal Museum is like a tight spot, you know, it's a really close combat is gonna be happen. But at least Onyx can stay behind and just waiting for the other team fight each other, and then Onyx become the third party and they can seize Mandal Brick again. So I think that's why for me,
I agree.
I'm okay with that spot. But my point is, if you decoding first and try to get a Mandal Brick first, I think you should just leave it. Just leave that spot, because just let the other teams try to fight each other for the Mandal Brick, and then when the time is right, just go for it and just Mandal Brick again. So I think that's my point. But yeah, I think it's kind of like unfortunate, you know, with Onyx. But look at bright side, you know, EWG with the 2 players, they get a Mandal Brick, they get a free 12 point in round 2. I think it's gonna be really interesting in round 3.
Yep, I agree, and I hope that for the next match, EWG will come out with 3 players, not 2 players anymore. And I also
Yeah.
agree with you about your approach for the Navi decoding spot. When they actually can decode on the Royal Museum, there's so much cover, so much tight alleyways to play the hold angles. But when they actually decode on the last spot, it's too open, it's too wide open. There's two different gates from 2 different locations, not enough cover, just a little bit of containers and walls that it can actually be taken advantage of other team. And as we can see, Bang Liga EWG is coming
Wow.
with another 2 players here. Oh my god, with the
Wow.
24 total score, they coming back with 2 players, and I'm actually excited of how they gonna approach this match because as you've said, luck is probably one of the factors that making them as the winner for the last match. But the way they taking advantage of timings, the way they're taking advantage of the sound of the revive, and counting how many squad that has been wiped is actually the way and the results that making them win the game. And now from the Kiev P7 is now taking the first advantage. Nessie 84 with the headshot, and now ending the player with a frag grenade. Nessie is taking a fright, taking more approaches with a jump shot, trying to get an early fight there with the PL Team Shiro with the second kill. 2 people from PL1 is wiped off the lobby. Lan left, it's already been taken down off the Shiro with a 3. And a PL1 with just 1 minute of the start of the game has been wiped out of the lobby, Bang Liga. How fast is that approach?
I think that's the problem with Phantom Legion. You know, I mean, if you know about the last week or maybe the last 2 weeks, they always getting caught in the weird spot. You know, I mean the spot itself. I don't understand why they decide to going in that position because I think they got a tier 1 spawn. Correct me if I'm wrong. And Onyx in
Yep.
other side, I think they get a tier 3 spawn. I don't understand why they decide to going to ups going to the market. I think that's really a bad decision by Phantom Legion, but yeah, it's what it is. And of course, if you're talking about the dominate the game, I think Onyx is really like a predator in this game because I know in terms of the kill point, I think they have a huge advantage. And now look at it, Onyx
Yep.
already moved to the Royal Museum using live to make sure they can get a mana break. And let's see, can Onyx getting a mana break pay off the mistake in the game too, and let's see about that. But look at break side. I think that's I really like about the composition about the operator itself for the Onyx because you have some you have Morse, you have Toxic and Shepherd. These operators I think is really good if you want to make some initiate move. For example, like Toxic, they have some Dragonfly Swarm. You can play for playing aggressive. And now look at the momentum right now because Nessie trying to get the manual break, and can they get it? Nessie, I think they got it, and they pick up Onyx, and I think they're going to Royal Museum. But in other side, there's Papa and Just try to make some trade. They try make it some gunfight, but I don't think so because the spot itself I think is not that great for Papa and Just. So I think that's why Onyx can escape easily, and they finally going for Royal Museum. I think they
Yeah.
learned their mistake, you know. I mean,
Yeah, I
of
think they
course,
learned
Royal
mistake.
Museum I think this is a really safe option. Like I said before, I agree with people like, oh, but come on, bro. In Royal Museum, there's so many gunfight. It's gonna be happen. It's gonna be close combat. I totally agree with that. But my point is, at least you can make sure that the other team fight each other, and you can play as a third party. So I think that's the point. So that's
Yep.
why for me, Royal Museum is a really safe option if you want to decode Mando Break. And don't forget, you are the first one to get the Mando Break. So make sure you just waiting for a moment, just waiting for the other team to come, and then you can just try to kill them. Or maybe you want to make sure they get the Mando Break first, and then you want to wipe out them, and then you're gonna be interrupt the decoding itself. That's up to you, but I think now Onyx learned their mistake and they just want to play safe.
Yep, I agree. I agree. Now, because the mantle break is on the reservoir, they took it and bring it back to the Royal Museum, learning from what Bang Liga just said for the previous match, taking advantage of the Royal Museum decoding site. And now Onyx with their agent composition, which Morse also as the Shepherd and also the Toxic, they can actually play the angles very very nicely, and with the setup of course with the Shepherd as well, with the sonic traps and the sonic paralysis, they can also take advantage of people fighting in front of them and making them punish. And now we can see as the Kennedy already take his position on the other side of the room besides the decoding station. Now airdrop has been going down, and I think FPS is going to be taking it, which is AWM and correct. And 2 minutes on the clock is going down for the Onyx decoding. And after Ricky taking advantage of this airdrop, FPS from Dragon as well is trying to get, oh, it's actually getting the M82, which is the same thing as AWM, but I think M82 has better fire rate. Now Dragon is making his movement towards the Royal Museum closer and closer. Hey, he's already on the stairs now. Besides, OG and FOC are on the same position, actually, side by side. Now I think they're gonna make the first confrontation of approach first, but you know, as we can see, FOC always trying to play the third party, but I think on this particular match it can be different. Blue Shasha with his gun taking with the thermal optic and trying to get another closer position towards the decoding station. 1 minute going down here. What do you think's gonna be happening? Onyx on the anchor side, and now OG with Fuck Osiris is on the very close position, Bang Liga.
I think FOC want to all in, all into the Mantle Break, because in terms of their lineup, they have Hecklow, they have Firen. I think it's like an aggressive lineup from FOC. I think that's really weird if they just waiting at the outset, because it's really weird. I mean, you play Hecklow, Firen, and you don't want to play aggressive. I don't think so. You want to play aggressive, but look at that, because OG already realized there's one team in there. FOC try to survive, but 20 seconds remaining. Oh, there's not enough time for the other team. And is it gonna be free Mandel break for Onyx? But look at OG finally takes the initiate. They want to advance, but 10 seconds remaining. There's not enough time for both of them, and I think it's gonna be free Mandel break for Onyx. Oh my god, it's a really bad situation for FOC and OG. Just free Mandel break. I don't understand, especially FOC, because FOC want to initiate, want to play aggressive, but now one player down from Winter. And look at pro OG. Okay, they pull off sub spiders and team, and they go to cock one player, and Blue Shasha is down by one player from OG. And look at for Papenjat, Kamshot is on, and FOC Osiris become the next team getting eliminated. Like SAB, RKB or Zenken, if they play safe with this lineup, it's really weird. And let's see, and that's what happened. I don't understand. You play Hecklow and Firen, and you decide to play safe. I really don't understand about the lineup itself, but I think that's gonna be punish you. And there you go. FOC now eliminate, and 4 team remaining. And look at for Brakkesh, Onyx getting free mana break, free 13 point for Onyx, and now they're leading with a 33 score. But at least not for match point. There's still some. You need some more point if you want to getting a match point. Second.
Yep, and as we can see here, I think FPS doesn't actually want to get a hold of the Mandel Brick. Watching them only on 1 minute, they don't make any more movement towards the Mandel Brick and giving the Onyx their free actual Mandel Brick point. And now the first actual approach, Dragon getting down, Salamanca, EWG, and Nomi is also getting wiped off the lobby. FPS win 10 total score now, getting a hold of themselves and making more and more approach towards other team, because they didn't get a hold of the Mandel Brick. They need to get a hold of the total points as well as the asset points. 3 squad left on the lobby, which is OG, Onyx, and FPS. And what I don't understand is, I thought FPS is going to be, play more aggressive toward the Mandel Brick because they need to chase the points with the EWG and Onyx as well. But no, they chose to play aggressive, and now Shiro and friends now taking more confrontational fights towards the Royal Museum with the OG squad here. 1v1 on the tight angles, on the tight alleyways. Now Nancy with the through the smokes. Now Pap and just getting one. Oh, actually, he is getting knocked down by Kanadi here. Nasty backing up his teammate. One down. And another person from OG and making OG one person left. Dragon with the third party is getting a little bit more ugly toward the OG. And now, FPS also getting come back by the Onyx now. Onyx with still 3 people left. FPS getting one. A Haze with a 1v1. Asphyxia lost the lobby now. FPS only one person left. Onyx turning the table down from they're the one who's getting TP'd, but they wiped every single one of them. 35 total score with all the assets and all the total points from kills, making them so comfortable on the top of the leaderboard. Now, Bang Liga, what just have we seen? The way OG and FPS wanting to get a hold of Onyx, but Onyx somehow turning the tables and, you know, getting a hold of them and take themselves as the winner of the fight.
Yeah, I think you get it now. What I say before about you need to decorate Manual Brick in the Royal Museum, because if you play in Royal Museum, you're gonna be, you know, like some magnet, you know, for the other team, because our team is gonna be closing again, going to Royal Museum, and when they fight in Royal Museum, I think it's more like a timing, you know, high corner, and I think that's why Onyx utilize their advantage, their territorial advantage. So I think that's why they're getting many kills in Royal Museum, and I think that's why I say you before about, I think for Onyx perspective, if you want to become the first one to decode the Manual Brick, I think Royal Museum is a really safe option, because if you decode in Royal Museum, you bring many other teams going to Museum, and of course, if as you can see, when you fight in the Museum, anything can happen. And Onyx stay in the right time, in the right place, and they just waiting. All the other team fight each other, and then when the time is right, they just come and wipe out the other teams. I think that's why Onyx is play with a really good plan in this round. Finally, they learn their mistake and they play really well, and they play with a really disciplined move. But look at for other team. Okay, you're talking about Underdog FPS, right? I really don't get it too, you know, about Underdog FPS, because today they play so passive. I mean, I know this team, and this team usually play with really aggressive, but I don't know why. Maybe because the new rules, maybe. So I think that's why they think like, okay, I think there's no rush for in this round. We can play safe. Just bring the weapon for the next round, going to extract. I think that's their mindset, but I don't think that's a really good idea, because if you didn't save the point in this round, or maybe the last 2 rounds before, I think the problem is in round 4, because even if you get a Manual Brick in round 4, there's still many points you need to get if you want to get the match point. So I think that's why I agree with you. I'm really questioning about the decision from Underdog FPS. Today they play so passive, and yeah, I mean it's okay. I'm not saying it's wrong, but my point is, I know they can play aggressive, because I watched them, I cast them yesterday, on the last week, and they play with really aggressive, you know, and I really want to saw that, but I think because of these new rules, I think they think like, okay, I think the first 3 rounds, I think we can just play safe, and then in the Space City, maybe now we're going to all in for the Space City, but you know, if you focus on the Space City, I think there's some risk you need to deal with it, and that is your point itself. Only 12 points in under FPS. Like I said before, even if you get Mandel Brick in round 4, I think they're still far away from the match point.
Long way to go.
Yeah. So I think my point is, I questioning too about their decision. I don't understand why they play really passive, but maybe, just maybe, they saw that, oh, I think it's Onyx, and look at the score. Okay, Onyx. I think it's gonna be interesting, because now Onyx have a 41 point.
Yes, Match point triggered,
Wow.
if I'm not mistaken, right? Bang Legi, it's already
Yeah,
match point and
but yeah, yeah. But let's see about it later. Okay, let's wait, maybe later we can see about the
Mhm.
standing itself. But for now, 41 point is a really good point for Onyx in round 3.
yeah, I agree with you. The way that FPS has been actually, making wrong decisions about they approach this game, because now Onyx has, I think we can see after this match, oh, another red item for them, and actually, taking advantage of the assets. 41 total score on the screen right now. We're gonna see actually on the result after this game ends, but 12 points just for the FPS, it's a little bit underwhelming for them. And I also want to talk about the OG and Osiris, the way they actually approach the Mandel Brick. They already knew that 2 minutes counting down, making them have, make more movement towards the actually decoding station, but they're just getting a hold of them, playing more passive, but the time is already 20 seconds on the clock, and actually giving Onyx free Mandel Brick. I think it's a little bit, towards of a blunder decision from the two teams that actually wants to TP and decide to decode the Mandel Brick, and now actually giving Onyx 3 points. And probably if the game ends, we're gonna see that Onyx is going to get the match point triggered. Now just waiting for Shiro, Kennedy, and Nessie to actually extract and get back to the black side, get back to the lobby, and counting their assets on the stash and counting that they have more kill points, assets, and also Mandel Brick points compared to the other teams. And what do you think is going to happen if Onyx actually triggered the match point and moving on to the Space City? Would they be playing the same aggressive play style, or they're going to be play a bit more passive to actually, get the Mandel Brick on the TP play style?
I think it depends on the tier spawn itself. Zankan. I mean, if they can get a tier 1 spawn, I think they want to make some move, initiate the move for the first Mandel Brick. I think that's why. But if you in the tier 3 spawn, because we know that if you getting a tier 3 spawn, I think it's really far away if you want to go Mandel Brick. I think they're going to just play a waiting game, just play a waiting game, just let the other team get the Mandel Brick, just let the other team to decode it, and then they fight each other, and then Onyx at the last moment he getting for the final party, and they get the Mandel Brick. So I think that's the strategy. But like I said before, it depends on their tier spawn. If they get tier 1 spawn, I think they're gonna be pick up on the brick first. But if they get a tier 3 or maybe tier 2, maybe they're just waiting it. They're just waiting for the other team to take the Mandel Brick, let them get a decode to Mandel Brick, or maybe they're just waiting moment. I mean, even if Onyx doesn't get a Mandel Brick in round 4, I think it's totally fine.
Yep.
In terms of the point itself, they still leading by miles, with a second place. So I think that's why for me Onyx just play cool, just chill. In round 4, they can just assess the situation, assess the momentum. Is there any momentum in round 4? Because if there's no momentum, I think they're just gonna be wait. Maybe even if the other team gets the Mandel Brick, I think it's totally fine. They're just waiting for the kills, and they will make sure they can get extract in round 4, so they can bring their weapon for the round 5. So I think that's the plan. Like I said before, it depends on their tier spawn.
Yep, I agree. Now we can see Onyx is pretty comfortable on the top of the leaderboard, and now the other teams, especially the teams that getting a hold of the second and the third place of the leaderboards, gonna get a hold of themselves to actually play a bit more aggressive toward the Mandel Bricks, getting that Mandel Brick points to actually trigger the match point for themselves as well, because Onyx is actually going to trigger it right now, as we can see the results. Not long before this, we're gonna see that Onyx going to trigger the match point with the 41 or 42 total points. Now we can see as the highlights, this is the way that you actually questioning about, right, Bang Liga, the way OG and
Yeah.
FOC
FOC.
Osiris especially, with the Fyron playing passive gameplay, but they actually bring out Vyron, actually making me questioning their movement as well, and it's actually getting advantage by Onyx, the way they turning the tables, because they are the one who is getting third party by FPS, but FOC, by also EWG, they turn the tables and getting top of the other teams, wiping all of them, taking control of the total points, the assets, the loot, and everything, and making them comfortable on the top of the leaderboards. Gotta be making me more excited to see next match on the Space City, especially another Metal Brick with more points to be taken. And I agree with you, the way that FPS team have been playing is a little bit underwhelming, little bit, confused of what to do. And now Onyx just have to make more movement, a little bit patience, or maybe they're gonna turn the tables again with more aggressive play towards the Metal Brick and making them more faster to take the win of this group today, Bang Liga.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting. Onyx will be trigger the match point. I think it's really interesting to see, can they get it in round 4, or maybe we extend in round 5. But let's see about that. And I think one thing that I want to say before we going to break, I think my point about FOC, the Fyron itself, I think is fine. But my questioning mark is about the Heklau. Heklau is not a good operator, in Brakkesh. I don't like Heklau in there. But okay, we're going for the short break. Next, it will be Space City. Looking for the exciting match, and I will be looking for it. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break. So stay tuned, Breakers.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Hello, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Southeast Asia Season 3. And of course, we're Bang Liga with the right name right now. Because with the correct name. Because, I mean, I respect Olu, but of course I respect my name too, you know. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Olu, so I think that's why it's okay if you put Olu in a name. But, okay, but let's go for round 4, Olu. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the match point is triggered by Onyx because they get like 42 or 43.
I believe it's 43.
Yeah, I think kind of similar. But but my point is the match point is trigger. Olu, what do you think about that?
Onyx, again and again, we are seeing the museum decoding station being used, and again, the team who is holding down that balcony area on that museum will most certainly win the game and decoded the Mandelblick successfully. And a plus point for Onyx actually, after they defended the Mandelblick, nobody really pushed them, nobody really gave them any problems. You know, sometimes a team actually try to come up through the elevator on the left side of the balcony to try and contest the teams that are in the balcony, but we don't really see that happening on that particular game. And some teams like to push using their utilities, but again, Onyx in that Brakkesh round didn't really get contested by any other team. Yeah, sure, they exchanged gunfight here and there, but again, they successfully decoded the Mandelblick. And as I said, yes, kill points does give you a lot of money and a lot of kills and a lot of points, but decoding the Mandelblick, especially on the later rounds like the 3rd round, 4th round, even in the overtime rounds, it is going to give you the most points. Again, guys, on round 2 you will get 12 points when you successfully decode the Mandelblick. Round 3 you get 13 points, round 4 14, round 5 15, round 6 16, and when you get to that overtime rounds, you will get a 20 each and every time you decode a Mandelblick, which means it's still the most point you'll gain on the map by decoding that Mandelblick. And as we see right now, Onyx getting that 13 points, of course, is going to have the most points out of all the other teams. I think Onyx did it the right way, Bang Liga. They just found the kills and found the Mandelbricks.
Yeah, I think they become the most disciplined team in this group. You know, I mean, they play with a really balanced the mindset itself. They in the round 1 they know that extract doesn't mean anything if you didn't get any kill. So that's why they play aggressive in admin, in the cargo. So that's why they're getting so many kills. In round 2, I think round 2 they deserve more, you know, because they're getting they initiate the Mandelblick, they get a Mandelblick. But my problem, like I say before with Zanken, My problem is the spot itself, because the spot itself is a
Yes.
really dangerous spot if you choosing to decode in this situation. And of course, you're getting pitched by both of them, and from the both side, and of course, Onyx getting eliminated. And in round 3, they're learning their mistake and they deciding to decode in Royal Museum. Like I said before, I think decoding in Royal Museum is the really safe option, because even if there's other teams come to seize the Mandel break, I think it's totally fine if you just let them fight each other, and then Onyx become the third party and just wipe them all. And I think,
Yep.
of course, we know that there's no teams contest about the Mandel break, but I think that's I totally get it, because when OG try to seize the Mandel break, the timing is not in their side, because in the other side there's FOC Osiris making a move, and OG I think they kind of like wrong predict maybe, because I think they predicted, oh, I think that's Onyx, but no, that's FOC, and that's FOC, and they try to fight FOC way too long, and of course Onyx getting free Mandel break. So I think that's in round 3, I think it's already planned by Onyx, and Onyx really play really well, and let's see, can they lock it up in round 4 in the match point trigger by Onyx? Let's see about that. But let's see about the other teams, because I can guarantee you at least there's 1 or 2 teams want to play aggressive, nothing to lose, and I think the team itself is Underdog FPS, because I think it's more like my hope, about Underdog FPS, because in the last 3 rounds, to be honest with you, Olu, I don't impress with Underdog FPS. I mean, we already know in last week they play with aggressive, and I really want Underdog FPS to play aggressive, and let's see, are they gonna do it, or they just play safe like the last 3 rounds only?
I mean, Underdog FPS, yes, you did technically saw them playing last week, but week 4 was taken place yesterday, Bang Liga. Don't forget. Yesterday
Yeah, I
was
know.
the day we got the first game on this new format, and Underdog FPS actually got last place on their group.
Yeah,
That's why they are still
yeah,
trying to find that footings. But again, the new rule change can get you nowhere, and as we saw right now, OG trying to get that first kill, and Hayes actually goes down, so
oh no.
dropping him while he was trying to cross that employee passageway, but he soon got up again by the revive of his teammate. But again, they are very close to each other, so Hayes might get caught up in the middle of a gunfight right now. FPS and OG is currently on to each other's tails. Let's see whether or not they are going to fight it out on the early stages of of the game. I want to see these early fights, Bang Liga. I really, before the Mandal break gets taken, I want to see one team actually got wiped, and I think Underdog FPS actually want to do that because they know that OG is currently eyeing on them. They are on the other side of this building. They are inside. So let's see whether or not they are going to take this fight. But as for the other teams, again, I want to see more of the Mandelbrick getting contested. Of course, Museum is a really tight spot to play, and we saw that Onyx actually bringing out that Shepherd, that defensive operators to play that game. They bring out a Shepherd, a Toxic, and also a Morse to delay the movement of the other teams. As per now, they are going to bring back the winning strategy out of them. 2 Ulurus and also a D-Wolf. A major delay will be used to secure this Mandel break. This is how they won yesterday to decode this Mandel break, just using the utilities to delay most of the people who's trying to seize it. And we'll see whether or not this strategy will come in handy for today's game, because again, people might know how to counter this because they did use this operator composition when there is no Tempest anymore at round 6. So we'll see whether or not they could possibly get this. But Oshiro just missed that timing, just a split second. Saw Hayes right there. He is going to take the shot. Didn't have a clear shot, so he's just going to chill out. But Hayes now crossing the pathway. Oh, Shiro just missed that timing. Again, it's about timing, Bang Liga. There's a lot of things about timing in this game.
Yeah, but I think it's fine, if you don't open fire, because I think there's no such in rush, for Onyx. They can just waiting for a moment, because like I said before, it's more like a waiting game for Onyx. Like I said, because even they get a mental break, and even the other team try to seize the mental break, I think totally fine for Onyx. As long as Onyx become the last man standing, it's totally fine. So I think that's why when I saw the composition about the operator, it's really smart, about Onyx. They play with two Uluru. I mean, that's really quite interesting, but at the same time, it's really smart, because, like I said before, Onyx doesn't need to be rushed about this round. Even the mana break is getting 6 mana break by other teams, it's totally fine for Onyx. Onyx still leading in the standing, So I think that's why Onyx just play waiting game and play with 2 Uluru, because as you can see, you have 2 loitering munition, you have 2 incendiary, and I think it's more than enough to guarding the mana break. Or maybe if you didn't get to guarding mana break, you can at least getting some kills, Get some kills when the 2 teams fight each other and they can become a third party. So I think it's a really smart move and smart composition operators from Onyx, play with a 2 Uluru and the Wolf itself. And don't forget, the Wolf have a triple blaster. So it's really good for the long range combat. It's really fine for Onyx, and I think Onyx just waiting for this momentum. But look at it, 1 minute 40 seconds remaining, and look at what a jump shot from OG, because Papen just once again become the initiator and getting kill. 1 player down from Underdog FPS. Wow, Underdog FPS not right now. Today is really a bad day for FPS, because nothing is going well for them. And look at from Ricky. Ricky tried to geo pick, but still not close enough. Needs not a good visual itself. And look at that, OG still holding the position. And under FPS play safe right now. Ricky pull off some shield to make sure he can make a safe move to the other side. And Haze itself, I think they decide to just move to the around. But look at the other team, because now Phantom Legion try to play nothing to lose. They play with aggressive, and now they already saw that. They know the team Phantom Legion in there. Spray, but not enough damage. But look at the other team, because Zero gets a kill against Moon, and Big Coding is still on for Onyx. 47 seconds remaining, and FOC Osiris become the team that want to see some Bender break, and I think they're gonna get it. Nessie doesn't get any visual, and FOC sees the Mandel break. It's a little bit too late about the loitering munition, but like I said before, it's totally fine. Now FOC have the momentum to getting the Mandel break, Olu.
But Onyx actually lost 1 person as Nessie trying to get Kanade to a safe spot to play that revive, want to play that numbers game again. He will have a weakness because he got ended by Team Phantom Legion out here. So it was a very hectic fight in just a split of second, where Phantom Legion tried to push Team Onyx inside Centrifuge area, but on the other side, FOC Osiris trying to get that Mandel break and was able to. Arul standing by on the basement of Team, but on the other side, Winter actually getting shot from the back all the way from Hudson. Nomi is there to trade some fight onto Winter. FOC Osiris will know that there is going to be another team trying to third party from the Hudson area. This is going to be a complete reset for both of these teams. There are currently 4 teams. Incendiary goes out, but on the other side, Papenjas again with another kill onto Dragon. Dragon will still have that feud onto the 2 teams we have over by the test range area. So they are currently away. One of the teams will come out victorious and try to seize this Mandel break, but on a later time. Kanade, Moon, trying to find that angle. Drill charge goes out. Still have no information about the whereabouts of Nessie. Incendiary again. Goes out onto the stairways. Double Uluru again, Bang Liga. Very good for delays. The utilities is key. This is how they win Bang Liga yesterday. They used 2 Ulurus and they just delay as much as they can. But unfortunately right now, there is a team that's going to push them from under centrifuge. So it is going to be hard to defend that Mandel break. FOC Osiris, 1 minute on the clock. Keeves and Arul standing by on the stairwell. They want to wipe Onyx out of this game. But unfortunately, Onyx is still not making a move because they are a very defensive lineup, so they could not find that the C's onto the other team that is currently trying to decode the Mandel break. Kanade opening up the door. On the other side, again, Soul finding the kill onto Ricky. Kanade actually dropping down GSC. Another kill by Kanade. 2 kills. 2 full kills using that incendiary grenade. Oh my god, the Molotov is wreaking havoc on Space City. It shows how Uluru is a premium choice for the teams. On the other side, also Dragon again finding the kill onto OG. OG dropping to 1 player remaining while Onyx get that Mandel break and resets the timer, Bang Liga.
Wow, what a composition. Like I said before, to Uluru is really smart choice by Onyx. They can play way and looking for the chance, looking for a momentum, and let's see about that. 2 incendiary is enough. I think that's only one, you know. I think that's only one incendiary, but I think it's enough to make sure you don't need to make a move, you know. Try to getting some kill. Just using your utility, using incendiary, loitering munition, and that's it. And that's why for me it's really smart because Onyx doesn't need to make any move, doesn't need to play aggressive, doesn't need to bring Tempest. I think that's useless, you know. You just get the Mandel break and then just waiting on the inside. When someone try to get the Mandel break or to assist Mandel break, they're just using their utility, you know. And don't forget, OG takes the kill and underdog FPS once again with a 1 player remaining. Ricky trying to doing something in here in this situation, but I think Soul decided to just escape in this moment, and I think they just want to recover HP plus. And other side, Ricky just waiting because he ready for the light ammunition. And FOC, by the way, getting eliminated by Nomi from EWG. And let's see, because now EWG already in the Mandel break side. Can they get it? But 2 for the 3, I think it's gonna be hard.
Delay.
And another incendiary spam by Onyx. I think it's really nerve-wracking moment from EWG, and I think it's really difficult for them to seize the Mandel break. But look at from
the back.
They come from behind because Phantom Legion become a third party. EWG in trouble. Salamanca stuck in the middle and looking for a chance. Loitering munition, getting 1 hit to Salamanca, but I think Salamanca still survive. But look at Kanade. Kanade gets Nomi, and Nomi is really low HP. He must escape in this spot, and I think somehow he's still safe from Nomi. But Salamanca still waiting for a chance. Phantom Legion, 3 people already moved to the Mandel break, and he know that Salamanca is there, and of course soon takes down Salamanca.
Another Beckham!
And definitely EWG is down and getting eliminated. Now Phantom Legion got the team, but not so much because now look at that Zero. Still guarding the place really well, and now 25 seconds for Onyx getting the match point. Can they get it? And now under FPS from behind too. 3 teams already in the Mandel break side. Phantom Legion have no choice. They must commit to seize the Mandel break. Under FPS already boom in the lower ground. One kiss by the way, and loitering munition once again going to Mandel break. They try to Mandel break and good returns. And look at it. Can they get it? And no, they did not. But Phantom Legion somehow in the last second getting the Mandel break, and of course Onyx, like I said before, no they don't get it because Phantom Legion play with nothing to lose. Olu.
Yep, Phantom Legion actually came in at the right time, 0.01 second on the clock, but they were able to find that interaction going, and so even though the clock ticks out, it still counts as a seize. That's why they could try to reset the fight again. FPS currently trying to eye out how could they find this decode, while on the other side they have spent their EED device, which means they need to wait for another 1 minute and a half to try to use that EED device. But another incendiary goes out to the hands of Kives, and Kives is probably going down, dropping down to 1 HP left. Arul also dropping down on his HP pool. Shiro again with this deployable cover. Again, guys, your utility, you need to use your utility because you are going to see a game where utility is king. Kives now trying to look for that angle, but Canada is still closing out that door. Doesn't want to peek until the very last second. Shiro have this side of Centrifuge on lockdown. FPS needs to find another way to try to decode the Mandel Brick. Actually, Shiro getting burned down by another incendiary grenades. The Uluru still is coming in handy because of this incendiary grenade. It is so crazy how much of the game could be delayed by just that Molotov usage. Another incendiary grenade going out onto Phantom Legion. In just a couple of seconds, of course. Shiro sees it. Dragon on the right side. Hears it by Shiro. Trying to get a shot but couldn't. Another reset by Team Phantom Legion, dropping down to half HP. Nessie actually making a move. Right now, Smoke goes out, trying to seize that Mandel Brick and reset the fight. Dragon making a move onto the Centrifuge area, trying to push down onto Shiro, and Shiro goes down! Dragon, the fragger out of Team FPS, gets 1 kill! So, Onyx goes down onto 2 players. Moon using his EED device, trying to seize that Mandel Brick, and is able to do so. FPS resets. Another reset on the timer by Team Phantom Legion. Onyx needs to play this really safe. They will need to wait until the very last second where Team Phantom Legion and FPS is fighting if they want to win, because they are in a disadvantage. They are left with 2 players remaining. Arul trying to find more loots to go back with. Again, 3 minutes on the clock, 1 minute on the decoding station. 2 more Cs will mean that there is no team will be going out with this Mandel Brick, Bang Liga, if there is 2 more Cs being done.
Yeah, I think it's only like maybe there's still time if you want to make a 2 Cs Mandel Brick. So I think there's still some time if Onyx want to get the match point. But I think under FPS, become a really a trouble for Onyx, because actually Onyx already do the right thing. They using exoskeleton.
15 seconds, Bang Liga.
Yes. Only for the 13 seconds. I think there's not
Phantom
enough
Legion.
time. But look at can Onyx get the Mandel Brick? But look at the forward side, because 5 seconds remaining. I think Onyx gonna be let go. The Mandel Brick, and we're going to round number 5. And Phantom Legion somehow carrying the Mandel Brick, and of course 14 point now going for the Phantom Legion. Play really well, play with the right timing, and now they become the 2nd place right now. And let's see, because 2 minutes remaining, and I don't think you can extract in this moment, because only 2 minutes remaining.
No one will extract.
I think they just want to get a kill, and they just want to get a kill to get it to
Ooh, spray down!
What a spray by Ricky, and now looking for Dragon. Now Dragon wants to play aggressive, looking for 1 player. The jumpsuit is on, but the other side now Dragon's down, but it's okay because he already get a 3 kill streak, and now Phantom Legion now become 1 player remaining. For Moon, but I think it's okay for Phantom Legion. I think they get Mandel Brick. I think it's already a big prize for them, so I think they're gonna be satisfied with this result. But look at for Brakkesh, I think for me personally, like I said before, even if Onyx doesn't get Mandel Brick in this round, it's totally fine, because you bring a Uluru and Dewolf. You can bring your Tempest in the next round, you can bring Luna for the next round, and maybe you can bring like Morse maybe, or maybe Gizmo for the defensive perspective. So I think Onyx still have many choice in the round number 5, and of course there's still momentum for them, because once again match point only for Onyx itself, and Phantom Legion getting eliminated by Canada, and Canada gets a 3 kill streak and 1 minute remaining. I think this team only looking for another kill. Olu.
Another KP's in the back for Team Onyx. That means there is going to be more points to spare by Team Onyx. Last 40 seconds remaining. Actually, Canada trying to find another way, but another kill gets down by Dragon. Another point for Team FPS. But another trade by Shiro. Again, this kills really means a lot by teams that currently is not on the match point. So it is really good for them. Of course, OG is going to send the last player remaining onto that backpack extract, while FPS wiping down Onyx, cutting them down, is going to be really good for them, getting some of the remaining loot to put on their safe box, and they will just finally end the game right here. And Phantom Legion finding that third party at the very crucial time, I would say, because Onyx was actually getting pushed by FPS from that connector area. Getting that kill onto Shiro actually matters a lot, and that is showing why you need to be aware of your surroundings. That is why you need to be very aware of the rotations being done by all the other teams. You know, one time you know that there is going to be a team on ramp, but you never know how many teams is going to take that place. As we see, Phantom Legion went really late onto that ramp. We saw FOC Osiris being there first, and then they got wiped by Onyx and also EWG. And then EWG got third-partied again at the ramp by Phantom Legion. And finally, the one that holds that position will win. And Phantom Legion showed us that, yes, they did not do great on the last week. On week 4, they were last on Group A. But today, they showed us that even though you might be a little confused on what to do, they finally get their footings and finally getting that mandal break. What a game, Bang Liga. Those fights, those incendiary grenades truly cost some teams their lives, you know.
Yeah, I think of course, if you get a match point trigger, and it will trigger the other team too, you know, they suddenly think like, okay, we have no choice, we must move forward, we must do something, because if there's no any movement, and of course it's gonna be Onyx easy win in this group. So I think that's why the other team thinks like, okay, this we have no choice, we must to move forward. And when they get the confidence, they play really well. So I think that's why team like Underdog FPS, Phantom Legion, I think they play really well in this round. I mean, it's a really good round for Underdog FPS and Phantom Legion. They get so many score in this round, especially Phantom Legion, because they get a mandal break. But look at for Underdog FPS too. Don't forget, they get so many kills. And I think that's a really good one for them, because it's not just about the score, but in terms of their confidence. It will be like a boosting their mentality, so they can play with more confidence in the round 5. So I think that's a really good round for FPS. But for Onyx, I think it's fine, because like I said before, it's already like calculated for Onyx, because even if they did not get a match point in round 4, it's fine, because they still have a Tempest they can use, they still have Luna they can use, and of course they can use another engineer other than Oluru. So I think it's totally fine in terms of the choice. And don't forget they have Stinger, for the next round for Onyx. So I think from Onyx perspective, it's totally fine. In terms of the score itself, they're still miles away, maybe 20-point gap, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe we will see later. But of course, Onyx still in this moment is still controlling this group. But look at bright side, the other team starting to step up the game. For example, like Underdog FPS, Phantom Legion, both of them play really well in round 4, and I'm really excited to see the next round, Olu.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely on the spot, because the other teams are trying to show off their skills. They are trying to find more gunfights. They are trying to get those skills. Like FPS, they found that OG was lingering out there on the centrifuge area. They met them on the beginning of the round, and they really want to wipe them off the map to make that one team actually not be a peasant and try to third party them from the back, right? So they chose to fight them, and I want to see more of these fights, of course, because the next round is going to be amazing, and you guys need to stick by, because we are going to just a little break. Be here for the next round, guys.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Delta Force National Championship Season 3 Operations Mobile. And we just saw a hell of a fight, Zanken. Wow, if I would say. The incendiary grenade from Uluru is not that potent in warfare, but it is in operations, don't you think?
Yep, it's actually on point the way that Onyx played their, two agents, which is Uluru. They bring double operator, which is Uluru, and play that incendiary very on point, taking 2 life, if I'm not mistaken, 2 person getting killed with the same incendiary grenade. And what I actually think about, and a little bit disappointed, even though they actually managed to take advantage of those utilities, especially for the Uluru. But when the PL1 trying to decode the mantle brick, trying to snatch the mantle brick from Onyx, the Onyx side, the Uluru operators doesn't get a hold of their incendiary in the right time. They don't even use the loadering to actually take control of the mantle brick, which is eventually getting snatched by PL1. They know they already have like 10 seconds left, but they decided to just play inside the actual building, not actually take control or even hold the angle for pulling the other players to snatch their mantle brick. Alas, the match has ended for the round 4, and we are moving on to the round 5. Also in the Space City map, with also another mantle brick to be taken from all the team right now. What do you think is going to happen? Will Onyx play the same exact playstyle, which is they also trying to get a hold the mantle brick first try? They also want to play more aggressive on the first half of the game. They don't want to waste any time to actually play third party approach. They want to be the first team to get their hands on the mantle brick. Olu.
I think they're going to play it safe. They still haven't of course spent their tickets on their actual operators. Of course, we know the meta right now is going to be the Tempest plus Stinger and plus Luna lineup for the Mandel Brick rounds. They haven't yet spent any of those operators, and as we see right now, they are still up by a margin. 46 total points will be on their account, on their total squad points, which means there is going to be a lot of things to spare. They have 6 points to spare to stay up on that match point. Again, they did went to a similar situations yesterday when Group A was playing on their group. They kind of stumble in a really bad way on round number 4, and round number 5 they also did not get that they did not get the Mandel break on round 5, but then they close out the games on round number 6. But I think with this lineup, with the strategies that I'm willing to bet, they are going to go all in on this round number 5. I think they have a pretty clear understanding on what to do in this next round, especially if they got that Onyx, that they got their first tier 1 spawns. And I think they will take the fights back to the reservoir area if they have the chance to take it there, but otherwise they are just going to take it to the centrifuge decoding station, where they will try to play a little bit more safer, trying to get that picks earlier in the game, and try to even harder to defend that centrifuge area. I think that's what they're going to do. But again, the other teams, even though some of them have spent their Tempest, I believe there is another team that currently have not spent their Tempest. So on round number 5 and round number 6, they still probably, I think it's EWG who haven't spawned their Tempest yet. So they still have the chance to get the Tempest going and try to seize the Mandal Brick using those EAD device. But as of for now, we'll have to see what they do. I love the rotations being played by some of the teams, especially Phantom Legion, trying to get their positions right, trying to reposition themselves as we are going to go ahead and enter round number 5 on Space Citizen. Ken, how do you feel about this particular game, looking at the operator selection?
Looking about the operation selection, we can start from the PL1, bringing all of the Tempest as well of the FPS, OG, Folk Osiris, and now Onyx learn to actually change their operator selection, now bringing up some of the Luna and as well as Stinger. It's a different approach now, walking from 2 Ulurus and 1 actual D-Wolf, now bringing Tempest, Stinger, and 1 Luna. Maybe they want to play another, different approach, defensive approach as well. As we have Luna as the delay or the anchor. And looking around of the EWG, they play another, I think it's gonna be another third-party approach because they're bringing up Nox and another Recon,
Raptor. Yep.
Raptor as their scout to actually get their bird up, looking and scouting around the connectors and all type of
A trophy.
now. OG getting the trophy and expecting it as like they're holding the champion, and I hope maybe OG can actually be the winner for this group with the 21 total score. Not that long or wide the point gap between other teams besides Onyx. We are still seeing EW with 24, PL1 with as well as 24, FPS 23, and OG with the 21. Maybe it's gonna be a hell of a gap for the VOC Osiris with only just 8 total score, even though bringing up 3 players. And now EWG has always been, on point on making calls at the right timing and the right approaches when it comes to third party. Now they're getting Nox, and I think with this kind of agents for EWG, which is Nox and Raptor, I think they can get a hold of themselves to actually play the third party better, even though if they cannot actually take another Mandal Brick to home to the lobby, maybe they can actually secure another kill points and as well as the assets. And now 15 minutes on the clock, there's not enough or not much of the movement going towards the connector side. And now POC Osiris, Blue Shasha taking his Mandal Brick with the Tempest out, trying to get the Mandal Brick on the same exact location as the last match. Only how do you think it's gonna get going? Because now the team who will be the defender, the anchor for their Mandal Brick is FOC Osiris, because they on the 8th score. They need to chase other team or at least getting 20-point mark to actually get back in the game.
I think FOC Osiris has a great chance, especially looking at their lineup of operators. But on the other side, actually, Onyx and Phantom Legion is getting near to each other. Phantom Legion didn't want to make any moves, didn't want to make any sounds, don't want Team Onyx to actually find out where they are right now. Again, Onyx is coming into this match using their tier 5 gears, right? They have spent this tier 5 tickets, which mean there will no longer be any more chances that they will use that tier 5 gears, except if they do get that extract, right? So either they will wipe out the whole team, the whole lobby here and now, or they might send one player if they feel like It's not going to be their game. They might send one player onto the backpack extract to save that particular tier 5 gears for themselves. But as we're talking, of course, the time keeps on ticking. Winter, hearing the sounds that is made on the CEO office, of course, we have FPS over there, while Ricky, a military tank, a G1, gets
G1.
obtained by Mr. Ricky over there. 1.2 in the bank. Of course, you're going to be happy with that. 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. The code is still going. FOC Osiris still have yet listened to any movements except for that CEO sounds being made by Team FPS. So they are going to be a little bit more chill. They are going to wait until the move comes from the other teams. Well, Dragon again getting burned down by the NPC, of course. You gotta love that way. Again and again and again, the NPC.
Yeah, I think NPC is probably one of the most watchable objective in this actual game. Every time I watch Operation, there always been in a whole series, there must be one or two players getting taken down by an NPC. It's already
again Dragon. Oh, he's
Dragon always been thinking by.
That's almost a half of a clip there.
Yeah. It's almost half of a clip. I think it's kind of making him a little bit, angry about how he's getting, pitch by pitch and getting burned down by the NPCs, making him lower to actually get a hold
device
of
goes out. Ooh, nice defend by Winter actually.
30 seconds right now. Olu, locking down.
They need to make the move. Onyx will be the first player to actually try to seize this Mandal Brick. FOC trying to defend it, but got delayed by the drill charge. So this is going to go onto the Onyx. Nice move by Shiro over there. Of course, they still have time, but another seize being done by FOC Osiris. They were blocked off by the smoke. FOC now is seizing the Mandal Brick. 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock for FOC Osiris. We know now there is Onyx inside of this area. They know because when they seize the Mandal Brick, when a team from match point is currently decoding the Mandal Brick indicator turns red, Zanken. So people will know it is going to be Onyx or the other match point team. So when they see that red Mandal Brick indicator, they instantly want to seize it back because they don't want Onyx to have their win.
Yeah, I agree. Now, Onyx is one of the teams that, other teams has taken care of. They don't want Onyx to actually close this match, close this group for the day. They still want to make a fight, especially for FOC Osiris, which has been showing some great defending. The way they defended that Mandal Brick, even though on the 1 minute mark, 50-second mark, they lost the Mandal Brick to Onyx, they eventually getting a hold of themselves again and getting the Mandal Brick. Now, clock is ticking. 1 minute and 30 seconds. We have FPS on the underground, Onyx on the middle of the connector now on the core area of Space City. FOC is still holding inside of the building, waiting for other team to actually getting a hold of their Mandal Brick, who has been set it up, towards the actually left side of the connector. Now FOC just really waiting for other teams to take control of the decoding station and actually take their utility, especially on FOC. The Allure here already got a hold of their
Jazz
getting two now. Two-ended.
Oh my god!
Getting wire and FPS, getting a hold of himself and actually gets taken down. Winner with a 1-2-1 to Kennedy.
Loitering connects.
Uluru going down to 1. Blue Sasha actually wants to ult and making it more aggressive toward Onyx. Doesn't win doesn't want to make another space to Onyx to take advantage of, doesn't want to take
Gives.
Onyx to be more advantage to get a hold of the mantle brick, getting
Oh,
one.
everybody's getting
Shaka.
red charge.
Oh my, the drill charge is making them stun, but it's done 18 seconds, 15 now, or it's gonna be FOC Osiris getting a hold of their feet now, or Onyx going to make another movement, even though their
5
Tempest is down.
seconds. It is going to be a Mandel break for FOC Osiris. They
Yep.
were delayed. FPS got third party by Team OG and Papanjas actually wiping out the floor onto Team FPS. It was outside of our view, of course. It was happening on the basement area. They got caught by Papanjas, and Papanjas just said, "This is my game. I'm going to kill everyone." And he did just that, wiping out the ground of Team Underdog FPS. And so after Underdog FPS got wiped, Onyx also was in a pinch between Phantom Legion and Team FOC Osiris. And so they were very delayed. Loitering munition also goes out. But on the other side, right now, we are seeing another push being done by Team Onyx, Phantom Legion. They say they want to have this revenge. They have been agitated because Phantom Legion ruined their way onto winning this round. They were in the stairwell. But Phantom Legion coming out of nowhere on the bottom side, getting that kill onto them. But on the other side, FOC actually going down from centrifuge area.
Wow!
GLC getting 2 kills onto Kanade and also Moon. While Kanade get another trade. Finally, the fight breaks out. Everybody wants to kill everybody. Shiro gets the kill onto EWG. Nomi goes down. Winter also got the kill onto Asphyxia with that loitering munition. And now they will try to reset. KPs will be the key onto this game. Onyx will try to have as many kills as possible to secure their match point format. Right now, OG getting pushed by Blue Shasha. Blue Shasha, as we know, will connect his shot onto Soul. Soul goes down. One bullet remaining out of Team OG. And Papanjas again. Still on that kill streak. GSC finally takes Papanjas down. He does not want Team OG to rack up that kill points and say, "Shut up, Papanjas. You are a nuisance. Please get out of my game." And he did just that. Another clutch by FOC Osiris, showing us that they can compete.
Where were they all these rounds? 4 rounds behind. They're not making any type of movements, not even a single confrontation. We can see as their total points and kill points doesn't make a little significance to their own points. And now they are making their movement to any players in front of them. Any teams doesn't even take control of angles. They just wanted to jump shot and take more angles to be taken advantage of, more gunfights, more confrontation, more approaches to other teams. Doesn't want to play more passive, changing their algorithm. They fasten up their pace, making the way they play more aggressive and showing us they actually have the confidence to compete and fight other teams. And now Nessie getting a hold of Winter, taking down now, punish now Winter. Nessie taking a little bit of the revenge now, making FOC getting a little bit more punished because Onyx cannot even touch the Mandel Brick, even though they actually snatch it once. They also getting a hold of it from FOC Osiris, making Onyx has to move on to the next match and make another approach to the Mandel Brick if they actually wants to win this game. Nessie now still chasing one last players from the EWG, from FOC of Osiris, but I think he already left now, playing a little bit towards more of the Hudson. Now, Salamanca also under of the Hudson spawn points now. Blue Shasha trying to regroup with his teammate, which is Cheesy. Doesn't want to make more risk to take another fight to Onyx now, which already getting back onto their feet with 3 players complete now. It's only a matter of time to players to actually extract themselves and move on to next match. And CSEX actually decided to go to the backpack extraction point here, Olu. What a match! What a
This
match,
is
especially from FOC. It's what
yep.
we've never seen from the other 4 matches before.
Yep. FOC Osiris with this new format seems to have their fangs out. Like what we
Yep.
saw with EWG in just week 3, where they tried to show off their wolf fangs. But unfortunately, EWG right now is playing on a disadvantage. And also on week 4, they did not do pretty well. So Onyx will try their hardest to extract with their tier 5 gears. If
Yeah.
they get caught by EWG or the last player from FOC Osiris on this extraction point, they might be in trouble. So we'll have to see EWG, Salamanca, just waiting until Onyx try to make their move and try to use this extraction point to get that last KP and actually make Onyx suffer for not able to contest that Mandel break in this particular round. But again, Onyx was being delayed, being pinched left, right, bottom, and center. Like on the right, you have Phantom Legion on your back, and then you have Team FPS trying to go
Yep.
down from your back also, and then you have Team OG coming in. And then you have Team Osiris decoding that Mando brick, trying to wait them out to make their first move. And when they made their first move, turns out Phantom Legion just pinched them from the back and shoot them on the back, which means Onyx didn't get the chance to even get close to the Mando brick. So well played from FOC Osiris, I would say.
Yeah. Well play for them, and they actually get the job done. They completed the way they have to play from just 8 points, if I'm not mistaken. FOC Osiris started this match with just 8 points. Now they are on the 30 mark, and Salamanca, I think he heard something.
Salamanca, he
on
heard
top of them.
something.
Either he heard the Hudson or he heard Blue Shasha, which is just right beside, I think, 50 meters from Salamanca, and I can see Onyx also wanting to get the helicopter extraction. Now 42 seconds before the match ended. And I think the way that this match has ended shows us that FPS and OG now, that 2 of the teams that actually started this whole match from round 1 to round 4, a little bit more aggressive, always taking gunfights, actually end up on the lower side of the leaderboard now. And EWG, who has been playing all the round 15 today with just 2 players, and Blue Shots, I think, trying to get through the smoke towards Onyx, but doesn't seem to get anything. Salamanca! Oh
Salamanca.
my! Cheeky little Salamanca! Oh!
The
my
rat
God,
prevails.
Salamanca, the rat kills, the rat prevails. The playstyle of Olu, ratting and ratting, actually getting Blue Shasha off guard right now. Wow,
I mean, what can I
match,
say? They were left with the being the last player alive. Of course, you want to get that
Yep.
last KP, and especially, unfortunately, they didn't get the pick onto the Onyx players. If they would have gotten the kills onto the Onyx players, of course, it is going to be way better for them, because there is not going. Onyx will not have that tier 5 armors and also ammo, probably not going out of that match. So a little unfortunate out of them didn't get the kills onto Team Onyx, but it's okay, it's fine. They got their KPs, they've gotten a hold of themselves with their play style. Maybe EWG, of course, playing in a handicap with only two players, need to play a bit more defensive, need to play as the last players. But again, EWG, one of Nomi actually got cut down in the middle of that process. But again, FOC with this particular play actually delaying Onyx onto that Mandelbrick area, always delaying people trying to find their pick onto the Mandelbrick station, which is really good for them. And then when it is getting close to that timer going down on the 30-second marks, they just play like how Onyx used to play when they decode the Mandelbrick. They want to play near the decoding station. They want to delay. They want to ensure that they can delay the players who are going in and trying to seize that Mandelbrick, using their drill charge, using their incendiary grenade, using that loitering munition to actually ensure nobody steps into the decoding station. And that is exactly what they did, and that is what brings them into victory in this round. Of course, they have not unlocked the match point threshold. It's okay. We still have a lot of rounds, guys. Keep in mind, if the match doesn't close out on round 6, we are going to go to round number 7 all the way to round number 10, where one Mandelbrick will award you with 20 points. So, if Onyx gets stumbled down in the middle of this road again, they might not end this match.
I think they need to get a hold of themselves, not to be, choked. Don't ever choke this. They in a match point since round 4, if I'm not mistaken, and 2 rounds, right, from round 5 and round 6, they just can't seem to get a hold of that Mandelbrick to actually close their game. Although, what do you think about the next game? Will Onyx will make the same approach to actually just play aggressive again, or play just like EWG or PL1, which is they play a more third-party style?
I mean, I think we'll need to save that for next game because we are going to a little break, and I'll see you guys in just a little bit. So don't go anywhere, guys.
The AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta for National Championship Southeast Asia Season 3. And of course, we're going to for another round 6.
Yeah.
Still no champions emerge. And of course, in round 6, still only Onyx gets the match point trigger. If Onyx doesn't get mantle break, it will be what we call then again overtime.
Overtime. Yes.
Something that you used to do it. Your team Palala used to play overtime. And of course, in operation, we have overtime if Onyx doesn't get a mantle break. You love overtime, Zenkin?
Yeah, I think I really love overtime, but I actually think Onyx can actually close the map 2 times after they're getting a hold of their match point, because what we've seen, as you said, Onyx is the only team to still on their match point, even though other teams has already get a hold of 1 mantle break each. They're still a little bit far to the match point, which is 40. They're still on the 20s and 30s mark. That's what I really don't understand. Maybe because they lack aggressiveness and lack of gunfight that actually Onyx has actually taken advantage, making them the highest kill points team on the leaderboard currently. Now we're going to the round 6 on the Space City again. What do you think? What do you think the other teams, actually with Onyx as well, bring the operators back? Do they gonna play another Tempest, or they will actually take advantage of D-Wolves just like what Onyx did on the first Space City?
Yeah, I think if round six still no champions emerge, yeah, of course they're going to be bringing Tempest again. But it depends, you
Mhm.
know. It depends if you play in Space City or in Brakkesh. Because if you play Brakkesh,
Yeah.
yes, of course, we know that Tempest are important. But if you're
Mhm.
talking about Brakkesh, you know about the real museum, right? So I think you need
Yes.
some other operators like Uluru, maybe Gizmo, or maybe
Mhm.
Shepard. So I think
Yep.
it depends of which map is going to be played in round 7 if we going to round 7. So let's see about that, and let's see from the overall leaderboard. Onyx still in the first place with a 54 points, still the only one to get the checkpoint, and of course, and here's a really weird one, you know, FOC
Yeah.
Osiris in second place. I think this is the biggest achievement they get, you know, in this
Yeah.
tournament so far. I mean, I never see FOC Osiris in second place, and if they can get the second place, I think it's gonna be a really huge point in the overall standing ladder. We will see, but still, it's open for every team. And yeah, if you're talking about the other teams itself, I think of course the other 5 team is gonna be play like nothing to lose, like I said before. But
Mhm.
from the Onyx perspective, I think I'm starting to questioning about them, you know. I mean, in round 4, okay, I get it. They just want to play safe with the Uluru. They just want to play hit and run, just using their utility, using their incendiary to guard the mana break.
Yep.
But even if they cannot get mana break, it's totally fine. But round 5, actually, I expected more from Onyx. I expected they will play like more proactive about the mana break. But like I said before,
Yeah.
maybe they know. Maybe Onyx know that there's no other team achieve a 40 points. So I think that's why they
Yeah.
kind of like, you know, just
Exactly.
play. Yeah, I think they slow their tempo, and I think that's really not a good decision for me, because for me this is the momentum for Onyx. Still, you're the only team that get the match point, so go get it. Being proactive, even if getting down, it's fine. At least there's no regret at all about how you
Yeah.
play. But if you play safe like this, you're just waiting for other team take the mana break. I don't know, man. I just feel like if they cannot get a mana break, I can guarantee you there's other team will be achieve 40 point in round 6. And if that's
Yeah.
happen, the pressure is gonna be huge for Onyx, because you have 3 chance to get to win this group, but you
Mhm.
waste it all. So I think that's why for Onyx perspective, you need to all in this round. Be
Yes.
proactive, just go for it, just play with aggressive. And I think we will see about that, because look at from the perspective and the resource itself, Onyx all in with a tier 5 vest, with 2 of them play with a tier 5 helmet. So I think Onyx
Yeah.
itself is really going to all in this round, Olu.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree. And the way they're gonna approach this map is going to make us entertain, I believe. But the more rounds this game is going to be played, if it actually, as you've said, if actually it reaches to the 7th round, the more chances for Onyx to actually, choke this game and fail to actually accomplish this group for today. And now Onyx is walking towards the DFNC lab, as we can see right now with Zero and also with Kennedy 67 going towards the stairway now, all going straight to the connectors. I think they want to actually be a little bit more proactive towards the Mando brick. Now we can see OG as well already making movement towards the core area as well as the FPS. Now, as we can see, EWG a little bit more on the left side of the map, which is on the Westgate side, if I'm not mistaken, with the dormitory is on the PL1, I think. The first approach, the first confrontation is gonna be EWG with PL1 now. Scan is already been shot by Aluna right there. Think Normie here already been scanned now. The info is getting in by PL1. I think they're actually going to punishment because EWG only has 2 players on their team right now. Shiro with, I think it's an SR25, trying to recon and pick some angles, trying to contact players beside them on the core area, especially in the right connector side. Not making any more movements left, doesn't want to rush anything. They really know now. Look, the EWG As I've said, Nomi getting Moonfist 7 and Arul getting Nomi now. I think EWG is going down and out of the lobby here, Bang Liga.
Yes, I think so. But look at them now for the contest for a mana break because two of them try to fight for the mana break, and I think Onyx gets it. Another time for Onyx. Finally, he get a mana break again. I think it's already like 3 times or 4 times maybe Onyx getting the mana break first, and then there's a chance for them to getting the match point. But like I said before, we already saw in the last round, in the last 2 rounds, when Onyx gets the first mana break, it doesn't mean they're gonna win it. I think there's still some chance. And look at that, Onyx try to change the direction. They don't want to decode mana break at the same position again. I think they want to stay in the park, but FOC already gatekeeping them, and I think FOC become reckless. And look at that, Cheesy takes the kill. Zero gets down. Onyx 2 players remaining, and I think Cheesy just looking for the position. And there's some lag. There's some lag in there, and looking for a crouching tiger from Cheesy. Cheesy try to make some initiate, and they want to play aggressive. Onyx with 1 player remaining. Oh, this is bad for Onyx. Onyx is going to get eliminated by FOC, and this is made Onyx eliminate. And of course, now we're going for the overtime. Round number 7 is a guarantee. Onyx getting eliminated in this moment. I mean, they want to change the direction. They don't want to decode at the same position. But you know, there's some danger spot, you know. And of course, FOC play with a really smart move. They don't want to contest in the mana break. They don't want to contest at the middle. They just want to play a gatekeeping. And they want to make sure that no one can go across them. And what a play by FOC. But now, OG doing the same thing like FOC Osiris. Now they try to gatekeeping FOC. And Papen just secure 1 elimination point. And look at that, TE device is on for Papen just. And they want to pick the Mandel pick. No one takes the Mandel brick, and OG Papen just get it. There's some weird round happen, Langan.
It's really, I don't even know what to say. It's kind of weird the way FOC getting a hold of Onyx just a couple of minutes into the game, and Onyx is out of the game. Now FOC, after they finish Onyx down, they doesn't want to get a hold of their Mandel brick, resulting on OG actually get taken care of the Mandel brick, and now trying to decode it on the one of the most open field in this map beside the bridge here. OG with 24 total score, they still wants to compete. As long as I watch this group stage, the more the round goes, the more that teams that actually doesn't show up that good on the first round of the game now trying to show their fangs, show their competitiveness to actually get a hold of themselves on this group now. OG with 3 people full tier 5 on. Papen just here starting to get another pick, another sniper kill on top of their cover. Now OG with thermal scope as well. I think 2 or 3 of them uses the same sniper to actually play the angles here and defend their 2 minutes and 40 seconds decode Mandel brick now. Working on M250 and SV98 now. Doesn't want to play more aggressive because it's just for them to take the anchors, take the angles to hold on, wait for the Mandel brick to actually get decoded. FPS currently on the other side of the map, still on the core area of the Space City. I don't know what kind of movement or what kind of approach they want to play, because all this round, from the 6th round, from OG, PL1, EWG, even though FOC Osiris, they already show up big time, even if from the assets, total kill points, or even the approach for the Mandel brick. But the FPS team, especially Ricky and Dragon, doesn't, make the movement that I expected them to actually do. The way they played it making me confused, a little bit confused of what kind of game you need to acknowledge that your score is only 23 right now because you lost some on the last match because they didn't manage to actually extract. Now with 23, they need a medal brick to actually get a hold of 40 points. They need more kill points. They need more assets. But they really play this very, very passive. And as we can see now, FOC has the control of the bridge. And now actually Dragon getting a hold of PL1 on the Hudson area. Now Hayes with the one. Dragon taking down Arul, but doesn't end it yet. Still alive. Arul still can be revived by their teammates. Will I think FOC just going to just anchor and wait for the other team, or do you think the OG's Mandel Brick going to be snatched? Or I think it's a point or Mandel Brick for OG here, Bang Liga, because it's the time is ticking and it's 30 seconds left.
Yeah, I think they need to put some ego, and just go for the Mandel Break and Phantom Legend getting
Yeah.
Because now if OG gets the Mandel Break, I think it's gonna be 40 points. Because don't forget, in this round you get 16 points if you get the Mandel Break.
Yeah.
So if OG get the Mandel Break, it will be a 40 point, and if they can extract, it will be match point 2 for the OG. And 1 second, and there's no one going to contest the Mandel Break. And OG takes the Mandel Break, and OG, if they can extract, if they can bring out some value, they can trigger the match point. And like I said before, Duncan, if other teams get the match point, I think Onyx is gonna be regretted so much, because like I said before, you have 3 chances to get it done in this group, but you decide to play safe in the round 4, round 5, and and of course I think that's gonna be you're gonna regret it so much, because you start to play proactive in round 6, and of course, one team already realized that, and they try to get keeping, and that team is FOC Osiris. So I think Onyx right now is really in danger, because like I said before, if OG gets extra and they can secure this score and trigger the match point, it will be making a huge pressure for Onyx. Onyx need to settle down this situation. But now let's focus on still in the round 6, in game 6, because now FOC Osiris still guarding at the bridge and looking for maybe 1 or 2 kills, because like right now with 8 minutes remaining, I think FOC gonna be focusing or looking for a kill point, because now FOC Osiris now have a 34 point. Of course, you need some kill point, and if you count it, if somehow FOC Osiris play really well and gets wipe 2 teams in this situation, you can get a 40 point. But that's some hypothesis. I mean that's a big what if for FOC Osiris. But right now I think it's really a nerve-wracking moment, because the pressure now for OG right now, because OG needs to extract. 41 point, it will be reduced if they getting wiped out. Because don't forget, they have some value, they have some value in themselves. But we'll see about that. Can they extract? But FOC just play gatekeeping, just play safe. In the 7 minutes 30 seconds remaining, I think the 3 of them just play safe, maybe just going for the extract in the last minute in the landing zone. But let's see about that, because FOC now just play safe. And round 7 now is gonna be guaranteed, and I think the operator is gonna be reset. So I think there's gonna be more Tempest is gonna be happen in round 7. But I don't know, is it gonna be guaranteed Tempest? Because like I said before, in terms of how which map is gonna be chosen in the round 7, is it gonna be Brakkesh or is it gonna be Space City? Because if they're gonna be Brakkesh, in which I hope so, is gonna be Brakkesh, because Brakkesh is really fun, It's a really fun map. Space City is really fun. Don't get me wrong, I'm really entertained playing Space City, but Brakkesh is like, I don't know, it's like a special, for me, in the caster perspective, because in terms of the team fight itself, about the gunfight, it's really entertaining, play in the close combat with so many obstacles. So I really hope Brakkesh gonna be on in round 7, but it depends on this team. From the other team, are they gonna be choose Brakkesh or they choose Space City? But we'll see, because now OG try to move slowly but surely, going for the extract. I can guarantee OG really want to extract, because this is gonna be huge moment for them. They really want to trigger the match point, and they want to make a miraculous comeback in round 7.
Yeah, it's actually a turning point, a miracle for the OG. One team that actually on the bottom of the leaderboard of the group stage now, currently going for the second team to the leaderboard with 41 points if they manage to extract and straight to the overtime, straight to game 7. And I think it's gonna be a mental pressure as well for the Onyx side, because with 51 points, with match point, they cannot close it within 3 rounds, 3 space series. They cannot get a hold of themselves to actually manage to get the medal break. And now OG is the other team to get off the medal break now with 41 points, followed by FOC Osiris with the 34 and FPS with the 31, if I'm not mistaken. Now looking at the map, the FPS going to the left side of the map near the left connector within the centrifuge facility, and FOC is going from the middle of the bridge from CC towards the test range. And I can see OG already getting a hold of the bridge to actually extract from the helicopter extract point. But I think with this positioning, I think they're gonna meet FPS on the middle with FOC Outsiders as well if they go towards the same extraction points, because FPS already getting towards closer and closer to the Hudson and making this themselves a little bit more closer and closer to OG. And I don't think OG is aware about the whereabouts of this OG team, which is already been anchoring this bridge side, and I think if they actually contacted, if they actually confronted, I hope OG can actually be the one who survived, because they did their hard work. They actually did their job to get a hold of 41 match point. They get the mantle brick. They changed their play style from pragmatic, from conventional, from a little bit of more passive to proactive, more aggressive toward the mantle brick. Doesn't even care who else getting the mantle brick first. They want to fight. They really want to get a hold of the leaderboard and win this group A today, Bang Liga. And I can see now FPS is already now being aware about the whereabouts on OG, and it's the other way around. Soul is now already know the position of Dragon and Ricky right there, and Hayes as well there, Bang Liga.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, other FPS always have a courage, if in terms of they want to starting to make some move first. I mean, they want to going to extract. In other side, in opposite side, you can see that FOC Osiris just waiting in a far away, just looking for a pick off maybe, but the position already exposed. And now let's see about the extract. Can OG getting done? Because now 40 seconds remaining for the extract. And look at that, they got Dragon already move forward to the extract point. And Papen just waiting for the moment. Can they extract in situation? Detection arrow is on from Winter, and water spray by Winter. FOC Osiris suddenly become a new challenger in this situation. And now FOC Winter party. Papen just become the last man standing. He needs to escape. He cannot extract. And now 10 seconds remaining. FPS already getting done in extraction zone. Dragon gets a 3-kill streak. And now OG cannot do anything. FOC Osiris want to extract together, but not so much. And underdog FPS is getting extract, and Papen just is down to only 100 FPS, getting home safely, and round 6 is done in the really interesting moment, In the last moment, like I said before, OG in the last second, I don't think they can get 40 points, maybe like a 39.
Yeah,
but they want to backlash, But they're backlash, but I don't think it's enough, I don't think it's enough for the 40 second, and I think I don't think it's enough. So I think it's still match point for Onyx, 39 point, only 1 point less. It's so close, I mean, nice try for OG, but I think okay. From Papenjas, he will be go home in the backpack, and it's gonna be 1 point, plus 1, Don't forget your plus 1. It's gonna be it's going 40 point, for OG. So OG gets the match point trigger, Duncan. Wow, it's really interesting. The exactly 40 point for OG in this situation. That's
Yep.
really, really, really weird round, Duncan. This is really weird.
Yeah, it's a really, really weird round played by Onyx. Actually, the way they play, they already got cut off by FOC Osiris and taken care of them, resulting them need to play on the last match, right, on the 7th match, because in the group stage we're gonna stop at 7th game, and it's gonna be a different on the final. We can go towards longer for the 10th game, but on the 7th game it's either Onyx have to actually secure another Mandel brick to secure their point. They cannot be taken care of, they cannot be died of spawn again, because if other teams like OG, FOC, or even FPS, they get another Mandel brick which contains 20 points, they gonna surpass the Onyx points, right? They're gonna surpass Onyx points, and Onyx can't actually win this game anymore.
Yeah, but for how many chance then, Ken? I mean, for how many chance? Because it's already, you get a 3 chance and you waste it so much.
3 chance.
I mean, of course,
Correct.
okay. In round 6, I think it's okay. It's unfortunate, but it's fine because at the end of the day, you want to make some change in your plan, and I think I'm really appreciate of what Onyx doing. So round 6 is fine. But how about round 4? How about round 5? I mean, they can do more, than that. I mean, in round 4, if you remember, of course, I know they play with 2 Uluru and 1 D-Wolf. And then you play like using Loitering, Incendiary, Triple Bester. And I totally get it why you choose to do that, because, you have some utility to make sure you can guard the Mandel break. But my point is, there's some moment that I think they decided to like, should we contest it? And they decided to just let it go the Mandel break in round 4, and you're going to extend round 5. In round 5, you do the same thing with really good composition operator, because you bring Tempest, you bring Stinger and Luna, so you really doing a really good job in terms of the composition of the operators. But the problem is you're waiting too long, and when they want to get the Mandel break, I remember really well in round 5 there's underdog FPS just in the from behind become a third party, and Onyx fell to seize the Mandel break. So my point is, there's so many chances for Onyx to secure this group, but they decide to just hold it up. So yeah, let's see in the round 7, because now OG gets the match point too, and if OG gets the win, wow, it's gonna be huge. They're gonna be regret.
It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be really, really huge
for the rest of tournament, because Onyx can secure this group, Tangan. But I don't know, Onyx, Tangan.
Yeah, it's really unlucky for them. I remember it's either the 4th or the 5th match that they trying to decode the Mandel brick, but it's only 1 second left, and it's getting snatched by other team. And now we're here with the 7th game. We're gonna, take control of the game with the points, not with the Mandel brick anymore. Onyx gonna do something, but we're gonna save that for later. We're gonna get a break for the next match, and we will see you guys on the next match on the overtime. See you guys there.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Yes, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship South Asia Season 3, and we're going to round 7. Well, if there is Zanken Olu, it's obviously going to be overtime, you know. I mean, this guy is so special about overtime, so maybe, come on, don't bring the Valhalla curse, you know, in this live streaming. I mean, yeah, it is what it is, bro. We're going to overtime, we're going to round 7, and wow, if Onyx doesn't get match point in round 7, wow, they're gonna be regret so much, Olu. How do you feel about that?
I was watching from the sideline when I saw OG and also FOC Osiris making their move onto that bridge and Hudson area. I'm like, oh no, it's Onyx time. It's not a good Onyx time though. They got cut down in early rotation, trying to go down to that test workshop area, to that decoding station. Of course, they do like to decode over there. That's why probably they want to feel a bit safer. But you guys can see how strategies work in this particular gameplay. That particular game, I think OG and also FOC Osiris has read what they're going to do. Of what Onyx, if Onyx was the one team that is going to get that Mandel break, of course they have that red indicator, that red Mandel break indicator, that the match point team has hold of that Mandel break. And I think OG and FOC Osiris has created such a plan. If Onyx were to take that Mandel break over to test workshop decoding station, they are going to just rat them out. And that is exactly what happened. OG ratted Team Onyx, and then FOC Osiris coming in from way behind, from under the bridge to rat down OG. I mean, what a 5-head gameplay coming out of them. But again, we are going to another round. Round number 7 will be our last round. And if you think about, if you guys just take a look on this particular leaderboard, this is very different to what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, we only have 2 teams who successfully decoded the Mandel break. But today, we have 5 teams, and 2 teams is currently on their match point. Either OG or Onyx will take this game, Bang Liga. Wow, wow,
Yeah.
wee, wow. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah. But I think there's gonna be chance for any other team, because don't forget the Mandel Break, it will bring you a 20 point, So I think if somehow team like Underdog FPS gets the Mandel Break, it will be a swept 20 point, and if they can make another kills point, they're gonna be win, this group. So I think this is still
Yep.
or this chance is still for anyone. So like I said
Yep.
before, Onyx is gonna be regretted if they didn't get Mandel Break in this round, because they have a 3 chance to secure this group, but they wasted it. So I think that's why for me this is a nerve-wracking moment from Onyx. And like I said before, it's still open for everyone. I mean, yeah, maybe except team like EWG, maybe team like just a 20 point plus, maybe, because if you get the Mandel Break then 20 point, you still cannot catch the Onyx point, but still you can make some second place, third place. It will be matter for the overall standing, right? So I think that's why this round is gonna be really fun. All of them still have a chance to secure the points, secure their place in this group. So I really hope so. I really hope we can see some entertaining moment. But from the other side, I don't want it. I really don't want it. But is there any chance for all of them play safe in round 7? Because like I said before, all of them still have a chance to win this group, and maybe they decide to, okay, let's just play safe. Let's just be a third party waiting Mandel Break. Because if that's happened, to be honest, I really don't want it. I want to, some gunfight. But in their perspective, I totally get it. If they want to play safe, it's up to them, because this round is really determined the placement itself. And oh, there you go. We're going to Brakkesh. Oh, I love
Brakkesh
so much because you're gonna be so many gunfight is gonna be happen in this situation. And look at that from Underdog FPS. They already planning for this round. They really want to all in with a tier 5 vest and helmet. Oh wow, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be really, really fun.
And if you're looking at Team OG, they are bringing out the double Tempest gameplay for this Brakkesh last round. And I think it's a pretty hard choice between if you want to bring out that double Tempest or you want to bring out that double Engineer. Because sometimes we saw a couple of weeks ago 5-man Hopeless bringing out that double Tempest and 1 Engineer composition. It didn't really end up well for them. So you might have to be a little bit careful, because when you use that EED device, yes, you have 2 EED device for yourself and your other teammate, but then you are in a big disadvantage when it comes to delaying the fights, because if you got knocked in the middle of an EED device, that means you're down to 1 player. You need to wait around 10 seconds without your other teammates, and that 10-second gap can allow other teams to push you. And what if they both use the EED device simultaneously? Like Sol use it, and then his other teammate also use it in a very short amount of time, and they both get knocked. And then you will be left with 1 player only trying to defend 2 players who's trying to self-revive, which is, for me, I think it's a bit on a bad disadvantage for you, right? So in other words, we also have an M250 currently on the sky. God knows what he was doing over there, but yeah, sure. Okay, Mr. Observer, okay, we see you. We have some bugs that are going the game, but it's okay. Of course, we want to see all the other gameplay. Sonic Paralysis is actually now being thrown out by Team OG because they want to try that Mandel Break, but Kanade is already there because he gets cuts down. Kanade using his M250 that is not currently flying up in the air to cut down OG from taking that Mandel Break. Nessie now is going to take that Mandel Break for Team Onyx. But on the other side, Panjas actually dropping down using that EED device. trying to get the kill, and the Vandal Brick now drops down to the ground. Onyx, Nessie is down on the floor. Papanjas again and again, but on the other side, GSC also getting another knock onto Shiro. Kanade is the only player alive from Team Onyx. What a play being presented to us, Bang Liga. On the early stages of the map, we see that Brakkesh is full of blood, and OG now is going to decode the Mandel Brick. Again, they are on match point, which means they could overall win the match. Wow.
Wow, what a play. And I kind of questioning about the Onyx decision, you know. When they decide to play with with this composition, with these operators, you want to play like play with the Shepherd, Morse, and correct me if I'm wrong, Toxic, the last operator. Correct me if I'm wrong,
Toxic.
from
Nessie was
Onyx.
using Toxic.
And
no,
and Moon
another
gets
kill.
down for Zero. Onyx is in trouble right now. Moon takes the kill with Zero. Now Kanade become the last man standing. Oh, this is bad from Onyx perspective.
this is so
if
bad.
Onyx getting eliminated, like I said before, Olu, they're gonna be regret for the rest of this tournament.
They're going to be so
I can
pissed,
guarantee you.
Bang Liga.
Kanade try to play safe using the incendiary. They know that there's other team, Phantom Legion, in the across the side. And look at that, Kanade looking for a chance. Oh, there's loitering in
Loitering
there,
missed.
but thank God, Kanade already secure the position. So I think somehow Kanade is still safe. But look at that, two players cannot be revived by Kanade. Kanade is still stuck in the second floor, and of course, OG now have the huge momentum to win this group. And Onyx is really in trouble and looking for a spray, looking for one point.
Spray.
And there you go, 1 point.
gets
down by Kanade. What a play by Kanade! 2 players down. Is it gonna be clutch by Kanade? Let's see about that. Phantom Legion. Oh, are they gonna be choked this situation? But
the
Moon
full
getting
kill.
killed by one player from Underdog FBet, and that is Dragon. I think they steal the kill.
Yup.
Onyx doesn't get kill point, but I think for Onyx perspective, it's totally fine. As long as Canada is still safe, I think that's fine from Onyx. But let's see about that. 2 minutes remaining for OG to secure the Mandel Break. Canada have no choice but to escape in this situation. He tried to flank to the right side from the Phantom Legion perspective. But Phantom Legion, I think they want to revive his teammate. And of course, Arul can revive Keys. Still 2 players survive from Phantom Legion, but Canada already in a good spot to make a counter-attack against Phantom Legion. But let's see about that. But like I said before, because there's moment there's been cut, but I want to say that if Onyx play with these operators, you play Shepherd, Morse, and Toxic, I don't think you should pick the man the big first,
kill
you
the
know.
spray.
But
He
look
got
at that! Wow! Okay, Kanade, chill, Kanade. You get a triple kill. It's really good performance by Onyx. But still, 1 remaining because OG takes the match point. And let's see, can OG secure this group or somehow there's some miracle from other team to interrupt this decoding, Olu.
Yep, OG now trying to defend their balcony area, trying to do the revive onto Papanjas because he has been impeccable to this lineup. The fragger from Team OG is trying his best to survive. FOC Osiris on the other side is trying to seize the Mando break, and they get the reset. 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock for FOC Osiris. Now, this is still anyone's game. Of course, Onyx and also OG will have the advantage on leading the Mando break. But Papanjas again, he stole it. He seized the Mando break once again onto the hands of Team OG. They still can win this. They are still in full 3 feet. So they will have a chance to actually bag this, and OG for the first time out of the 4 and 5 weeks will be the champion of their group. We'll have to see EWG with 2 players remaining, because they are in a handicap, trying to rotate away from that museum area, trying to find that balcony angle to get onto the lift and actually do a happy birthday move onto Team OG. FPS using that Morse, Ricky trying to hold this angle, trying to listen to the sound cue, whether or not Team OG is making a move onto them. Of course, they will have the sonar scanning to scan out the players in front of them. Papanjas holding that angle very tightly. Hayes using the toxic can block out the vision out of Team OG. While on the other side, Winter and FOC Osiris with that double Tempest. Of course, they have no smoke. They have to rely on the smoke from the other teams to block out that vision from Team OG. Ruhasha still playing very safe. They don't have their double EED device, so they want to wait until they have that double EED device to initiate the fight. But other than that, 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining for OG to back this group. Round number 7. Still no move. EWG though will get spotted by the helicopter. So OG should know that there is going to be a team trying to go from their left side of balcony. Winter looking for that angle, for that loitering munition. 55 seconds remaining on the clock, Bang Liga.
Yep. It's gonna be really, really intense. Let's see about it. The last 45 seconds. And that's the kill. One player down from OG. One player down, and this is not looking good for OG because now 2 players down. Soul is down by Ricky. Under FPS, making a bit of comeback. This is down. And look at see because now Luciasha gets the assist, the Mandel break. FOC Osiris gets the Mandel break in that situation. I don't know why, I don't know how, but let's see about that because now FOC Osiris still with the 3 players. They get the Mandel break. Now let's see about that because OG almost getting eliminated, and let's see can OG survive. Papa and just become the last man standing. Just looking for recover from some FC,
EWG.
but let's see. Papa just gets 2 players. Yes, EWG. EWG try to make some annoying move. And Papa just is down by Nomi. Frag Granite become their nightmare, and OG doesn't get a match point. Now FOC Osiris still getting the Mandel break, and don't forget, like I said before, the huge 20 point is gonna be really important for FOC Osiris. If they get 20 point, they're gonna be going for the first place, and I think that's gonna be really interesting to see. If FOC Osiris getting first place, wow, what a turnaround from this team. But the game is not done. Still 1 minute 20 seconds remaining for FOC Osiris secure the Mandel break. Let's see, is there gonna be still a chance, or FOC Osiris secure this Mandel break? FPS right now, under FPS, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they are the only one who didn't have Mandel break. I think, but it's okay in this new rules. It's fine if you don't have Mandel break, as long as you can get some kill points, some asset. So I think it's totally fine. You still have a 40 point. Nomi still looking for the chance at the balcony with Salamanca. Under FPS in the stair, just waiting for one or maybe some one player just across to Mandel break. And at the lower ground, Dragon saw one player, and it's Onyx. Canada is down. Onyx get eliminated. Oh, there's gonna be some upset moment from Onyx. Because like I said before, if Onyx is down, there's a chance for FPS or FOC takes the first place. Like I said before, 20 point in Mandel break is gonna be huge for both of them. But let's see about it because Dragon with E device sees the Mandel break again, but TC, oh no, TC know it, and they gonna be the Mandel break again. Both of them looking for the first place only.
Blue Shasa actually gets set back by Salamanca. The 2 players of EWG is still trying to seize this Mandel break. This will be a groundbreaking match for all these teams because we have never seen 2 match point teams getting wiped on the very last round. You see, of course, FOC Osiris still have that double Tempest, so they can play a little bit. Oh, but Ricky out of the off angle gets Winter. Winter goes down. They need to reset. FOC Osiris might have to let this Mandel break go, but on the other side, balcony is still being held by EWG. Of course, Dragon is trying to find this angle onto Salamanca. Smoke goes out, trying to block the vision of Team EWG. Dragon trying to seize that Mandel break and was able to do so. The Mandel break is back on the hands of Team Underdog FPS. Ricky still trying to find a good defensive position. And again, FOC Osiris was able to get back on their 3 feet because they have the 2 Tempests. They could play a little bit more aggressive and unforgiving towards the other teams because they only have 1 Tempest. And again, EWG does not have the Tempest. So they might defend this position all the way through. They don't want to seize that Mandel Brick because if they do, they might get jumped by the other teams. Let's see what will they do. Gunfights being extended by Team EWG, trying to lay down cover fire, pre-fire onto the angles from the possibility of Team Underdog FPS, who could pick loitering munition, trying to scout out the positions of the other teams from FOC Osiris. Ricky looking to throw that jammer out. Sonar scanning also being spent. Another smoke goes out. FOC now trying to look for that angle. GSC actually goes down. Another one. A trade by Blue Sasha. Blue Sasha could be able to seize that Mandel Brick, but Ricky from the other side gets the delay.
Wow.
So this is still for Underdog FPS, and they got the last Mandel Brick, Bang Liga. Oh my god, the fight is still going. Underdog FPS could find this last KPs to make themselves the winner of today's bracket. But again, if we see the score, Bang Liga, it's 62 points for Underdog FPS.
Oh my god, what a sweet comeback from Under FPS. I think that's the beauty of Delta Force, you know. I think that's the beauty of Delta Force. There's always a chance for a comeback. Like I said before, Olu, this round is still for any teams. And of course now Under FPS get a 62 point. Wow, what a turnaround by Under FPS. I mean, we saw it in round 1, you know, round 1, and we said that this is not looking good for Underdog FPS. And like I said before, Underdog FPS is the only one in before this round who still doesn't get Mandel Break. And whoever thought that Underdog FPS become the last one gets the Mandel Break. So now all the 6 teams have a Mandel Break. I mean, I never saw this situation, you know. I never saw this situation when the whole 6 team get the Mandel Break. I mean, wow, what a game! What a game! What a group is it? This is, and this is really intense, and I'm really enjoyed. I'm really happy. This is the result because in the neutrals perspective, this is really fun. You know, this is really fun, so entertaining. And like I said before, if they pick Brakkesh, this is gonna be really fun. And I'm so right about this.
Turns out correct.
Yes, because now look at it, Brakkesh become a bloody match, and I'm really happy. I'm really enjoy about this match. And 2 minutes remaining before the game is done, and I think on the FPS just chill, you know, just chill because they know they get some Mandel Break. They get the high score right now with 62 score. Yeah, I know it's gonna be reduced if they cannot extract, but I think it's totally fine because now they're leading.
59 points, Bang Liga.
Yeah. But look at the other teams. I mean, in EWG perspective, now they have 28 points. I really hope they want to nothing to zero. They just want to say, you know, just look at that because now Salamanca try to book a move, looking for other kill, and Dragon is down by Salamanca. But Hadze takes the kill against Nomi. Salamanca became the last man standing. Can he survive? But look at the Michael bomb. So many bomb in there. Salamanca almost getting down with a low HP, and what a predict shot by Ricky. And AWG is down. FPS takes another kill. 1 minute 20 seconds remaining, and he gets another 2 point plus, and now we got a 65 point. And what a play! And like I said before, what a comeback from Underdog FPS. Oh, what a game! What a game!
I told you, Bang Liga, I told this to Trixie and also Choco yesterday that the new format is really going to be fun, and it delivers, I guess, because everybody is trying to get that Mandel Break. Where have we seen that the whole 6 team in a group have decoded at least 1 Mandel Break, guys? This is going to be the new format, and this is just the beginning. We still have a lot of Delta Force coming at your way. Of course, this is still the mobile. We haven't seen how this meta will shift the PC gameplay. And of course, another kill by Ricky, the man, the myth himself, getting on to that probably last kill onto Winter to solidify their win on this Group A with a tracking total score of currently 66 points. Of course, they are going to lose some points, but again, no other team is going to be able to raise them to their score points, right? Because I don't know, it's probably going to end up in 61 total points for them, which is the closest one will be Onyx, but then Onyx get wiped off the map just like that in the early game, and they only have 52 points. And so I think this is just underdog FPS game, Bang Liga.
Yeah, but let's see about that. Because what a comeback, you know. But it depends on the result. It's really what a comeback from other FPS, because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they start in this round in the last place. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. It's last place or fifth place. Yeah, but still, what a play by Android FPS. They get some mental break. Now they got a 60 point. And yeah, let's see about the Halik. I really want to see the Halik because this game is really intense. I think that's this game or this round. I think this is the most entertaining round that I've been casting so far.
Yeah,
so
I think
far
this is
in DFNC SEA. I mean, this is really close call. You know, this is really close call.
Yep.
But Onyx,
I'd agree.
Like I said before, Onyx has so many chances. But now they already realize that, okay, this is round 7. We need to win this group, you know, and that's why they start to panicking, you know. They start to panicking. They start to play like reckless. I mean, let's see about the standing itself, but the Onyx itself. I mean, actually they can close the game maybe in round 4 or round 5, but they decide to play passively. So I think that's why it's gonna be cost them so much. But overall, this group is really fun. Group A is gonna be really interesting. Onyx, OG play really well. Aduk FPS start to make a turn around, make a comeback. And I think there's some improvement in some team, you know. I mean, for example, like FOC Osiris, because yeah, if you asking me, I'm never impressed with FOC Osiris, but today I'm quite impressed, you know. I'm quite impressed about how they play, because they play really well and they play with a more confidence. I think that's why FOC Osiris getting a better result than last week. So I'm really happy for them. But let's see about the final standing itself, because it's gonna be really interesting.
I mean, I couldn't agree more. This game shows how the new format of Delta Force gaming, competitive play will be, and the operation side of things is just very unforgiving for a lot of these teams, because the rotations, I kept talking about the rotations after week, week 2, week 3, week 4, and also when week 1 was being restreamed, I talk about teams need to be able to rotate the map. Yes, sure, the decoding station is in one particular map, but you have different ways to kind of reposition yourself and find new angles, and that is just what these team in Group A are doing, and that is what hypes me the most, because Onyx probably feel a really fun moment, but again, they just got caught off guard.
Okay. So yeah, we're going to break, because now we're going to Group B, so it's gonna be really exciting. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned in this channel, okay?
The AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Podcast National Championship Southeast Asia Season 3. Now we're going to Group B. I mean, we have a really intense group, you know. In the Group A, I mean,
Indeed,
I think that's the most intense that I've been casting on since this tournament is going on right now. So what a game we already saw, and especially in round 7. And whoever thought underdog FPS, bro. I mean, this team in round 1, I say that this is not looking good for them. Everything goes wrong with them. But whoever thought, you know, in the last round you get the Mandel break, you have a 62 point. I mean, this is more like a Cinderella story, you know, like a miracle happened with underdog FPS. And wow, what a group. How do you feel about that?
I think as you just said, on round 7 everything can happen. You know, you just said that not just OG, not just PL1, even underdog FPS and the other teams can actually raise a Navi to surpass their points, and it is what it is. Now Dragon, Ricky, and the team managed to actually get the Mandel break on the 7th round, surpassing Navi on the 50-point marks. They managed to get 60 plus points, and looking back on the 6th round, from round 1 to round 6, they actually on the bottom of the leaderboard, and on the 7th round, the 7th actual round, they turned the tables down. They take all the kill points, they got so much assets, and they also get their Mandel break. And not long again we're gonna see the leaderboard from the past match, and I really want to see underdog FPS is just out of this world. Is the mentality that they had, the mentality that they brought to the game is on another level. And looking back to the map rotation, we can see here that from the first round to like 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, indeed, Onyx, even though they only get the Mandel break on the 3rd map, they still actually like on the top of the leaderboard until the 6th game. But on the 7th, with the Mandel break and also the airdrop, FPS underdog turning all the tables down just like that. And Bang Liga, you also cast on that match. Is actually FPS Underdog started the match with a really aggressive play, or do they just wait for other teams to actually play the third party role?
I think they're more like waiting, they're a waiting game because, like I said before, the first one always Onyx, and like I said before, Zenken, Onyx is gonna be regret that, and turns out I'm right, okay?
Agree.
Because Onyx is really gonna be regret for the rest of this tournament because now they become second place, and Underdog FBS takes the first place with a 63 point. I mean, you have 4 chances, bro. You have 4 chances to end this group, but you cannot execute really well. I mean, that's why Onyx now down to the second place, and Underdog FBS takes the first place. And of course, they have a really good advantage because now have a chance to doing a ban and pick for the team. But it will be later. It will be at the end of this live because for now, Underdog FPS play really well, and OG in the third place, F4 in fourth, Quantum Legend in 5, and EWG at the 6th place. I mean, this is wow, what a game, what a group itself. I think that's a real. I mean, I never saw team from 6th place become a first place is in just one round. I mean, that's really interesting. And fun fact for you, Zanken, if this is a final stage, it will be going for round 8. But because this is just a group stage, we are ending the round 7. So I think that's why. In terms of the really intense match, I think this group is over a really good intense match, and I think the really good looking is that every single team has a Mandel break. I mean, I never saw that, and I never saw exactly the 6th team have their own Mandel break. But they're winning, of course, the last Mandel break because 20 points is a really good point for them. And there you go, Dragon FPS now become an MVP with 17 kills with 11 million asset. Congratulations once again for Dragon and for Underdog FPS. What a comeback, what a performance. And I mean, for your fans, maybe they're gonna have some heart attack because if you're supporting Underdog FPS, guys, wow, you have a really long journey, to support this team because until round 6, until the end of round 6, they in the 6th place. So what a drama, what a match, Daniel.
What a match. Even though, as you've said, every single team got their own Mandel break, especially EWG, who has been playing with just 2 people, get their own Mandel break. And now on the top kills, MVP plus top kills, Underdog FPS, Dragon FPS with 17, chased by Kanari, Oni Kanari with 10, Pak Penjas also with the 9, and Shiro with the 9 kill as well. And to be stated, if Underdog FPS doesn't have that much of a kill point as well, they wouldn't get the same point even though they got the 7th Mandel break. It's because they also got these kill points, even though from 1st to 6th game they really want to take some gunfight. Many times they got killed off spawn, but actually every time they make an approachment to other team, they actually can guarantee 1 or 2 kill points, and now helping them to get the first place. On the top assets value, back again, 3-peat. Dragon FPS with 11 assets is also the top assets value, chased by Kanadi with 11.260 on the 865, and then Cheesy from FOC Osiris with 6.12 million. I think it's a complete package for Dragon FPS, Bang Liga, with the top kill, MVP, and also top assets.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, this player is carrying the team, he's really carrying the team in terms of the kill and the asset. But let's take a look of the other player who really stole the spotlight for me in this group. For example, Pak Penjas. I think Pak Penjas is like a game changer for the OG. I mean, he played really well in terms of the timing, in terms of the gatekeeping itself, in terms of how they use the utility. So I'm really impressed with Pak Penjas in OG and they get
Yep.
third place. So I think still, yeah, it's a decent result for original gangster. And of course, one more player you already saw it is Cheesy from FOC, because I'm quite impressed, with FOC today. I mean, okay, I saw yesterday and FOC got the second place. So I just realized in the social media I said that FOC Osiris. I think second place is really big achievement from them, but now they fall to the fourth place. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's totally fine for them, because in terms of the performance, to be honest, I'm quite impressed with FOC Osiris. Maybe just a couple of things, and I think problem with FOC is the composition of the operators, because there's some question mark. If you remember in round 2, they decide to play with Heklau. I mean, sorry, round 2 or round 3? Correct me if I'm wrong. Round 2 or round 3? I mean, in Brakkesh, they decide to play
Yeah, I
Heklau
think
and
round two.
Firen. Yeah,
Yes.
I think round 2, right? I mean that's kind of weird, weird composition. I mean, you using Heklau and Firen when you already know if you play in Brakkesh, all of them obviously gonna pick operator like Uluru, Gizmo, Shepard, and if you play Heklau in that situation, I don't know, Heklau is kind of useful, in that moment. I mean, of course you have signal decoder, data knife, but you only silence them for like 2 or 3 seconds, and then that's it. So
Yep.
I kind of question about their choice about the operators, but in terms of the performance, they play real well from FOC OSR. So yeah, it's okay. I hope they can improve in the next week. But once again, congratulations for Under FPS. They get the first place, and like I said before, they get a huge advantage because now they have a chance to ban and pick team at the end of this live streaming. So it's really good. And now let's move on for the Group B, which is
I have one
Olu
question.
remind me.
I have one final question.
Yeah.
I have one
Boleh,
final
boleh.
question
Yeah,
for
yeah,
this
yeah,
group,
yeah,
for you.
Let's go.
EWG play with 3 with 3 players,
Yeah.
will it be another result for you, Bang Liga? What do you think? If they play with 3 people, will it be still Onyx and new FPS that come up off top, or will the EWG get another chance? What if?
I think I can make sure that they can get a better position, but in terms of become a champion in this group, I don't think so, to be honest, because at the end of the day, EWG never initiate the move. I mean, of course, I know in this game, in this group, you only play with 2 players, so obviously you don't want to play initiator, right? You want to play safe.
Mm-hmm.
You're just waiting for a moment. But for me, if I'm wrong, I'm following up this team, EWG, and they never play aggressive as long as I know about this team. They just want to be a third party. But my point is, this team is really good in terms of how they're using the utility. They're really good in that aspect. But in terms of the aggressive, I don't think this team is aggressive. I would say that I'm saying that this team more like a balanced team. And if you're asking me that question, my answer is the position, of course, is getting better. Maybe they can get a second place, or maybe third place, or maybe become a champion too. But if you asking me, are they gonna be win this group if they are 3 player? I don't think so. Because Onyx play well until last 2 round maybe. Under FPS play really well in round 7. So that's a really big if. That's a really big if. But of course, AWG now realized that you need to play with 3 people. You cannot win with 2 players. You cannot win at all. So I hope they realize it. So I hope they can play with a 3 player again in the next week, in the next chance. But let's see about that. But okay, let's move on for the Group B. Olu remind me yesterday that Team Plenger doesn't play well in these new rules. I mean, I think there's so many teams, Zankan, that they kind of struggling with these new rules. How do you think about these new rules for the team itself? How do you think about it?
I think the way that the rule changes, as I've said to Olu as well, it enhances and pushes teams to actually get a hold of the Mandel brick more, take more gunfights, take more approaches, and snatch the Mandel brick more for other teams. And I really don't know how exactly or specifically how Team Plunger plays those games pre rulebook new changes, but if they actually struggles, it's probably maybe because of their gameplay or their approaches more towards passive aggressive
Yeah.
and third party kind of play, because in this actual game and in this actual new rulebook, the one who is more aggressive and take advantage of their covers and get their hands on first on the mantle brick is the winner usually, because of my past experiences in this group A on the last group eventually. Now we are moving on the group B. As we can see, FOC now getting their tier 1 spawn toward the admin, and 3 AM, 3 Angry Man here is sending their Raptor onto scouting this top side visitor station here, trying to get a hold of their loots there. Aris with the Gizmo, Raptor, and Flinder. And Tui here as well. As I think it's one of nostalgic players for me from Warfare. I
Yeah.
think I've cast him with you as well, Bang Liga, and player
Yeah.
beside Bang Liga. Now he's on the operations scene now. Yeah, it's the same exact position me and Bang Liga on the finals. They stated that Bang Liga and
Hey, come on, bro. Let's
brother
move
beside
on,
Bang
bro.
Liga,
Come
yeah,
on, come
brother
on, bro.
beside it.
Move on, bro.
I still
Move on, bro. Come on, bro.
I still remind
Don't-
that,
Come
I
on,
still
bro.
remember
Just
that on
move on,
top
bro.
of my head, Bang Liga. No, I that's on my heart, that's on my heart as a player and a caster. But Entui is what do you think? Entui on Warfare is just as same as Dragon. Dragon when
Yeah.
he plays Warfare and Operation, he dominated both places. What about Entui? Does he did the same
Um,
thing, or on Operation he still needs to adapt?
I think it's kind of different, I mean, Dragon itself, they play with a micro skill. They depend on their micro skill from individual skill, so they bring the
Uh-huh.
warfare moment. But Entui, I think, is more adapted in operation. I mean, I know
Yeah.
him. They play so much game in operation right now, so I think
Yeah.
they are more adept in operation,
Uh-huh.
in different with Dragon itself. But Dragon still kind of like a warfare player in my perspective. But Antoy, I think he already moved on, already moved on to become an operation player. So I think that's the difference between both of them. So Antoy itself, I think it's gonna be really interesting. But let's see, can they do it? Can they achieve same like a dragon itself? But let's see about that. But now let's move on with a 3 angry man, because Aris take initiative to open fire against 5-man hopeless. But Aris still didn't get any clear visual. So I think Aris still looking for a chance, and I think they just want to wait. They just want to looking for a moment. Oh, but whoa, what a crouching tiger is on, but I don't think 5-man hopeless gonna be fight back. I think they just want to wait. They just want to doing a gatekeeping, but Automaton looking for one player, but they didn't get clear visual. So I think that's why I think 3 Angry Men in a really difficult situation. I mean, if they going down, if they move forward in this place, I think they're gonna be caught out by 5-man hopeless. So I think that's why 3 Angry Men just waiting in this moment. And look at a good kill by Automaton. One player down from 5-man hopeless. And there you go. This is a chance from 3 Angry Men to getting a kill to dominate the game. 3 versus 2. Not looking good for 5-man hopeless. And Aris has the initiative. Jump shot, but not so much because Antui already waiting in a good position. But Prince secure one player. Antui now become the last man standing. Antui now is really dangerous situation. Can Antui survive in this moment? Automaton try to jump shot from the left. Antui still survive. 1 versus 3. This is looking bad for Antui. Automaton still a chance. Antui takes the kill. Somehow, Antui still survive, but not so much because now Prince become the super system, and 5-man hopeless is getting eliminated in round 1. What a play by 3 Angry Men.
Wow, what a play. And as we can see, the most factor that making 3 Angry Men won that fight is they're getting their high ground first, whereas 5-man hopeless were on the lower ground, not enough covers, even though there's pretty much a little wall there, a little bridge, and one car just to take cover, but that is less than enough. Oh, we can see here, I think someone is getting themselves airdrop
M82
right now. Yeah, M82 is on their hand now, and on the TPL, looking back on Antui and France right there, I think it's a little bit underwhelming the way they're positioned themselves. They already know, they are aware about the whereabouts of three angry men, but they still keep they fight. They still, pushes and take the gunfights on the lower side of the map, and it eventually resulting them getting wiped out as the first team to going back to the lobby in these zero dam matches. And going back, we can see TPL getting that hands on the NMT2 Echo. Here is the user. Now looking back at the map, DK is in control of the barracks. TPL on the Asara camps, as we can see Navi on the mini major, and Visitor is still on the three angry men side. And think administrative area is still on the FOC area there on the mid side of the map. And as we can see on the right bottom side, it's making like a line there between Navi, TPL, and also three Angry Men. And I am curious to see which teams that will actually find one another. And the sounding and the looking is, I think it's gonna be three angry men. They gonna have to rotate towards TPL first, but no, Navi is rotating towards Visitor now, and Nestarat getting one down there. Navi, Dominus is down for the first time, and now 2v3, lower ground and high ground fight now. Deals trying to get a hold of his teams, not getting what he wanted. Then Guer with the 1 HP left, I think trying to get a reset there. Out of Medcred out. TPL still good. 1-1 trade is going down. Nestaret is going down. Guer is going down as well by J Deals. Getting one as well. 1v1. Who's gonna win this? Oh my god, Navi! Deals with the save, with the clutch of his life, getting his teammates back to its knees, back to its feet, to going up, and none of them getting ended yet. What a luck there. None of them getting ended by TPL, even though TPL got their setup first, got their high ground, but Deals there, the game changer. What a play. But don't forget, three angry men is still lurking on the Visitor side of the map, trying to get a little bit of a rotation toward the Asara camp. I think they just heard what the gunfight around about the TPL and the Navi, but I think Navi still have a lot of time to at least do a reset to back again fight the three angry men if they actually want to approach them. But as we can see now, three angry men trying to get a hold of themselves, just playing the rotation toward the major side. Navi is still on their feet, doing a reset, healing, and repairing their vests and also their helmets. Aris here is slicing the angle pick by pick, little by little. And at the Raptor, Automaton has already decided that they want to scout that area, the behind of the Asara camp, and found out that three players of Navi is standing there after reset. And I think it's gonna be another fight here, Bang Liga.
Yeah, of course, there's gonna be another fight. I mean, three angry men already know there's one team in there already attacked by Silver Wing, so I think that's why I think they want to advance. They want to looking for some kill point. But I think before this, that moment Navi against Team Plunger, I think I'm really appreciate how Navi is doing really well against Team Plunger because they waiting for the chance. I mean, of course, I know Team Plunger is the one who start the fight. They try to plan to execute the Navi, but Navi really good job in terms of how they play with really compact between each other. They support each other, and they knew okay. I think we're going out. So I think that's why we need to stick together and play with a more number. So when one player from Team Bangladesh comes, already two players already picked. against one player, so that's why they won the gunfight itself. So I think it's really good defense by Navi. But now Navi is face another team, and that is Three Angry Men, which is we already know that this team play really aggressive, and I think they really want to take some kill because Three Angry Men. I don't want to say they never loot, but I'm saying that in round one they always looking for a kill. So I think that's why when they already realize one team already in front of them, obviously they want to take this chance to get some kill, so they want so they can get more kill point, and maybe after this, if Three Men win against Navi, I think they're gonna be extract in Riverbank. So I think that's why Aris want to scouting around, just looking for information. And of course, one player already look around and want to spray by Aris, but not so much. And one player's down. Okay, really good moment for Aris. But now one player's down. Navi trying to fight back. Looking for Aris, jump shot, but no, Aris is down. Deals takes the damage because now the other two came for the backup. Deals must fall back, and Automaton takes the kill, and Dominus is down. Navi is in trouble. One player remaining, and Prince now looking for the last man standing for Navi, and Navi getting exposed, but Deals still fight back with a 3-kill streak. Good one by Navi. Now 1v1 between Three Angry Men and Navi. Automaton against Deals. Automaton already know. Deals in there. Spray at the high ground. And now you want to chase it up with Deals. What a comeback. What a play by Deals. 1 versus 3. No problem at all. And Three Angry Men is eliminated by Deals. Not by Navi, but by Deals. Because Navi Deals play really well. And he play with a calculate move, like I said before, Navi is a really disciplined team. They're not like a team plunger. They're not like a Three Angry Men. They're not like a 100 FPS in Group A. They play with a discipline. I'm always calling them a balancing team because they don't just play aggressive. They play defensively well too, and they really calculated the plan really well. So I think that's why Navi takes the victory, takes the W, and I think that's a really good point for them in the round one. But now, let's see at the admin because 5 minutes 30 seconds remaining for this round is gonna be end, and I think there's no one pull the elevator. So let's see, is it gonna be anyone who gonna pull? I think it's gonna be DK. I think it's gonna be DK who gonna be pull the elevator. But in terms of the asset and score itself, I think DK doesn't have any good looting, I mean, in terms of the value itself, they didn't get any single kill. Even if they get extract in elevator, I don't think that's really good for them because you need some point, in round one, yes? You need to secure at least 2 or 3 point more, so at least you have some saving for the next round. But yeah, let's see, because DK now plays safe for now. And one thing for sure that I'm really interesting is Yurwar now didn't use Cineva because Yurwar is a Cineva man. He really loves Cineva, but today he doesn't use Cineva. Yeah, that's kind of really interesting, Nankan.
Yeah, I agree. And now, as you've said before, you need to gather some points. Even though it's the first round, looking back at Navi, they already managed to get a hold of 13 points from their kills of 2 squads. And what I have to pinpoint there is the movement or the callouts or even the comms of Three Angry Men when it only Deals left. I don't know why they wouldn't wait to actually revive or just play 2v1. They just, playing their own thing, picking 1v1, jump shooting 1v1, not knowing where Deals is, and just playing so recklessly, no actual respect, and getting punished eventually by Deals. And talking about Deals, he did this 2 times in just 1 round. First time, he did it against Team Plenger, and the second one, he did it against Three Angry Men, and what a clutch from Deals. I have to pinpoint. What a valuable player, and the way he played it, very disciplined and knows where to act, where to take aggressiveness and where to take passiveness. And looking back to FOC right now, only 4 points maybe gathered by their own assets, chased by 5 men Hopeless with 3 points, and then DK as Bang Liga just said, their loot is not that actually valuable with just a 3 actual points and just 3 minutes left for the match to goes down. Navi with the 14 points. I think they're gonna play it towards the riverbank with, maybe extract from there. Navi still gather around their resources, gather around their loot. Maybe now FOC is trying to get closer and closer. I don't know if they're rather aware about the whereabouts of one another, and I think FOC gonna manage to find the Navi first, but not wanting to actually take the gunshot because they don't have the clear shot of Navi, who is actually rotating and playing towards the riverbank. Maybe the silver wings of the Azra, they're already been shot at and already been altered at Navi, and now as we can see, Navi decided to extract beside a riverbank right there, and it's just waiting for the time before they're gonna get extracted. FOC still on the mini major, probably trying to chase down Navi. Okay, still the gunfight. Shot is done. Piran trying to get some picks towards Navi. Little bit of spray down there. Navi in a very, very sketchy situation, in sketchy position. Not enough cover, just one boat there. Trying to get a hold of one, but oh my god, FOC, one of them get knocked down first. How in the world Navi still get one even though they are in the disadvantaged position? And now it's only DK and FOC left on the lobby now, Bang Liga. What do you think about this DK now? They play so passively. Yes, they rotated to admin, but they also knew that maybe they just playing for the loot for this first map and, set up for the second one.
Yeah, if you're asking me, I really don't know too. But why DK playing like
Anyone need
this
this?
at the admin? I mean, DK gets a tier 1 spawn, if correct me if I'm wrong, because I
Mhm.
remember they start at the barracks. I kind of forget.
Yeah.
I kind of forget about DK.
Yeah, I think
but
they
I
from
re- I re-
barracks. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, they form barracks, so they get another tier 1 spawn. But my point is, they play really passive, first of all. Second one is, their looting is not that much. And the third time is, they are so late in terms of to pull the elevator. And now they cannot escape from elevator. They want to do it at the backless, but I don't think so. The time is run out. So I think that's it for DK. DK cannot extract, so does the FOC Amundra. And there you go, run 1 is done. I think with Navi, with a huge W for Navi.
Yeah.
They get the kill point, they get to extract, and I think, wow, what a round for Navi. They play really disciplined. They don't like doing like an extra move. They just want to play with patience, and don't forget, patience is the keyword for the Delta Force operation. And they done it really well. They execute really well. And how on earth? I mean, if I remember, they getting attacked by 2 or 3 teams. And somehow Navi still survive, with all of them still survive, and all of them can extract in riverbank, and that's a really W for Navi, and I think that's going to be good confidence for them, and obviously they got really many points. I think they got like 14 points. I think they got 14 or 15 points. I think it's a really good run for Navi.
Yeah. I agree with you. The way they have been played, the way they have been taking these approaches passive aggressively, and they managed to get a hold of 14 points on the first map, making them more powerful on the second and the third, making them closer and closer to the match point, which is 40. Maybe if they can get the Mandel Brick, they can get to 30 on the second map, another Mandel Brick, or even 5 kill points, making them 40 on the third map and Mandel Brick on the fifth. But we can see later, and as we can see here, first approach within the 3 a.m. and 5-man Hopeless, which won by 3 Angry Men. These kind of fights, when the first approaches began between 3 a.m. and 5-man Hopeless, is making me show that 3 Angry Men can play a little bit more disciplined towards 3v3. But when they actually did it against Navi, look at this, Navi against Team Plunger, Team Plunger, who has the first advantage taking down on Navi's players, but deals with the two, another clutch from them, and eventually getting a hold of their teammates to actually revive. Look, he just jump shooting. One person not knowing where Deals is, not playing disciplined enough to actually contact on Deals, who is alone. And on the last approach, we can see even though FOC trying to get a little bit of chip damage towards Navi, they still the one who get knocked down up. I mean, the first map, as we can see, I think it's a little bit more Navi showing off their dominance, just like what Onyx did on the first 3 maps, but we cannot say more because there's still a lot of rounds to go, especially on the second one. On the Brakkesh, we can see what these players can do. And talking about DK back again, I don't know what's the strategy from them, the way they move from tier 1 spawn toward admin and they pull the dam, but eventually cannot actually goes out from the extraction point. Questions from you who has been seeing this team, if this team is actually playing by this type of playstyle, or does you just seen this type of playstyle from them in this match?
I think if I remember this team, I think the opposite thing. I mean, DK play really well in terms of the kill point, but they kind of struggling in terms of the Mendel break itself. So this is like opposite that I know about DK. But I think, okay, we'll talk about the later because now we're going for a short break. Next, it will be Brakkesh looking for the exit match. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned in this channel, okay?
On that Zero Dem map, well, Zanken, you have to become the witness. What happened on that last game?
I think the way that the rotations has been done, it's quite impeccable on the left side of the map, which is the visitor side, Asara camp towards major and mini major side. They make some kind of making a line there within five man hopeless, three angry men, Navi, and as well as Team Plunger. The way that they have been playing one another is quite impeccable, but Navi, they came out on top. We take back and talk about how three angry men approaches five man hopeless from the high ground. They play a little bit more discipline and resulting them in order to take control of the five man hopeless. They managed to kill them, but they going towards the left side of the map within around the Asara camp. They made Navi. They can take control of themselves, but they, you know, they get too cocky, if I'm not mistaken. They miscalculate and not play more discipline towards the approach, and eventually getting punished by Dills with the 1v3 now. And looking back at the map rotation now, Navi is the one with the most points within the 14 points mark for the first map on Zero Dame. Now we're gonna move on one of Olu's favorite map, which is Brakkesh here, with the airdrop and the medal break. With you as well, Olu, as the spectator with the Zero Dam map, what do you think will the results will go in on the Brakkesh? Because the way that Navi, especially Dills, has been playing this game, even though they're always on the disadvantage, play on the lower ground, 1v3, 1v2, and look at the leaderboard, they managed to get 6 total kills and 14 total points, Olu.
I mean, looking at what Dills have done in that particular game, it gets my jaw dropping, of course, seeing how that one man could turn the fights around for the Navi team. But again, sometimes, Zanken, the team who wins in Zero Dam doesn't conclude as a winner, as we saw on that Group A match. So Navi, yes, they did won their group last week, especially on week 4. They did win it. They did have the ability to pick and ban, but again, they are not guaranteed to win the match anymore, because we saw what happened in Group A. But again, it's a really good asset looking for Team Navi, because they could find that M82 sniper rifle, the one-shot sniper, of course, for themselves, for the Mandel Brick rounds, especially here on Brakkesh. If they want to take the Mandel Brick outside of the museum, of course, you might be able to use that M82. But again, if they want to use it, it's probably going to be used over in Space City for the later rounds. They will save it. But of course, for Brakkesh, you will have another chance to find those high caliber weapons, because we also have airdrops coming down on Brakkesh. And I think there's some teams who are looking a little bit shaky. Of course, 5-man hopeless was never the strongest team. They were kind of the push forward button kind of team. They want to go all in, all out every time. But we'll have to see how the teams plan this particular game out for today. And as we are talking about our teams, we are also going to go in right into round number 2 in Brakkesh. Zanken, do you like this map?
Yeah, I think the way the approaches and the gunfight has been going on this map, making me liking it more and more, especially on the second round on the Group A, when Onyx getting pinched from one another side. I really like how the other teams can take control of it, even after resulting EWG, who has only 2 players on their team, manage and able to get their mandel brick, and maybe it's a little bit more influence from you, making me, liking this map more by more.
Yeah.
And especially I really like the Royal Museum area, especially if you get the first mandel brick and you just have to anchor and defend it. The way that the anchors on this Brakkesh map, especially from FPS last match, last rounds, it's very very impeccable, making me that this map is, it's the point and the way your team must be able to actually take control of these tight alleyways and close quarter combats, making them have to more being disciplined on the angles and holding them angles, not just wandering around. Now, as we can see again and again, Navi taking their first chances to actually take their hands on the mandel brick, and they are going to decode it on the Royal Museum station, which is one of my favorite station to decode on Brakkesh, because it's really really making the defender, whereas the attacker from another team must have the gunfight first or approach other team who wants to snatch it from the team as well as the defenders. But the defenders just have to hold the angles, play the traps, like as we can see here from Navi taking around that sonic traps. But what do you think, Olu? Will Navi get this mandel brick on the first try, or will they have to try and fight the other team who wants to snatch it first?
I think we need to hold down that thoughts, because on the other side of the map, we have FOC Amunra versus 5-man Hopeless. It's completely on the different side of the map, trying to have it to one another. Sonar scanning has been spent in both two teams. Tight alleyways, as you can see, but Pras actually getting that first kill onto Shino, and Shino goes down. Another fight is happening. Jammer goes out from free run, trying to look for the skill. Antoy dropping down in HP. Flash goes out, but he flashes himself. Needs to reset. Antoy, of course, gets that upper hand and trying to spray down. Did not connect. And Free Ren gets the kill onto Antoy. Pax is the only player remaining out of 5-man Hopeless, and he's getting pushed, but Pax gets the trade onto Free Ren. Another kill. He gets pressed. Wow! It's a 1v1. What? Azra coming in clutch and getting the 3 kills onto 5-man Hopeless, who's looking very hopeless right now. Again and again, 5-man Hopeless did not stand a chance against some of these teams' gunfights. The aim is on point when it comes to killing 5-man Hopeless. Oh my god. Okay, now we can talk about Navi. Okay, FOC Amunra, sure. Yeah, you got your highlights already. But Navi, again, with the decoding station. I think 3 Angry Men, as they got the tier 1 spawn, probably is the only team that is going to try to take this out of them. But we'll see if the Babel team will try to close in. Or maybe they just want to look for the kills, as Team DK also bringing out that Sineva onto the Tower of Babel. So they might have a fight, their own fight in the tower. So 3 Angry Men right now, they are going to try to contest in 1 minute remaining of the Navi decodes. Take it away, Zanken.
Wow, Navi is going to be faced by 3 Angry Men, not mentioning DK is now right outside of the balcony, trying to get off the hold of himself, trying to get a move towards closer and closer to decoding station. 40 seconds on the clock. Sineva now trying to get his shield to open their way for their teammate. Now Tamlim with the knock, still going to play some angles here, deals with the Toxic, with the ulti ready, still getting a hold of with the thermal scope and as well as his QGB, and not wanting to actually make some angles open for himself, because
Right,
if
goes out.
the
did not
mistake,
connect.
if he's trying to play some angles, some pixel picks, it might get ugly for them. Buer as
5
well with the
seconds.
Mars,
3,
still
2,
holding
1.
one. Oh my, free Mandel break? Oh really? Again?
Oh no,
Just
this
like Group
happens
A,
again.
free Mandel break. Just like what Onyx did, free Mandel break. Free Mandel break on Brakkesh. Not even a single approach or gunfight or even a grief, a grief approach from other team to actually snatch the Mandel brick, and it results to navigating 27 points with the Mandel brick, even just without the kill points, already on 27 points because of the free Mandel bricks. Although
Well, I have to say this. This is what exactly happened in the Navi's group yesterday when they were playing in week 4. They will try to get that Mandelbrick as soon as possible. They decoded on round 3, round 2, round 3, and round 5 where they ended the match. So Navi probably is the only team who really likes to go for those Manda bricks on early stages of the game. The other teams looks like they are a little bit shaky on the approach towards the Manda brick. They feel like they want to do it, but they are unsure of the other team's position, so they want to take it real slow. But well, as you can see, if you're slow, then the Mando brick is totally uncontested. Navi gets it, getting out with 27 points. As per now, of course, they could still find a lot of more KPs. There, the game has not been over, Zanken. There will be fights, and there it will be a bloody one because a lot of the teams have gathered around this museum.
yeah, as you can see now, Tiplunger on the underside of the Royal Museum trying to get some loot first before getting out of them and finding another team to get a gunfight on. Now, Alt is getting open by Eco here, just making sure he scanned 2 or 3 people over there. 7 seconds onto the Alt for going down. 3 Angry Mans on the second level. Team Plunger on the first level is kind of what a layer here. And not to mention Navi is also on the same building. 4 teams on the same building on the Royal Museum, not mentioning DK is also there now. The first approach going back to Navi deals here. Dominoes with a Sonic Trap, getting a hold of himself, trying to get some through the smoke because they can't seem anything to see there. So many smoke to line of sights there. Cannot see anything. Sonic paralysis here, always getting off now. Echo from the Team Plunger. First kill to Buer, deals with the ulti, trying to get a hold of the team, not trying to get more kills, and behaving Aris and Jay, just making sure that they're not going to end a Navi's team here.
Automaton still trying to find the angle onto the other team. Incendiary goes out, hits Automaton, needs to extinguish that fire that's currently burning him. But the other team's looking like it's still a pretty civil fight, of course. Utils being thrown around everywhere, but they are in every room they could find. They are in their own respective room, so the fight might cause the teams to not be able to extract. So I don't think there are going to be any players extracting, because personally, this fight is going to be a hell of a fight, as we see Prince here dropping a bit low because of that gizmo trap, of course. Those little pesky spider F on the other side. Pras having that airdrop to themselves, getting some reds, of course, it's good for the loot. And sonar scanning actually goes out from Team Plunger, so they will know that there is going to be a team here inside of this room. Jay opening up the door, trying to find that angle, but Aris actually spots him out first. Did not connect on the shots. Dragonet goes out. Jay need to be a little bit more careful. Of course, they will hear everything that's happening. A lot of Morse being spent by the teams here on the first map of Brakkesh on round 2. Jay and Team Plunger actually will back down. They will try to pull the fights over to the lower side of Museum. They don't want to risk it. They still want to get this KP. They don't want to be the first team to push a perfect set up room by Team 3 Angry Men.
And as we can see, we need to hold down a little bit of tempo here because I'm getting a little bit of a hiccup.
Okay.
Not knowing that
Navi.
Navi now is going to have a more sophisticated fight towards 3 Angry Men who is still holding inside of the room there. Navi is still trying to, take control of the civil fights, throwing some utility here, utility and Sonic Paralysis towards the 3 Angry Men here, Olu.
Yep, the Sonic Paralysis does delay the fight that is about to happen between Navi. Navi would not want to fight off that Sonic Paralysis going into this room from 3 Angry Men. Of course, Dill's now trying to open up that door. Dominus pulling out that Sonic Trap. Trying to spot out the players from 3 Angry Men. Another
Looking
kill.
back here, Nesta Rat, another thrill.
One of Team Planger, Nesta out there on the other side. Azra gets the kill onto Ken Lim, the fragger of Team DK. Navi trying to push 3 Angry Men. Did not count for the angles. Dills get one more kill as the Optimum fragger, of course, another jump shot. Dills actually get another kill. Oh my god, Navi wiped the floor. What just happened? Dominus replacing Dills on the fragger of the team, the clutch player on the other side. However, Roar gets drops down by the frag grenade, and FOC Amunra wins the fight from Destin Kings. Destin King needs to go back to the lobby, and on the other side, after Navi got the wipe onto 3 Angry Men, Team Planger actually gets the full kill onto Navi. So a third party happens inside of the museum, and another fight happening over by the Asara camp. The fight is scattered around the map, and that is why exactly this new and improved format will allow the heaviest swinging team to get more points. And again, Navi get that Mandel brick for free, guys. I need to again say this one more time. This is what happened in week 4, by the way, where Navi, I believe they got 2 Mandel bricks for free. They did try to end the game at around 4, but then they kind of misplayed it a little bit, and that's how team Nav, and then they come back and in round 5 and ended the game. So that's what happened yesterday on week 4 for Team Navi. So I think it's okay. Navi got 29 kills, by the way. One more game and possibly they will have enough points to end the game again at round number 4. And I think if they do get it in round number 3 and they unlock the match point threshold in round number 3, I think they have learned from their mistakes, and they will try to end it on round 4 once again.
Yep, I agree with you. And the way that Navi has been playing, even though they actually getting wiped out, but they're getting kills, they're getting the Mandel break, they end up with 29 points. And as you said, if they can keep going, they can close this game within the 4. And what can I say about this Navi team? They really play aggressive. They discipline on the Mandel brick, and they eventually getting all the kill points that actually managed to get their team on top of the leaderboard. And if I'm not mistaken, Olu, that you said right, the Deals is one of the clutcher, but who's the Shepherd player?
Dominus.
Yeah, Dominus is eventually getting Deals down, but eventually he getting his up. and making deals getting up again and making Navi getting 29 on top of everything. Clutches back, even though Team Plunger has to wipe them off only one person, but Team Plunger here only getting 8 total score.
Of 8. Exactly. I mean, Team Plunger didn't really get into any fights. They did found that kill onto Navi, but it's just one kill. The other kills was acquired by Team 3 Angry Man. So yeah, Team Plunger is kind of playing it real slow, but the slowest one is of course 5-man hopeless, because this new format is not too friendly for them. But FOC, ooh, they are playing sneaky. Azra here actually hearing out Team Plunger in front of him, but didn't take the shot. Probably didn't have enough clear shot over there. So Azra knows that Team Plunger is coming. Free Ren also knows from Azra that they are also coming. Container fights might be up for grabs here, because there is 50 seconds remaining on the clock for Team Plunger to try and extract. But we'll see what happens. I think FOC Anmura is going to be a rat towards them and deny their extraction. Jay pulling out that loitering munition towards the inside here and actually connects onto Team Plunger, FOC Amunra, and Nesta finishes the kill onto Freeren. Azra is the only player left. 20 seconds remaining. Of course, he wants to get these kills onto Team Plunger for their KPs. We'll see. Echo trying to heal up again, back to full. It's a 1v2 situation. Trying to find that angle. Of course, 6 seconds remaining. Will Azra get there in time? No, I don't think so. The team connects and they will actually finish out Team FOC Amunra just before extraction. But that means they are going to be left behind because they went out of the extraction area, which means Jay will possibly be the last player out of Team Plunger to actually get this extraction via the dog tags extract over by the Tower of Babel. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been a great fight we saw on over by the museum area. Of course, it's not happening while the Mandelbrick was decoding. Yeah. Why did nobody contest the Mandelbrick, Zanken?
Yeah, I think what I've just said, what I've just said about the what the last group was going a hold of on the Onyx. When they play on Brakkesh, eventually, specifically if they playing on the Royal Museum, getting their Mandelbrick there, they usually not enough players on. You're not laughing at that my hiccups, right? You're not laughing at my hiccups.
Nope.
You're laughing at my hiccups.
I'm just smiling.
Okay. And back again, when you play at the Royal Museum and just take control of your Mandelbrick, there's no teams that actually wanting to take control of the Mandelbrick. And okay, it's getting fun. Okay, one more thing. No, you just laughed.
Okay, just end it up with one more thing.
One more thing that I wanna ask you. You say Team Plunger not that adapted to this kind of rule book, right? The new rule book.
Yep.
What do you think about this match? They showed the match. They showed their performance on the Breakers. I think they kind of want to adapt to the new rule, even though they don't approach for the Mandelbrick. They tried their best to actually take control of the kill points here.
Well, I think Team Plunger played it really slow. If you want to adapt to the new rulebook, to the new format, you want to play a little bit more faster, just like what we saw with Navi Three Angry Men and Team DK and all the other teams, they are playing in the correct tempo, I would say, even though they did not contest the Mando break. I would love to see them actually try to contest the Mando break with that kind of tempo, but unfortunately they just didn't have the chance to take the fights. I'm not pretty sure. The operator's composition seems quite right to do some seizing. Of course, you don't have the Tempest, but we have seen a lot of fights without any Tempest going around. So I think it's just about the mentality from these other teams. They look like they're scared for a little bit, but I think it's going to be talked about with the break we're just having in a short break. So we'll get back to you guys, and of course we want Zanken to be healed from his hiccup in just a little while. So stick around.
I hope so. See you around, guys. Don't.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Southeast Asia Season 3 Operation. And of course, we're going to round number 3 in the Group B. But so far, Olu, I think it's kind of one-sided for Navi. Navi is total dominate this group, but it's kind of similar to Group A. I mean, Onyx in the first 3 rounds, they kind of dominate the group. But after round 3, from the round 4 until round 7, they cannot end the game. So, is it gonna be happen again, Olu, or it's gonna be different? What do you think about that?
I think this team has zero chance again playing against Navi. Honestly, to be honest, Navi just looks very scary, especially on Dominus. Dominus did not have the chance to get a hold of those high caliber weapons yet. Okay, it's still Brakkesh. So I think they are going. They did found their M82 over by Zero Dam, and that is still on the back for them. They will pop it out on Space City, I would think. And Dominus yesterday using that high caliber weapon. Ooh, Bang Liga, you have to see some of the shots out of him. And I'm pretty sure if they could possibly use it in Space City on round 4, they might just clean up the lobby, I think. This is my take. I don't know about you. What do you think?
For me, I already say to Zankan in round 1. I say this team is really disciplined. I think that's a really key point for how they perform really well today. Because for me, in this group, it's kind of weird group, you know. Because if I saw 3 angry men and 5 men hopeless in one group, I already know this group is gonna be. Wow, it's gonna be really wrecking each other, you know. It's gonna be kill by kill. It's gonna be bloody match. And there's Navi in there because, I mean, you have so many teams that play really aggressive in this group, and there's Navi. And Navi know the situation. They can read the situation, and they know that, okay, we don't need to move first. We don't need to make an initiate move. Just let them fight each other, and then we're going to fight them as a third party. I think that's how Navi doing in this group, and they do it really well. Now, look at for the leaderboard itself, 29 points from Navi Nation by G2C. They play really well. I think there are 17-point gap in FOC Amura in second place. Yeah, of course, they dominate this group so far, but we already see in the group A when Onyx takes the lead, they dominate, but after round 3, yeah, they start to chasing up by other teams. So let's see, can the other team try to chase Navi? But I think you need to look out for Navi, for the other 5 team, because of course I can guarantee you maybe Navi is not gonna be the first one who takes the mental break. I think they're gonna be wait for the moment. Maybe they love to play a retake in terms of they just take the mental break first. I think that's the plan for Navi Nation. But let's see about it, because if they really done it, when you saw the other teams decode the mental break, you should watch out about Navi, because Navi maybe sneaking around at their behind, maybe at their side, looking for a chance, and one moment, boom, one team is wiped out, and they get a mental break. That's how Navi's play. So for me in round 3, my prediction, that's my prediction. I think Navi's gonna be wait. I don't think Navi's gonna be first one to take the mental break. I think the other teams maybe want to initiate as soon as possible. They want to just get the mental break, and just defend it. And I think that team is maybe it's gonna be like a 5-man hopeless, the angry man, or maybe Team Plenger. Because Team Plenger, yeah, round 2 is kind of okay round for them because they get some kill points. So I think it's okay. But I really want to see more about Team Plenger, because Team Plenger, as we know, in the old rules, they really dominate this tournament. But in this new rule so far, Team Plenger doesn't play well. So I hope they can learn from their mistake and they can do better in this round.
I might have to go against you here, Bang Liga. If I'm being honest with you, the only team that could possibly go toe to toe with Navi in this particular group is Team DK.
Navi itself. Oh.
No. Team DK. Yesterday, Team DK actually showing off a really good gameplay. They ended up second on the group. So I think DK have a good chance to actually try and compete if they did not get cut down on their first rotation. As we see right now, Team DK actually got their first tier 1 spawn. So this is going to be really good for them. If they could survive this first encounter with 5-man hopeless, of course, 5-man hopeless is not looking as the strongest team, and as we saw, Ken Lim actually getting the first kill onto Pax, and Pax goes down, and a full kill is confirmed by the triple blaster by Ken Lim. I've told you, Bang Liga, DK is a pretty scary team if you're going against them, so they might be able to take this first mental break and be the first one to contest. But on the other side, Dills actually got the kill onto Quality, who's trying to climb up the door. Uror, however, inside of the museum already, finds the kill onto Antoy, and Antoy drops. 5-man hopeless. It's left with 1 player. All of the sudden, the WK team is getting pushed by the only Sineva player in the whole lobby. Uror, using that Sineva, of course, is going to try to find this last kill onto Mr. Shino as the last man standing out of Team 5-man hopeless, and the shield is actually going to be pinned. Shino gets the trade but unable to find Uror, who was chasing him from behind. But again, Navi actually picking up that mandal break out of the hands from QWERTY, who was trying to climb up that ladder, Bang Liga.
Wow. And look at it. And Navi, wow, dominance is down by FOC Amunra. I mean, if Navi want to decode mental break in that spot, yeah, I think they already know that's some risk they need to getting up, because of course if you want to going so far away to decode the mental break and you choosing that spot, and of course one person is going to be down, and obviously if there's one team already doing some gatekeeping moment, and obviously it's going to be free kill, and that is FOC Anmunra. Now Navi gets 1 player down, and now they start to decode the mental break. Of course, I know that Navi gets the mental break, but like I said before, the first one actually is not them. It's a DK and 5-man hopeless, but because DK getting 1 or 2 players down. Navi takes the chance to take the mental break, and now they try to decode it. Now, but the time is still in the 3 minutes more, so I think there's some time for FOC Amunra to take the chance to fight against Navi, or maybe for the other team. So let's see about that. But yeah, but DK, I think if you talk about composition in the operator on DK, of course we already know that DK wants to play aggressive. Obviously, we have your war with Sineva, and they play really well. But the composition itself has some kind of weakness, and that is the utility, because they using Toxic, Dewolf, and Sineva. My problem is you can system break. Definitely you can system break with this composition. But how about the defensive? I think that's gonna be a problem, because I think you only rely on triple blaster. So I think that's why DK in this round, particularly in this round, I think they just want to focusing on destroying other team. They want to get to some kill point. They want to eliminate Navi, not just retake middle break, but they want to eliminate Navi, and I think that's possible doing for DK. But let's see, because the other team FOC, because FOC Amunra, 1 player down from Pras, but now where is by himself. He must survive at any cost. He tried to sneak around, just want to play safe, running around, want to recover his HP, but Freered already here the step, and Buer is down. 2 players down from Navi. Oh, this is not looking good, but I think Dils tried to revive his teammate, and they done it. Dils finally done it to revive his teammate, so they still in the 2 players, and even the mana break is seized by FOC Amura. I think it's totally fine for Navi, because they still many chance to Navi to fight back against FOC, but look at it for Team Pelanggar, because Team Pelanggar now become the third party. Echo and Vren try to go into mental break, and they really want to seize that mental break, but Freeren decide to just fall back, with Deno is not safe anymore. Freeren is the last man standing in FOC Amura, so that's why they just want to fall behind. But let's see, because now Echo trying to use utility, and the kill with Dominus takes the kill, but deals it down. Navi once again become the last one standing, and FOC Amundra now getting wiped out in round 3. That's really interesting. Now we only 4 team remaining. Navi still not in good decision. Now Team Pelanggar already seized the mental break, and they already defend this spot. Let's see, can they survive? Can they secure the mental break and take the chance to fight back? Not like yesterday, because as we all know, yesterday is not a good moment for Team Pelanggar. But let's see, can they revive? Can they survive in this round, Olu?
Yep, 3 a.m. now trying to fend off the attack that is coming from Team Destin Kings here from the middle side of Tower of Babel. Automaton finding that angle onto Uror, but again, the shield man stands tall, did not get any kills onto him. Aris actually getting connected by that Dragonfly Swarm, putting down the Sonic Trap. Sonic Trap gets triggered. DK now falling to 1 HP. Everyone is on 1 HP, but Team Pelanggar finding that kill onto Aris, and Aris now goes down. Team DK left with 1 player remaining, and also 3 angry men left with 1 player only. What just happened? Team Pelanggar get that kills onto the both team that were fighting under the Tower of Babel. QWERTY, the last man alive from Team DK, needs to survive. And also Prince, as the last man alive from 3 angry men, needs to stay alive. But here we see Navi actually left with 1 player. The Dominus is the last player alive, and they got eliminated. Team Pelanggar now have the upper hand. 3 teams remaining, both in 1 player each, except for Team Pelanggar, who has a full lineup. QWERTY still trying to find that angle onto Prince. This is going to be a 1v1, but again, Team Pelanggar is still on 3 feet, and they heard the gunshots. They will try to third party this. Jay looking for that angle. QWERTY trying to reset. Prince also repairing his armor. Reload. 75 bullets on the gun. Jay is waiting for the perfect opportunity to find that angle, to find that third party. Triple Blaster goes out. Prince needs to relocate. Looks like it's safe. He saw the laser sight from QWERTY, and QWERTY also notices that Team Pelanggar from behind has the angle on him. Exoskeleton goes out. Prince trying to pre-fire. Smoke goes out. Again, We still have Team Planger decoding for 40 seconds, but of course this is all about the KPs, and Prince clutch up the kills and trying to revive his teammate. Again, this is all for the kill points because it is inevitable that Team Planger will have this Mandel brick for themselves. But again, Team Planger trying to push, and they are all left in 1 HP condition, and Team Planger takes this game.
Wow. What a play by Team Planger, and what a bounce back from yesterday's performance. I think they play really well, and now they're going to be secure the mana break. So a 13 point is going to be secure by Team Planger. Now they make up a 30 point plus. So I think this will be a really good round for Team Planger, and they already stepped up the game. I think this group is going to be really interesting because if Navi gets the mana break again, wow, it's gonna be the most one-sided group I ever see. So I'm really happy to see the other team try to match up against Navi. But let's talk about Navi a little bit, Olu. I don't know why. I'm not the huge fans about bring the mana brick so far away to that spot, because if you didn't have any smoke, if you didn't have any some kind of like a protector for your team, that's so risky, you know. If you really want to decode outside the Royal Museum, because that's happened in Group A when I think on Onyx they want to decode outside the Royal Museum. The end, you already know the end of this, right? They get pinched by two teams, pinched from the bot side. So I think that's gonna be happen again for Navi, because FOC Amunra already doing a gatekeeping outside the Royal Museum, and I think Navi gonna be paid really much about this round. But yeah, at least Navi still in the first place. Depends of the asset itself from Team Planger, because Team Planger gets wooden sculpture. Yes, it's really good. Yeah, I think that is a really good item to bring the value itself. So I think it's a really good pick up for them to getting extract. So yeah, it's a good point for them. And Team Planger now toe-to-toe with Navi. But like I said before, I kind of not a huge fans, you know, about bring mana break outside the Royal Museum. I prefer to stay in Museum, because even I know that many teams gonna be contest if you put a mana break inside the Museum. But yeah, from the Navi perspective, I think it's totally fine to let the other team fight each other, and then you become a third party just swipe them out, and then retake again the mana break. So I don't know. How about you? Do you find with the planning from Navi? Because yeah, it's my subjective maybe about planning itself. How about you, Lulu?
I mean, the only bad thing happened on that rotation out of Navi is crossing that middle road without any smokes, right? They did not. Yeah. They have a toxic. They could have just deployed the smoke to cross. And again, the utilities being, you know, unutilized. It's called a utility to be utilized, guys. If it's not utilized, then why do you have that in your arsenal? You know, you need to put up that smokes, especially if you want to cross a particular road like the main road on Brakkesh. It is very susceptible to teams camping it out. You know, team FOC Amunra just happens to be there, but if you smoke it out first, they wouldn't have that pick onto you. So I think it's just a matter of a misplay, maybe a bad communications. They want to cross, but they don't open smoke, so they just got a free pick. FOC Amunra cut down Dills in the middle of the map, and then they were just left scrambled. And then they put the Mendel brick onto the decoding station alone, and then Dills tried to defend Dominus's body, right? On the middle of the road. Yeah, sure, they got the kill onto FOC Amunra on two separate different areas of the map. One got one in the middle, 2v1 happening in the decoding station. But the fights is very scattered, especially when you're in a 2v3 situations, right? You normally want to play together with your teammates, but Navi in this particular game, I guess they just happen to not have that communications, because we saw that Navi played really disciplined on the other two maps, right? Yeah. But in this particular map, I don't think they played to their fullest, and so they just got wiped out of nowhere. And they tried to get back on 3 feet, but
Yeah.
Team Plunger was just ready for them.
Yeah. I think Navi's kind of like, need to be humble a little bit, because of course we
Yeah,
know
yeah,
that
yeah.
in the first 2 rounds they get so dominate this group, but the game is not end. I mean, Navi
Yep.
still need to put some respect for the other teams, and I totally agree with you. They need to put some smoke if you want to cross like that, So like I said before, Navi need to be being humble, like be respectful to the other teams, because the other teams, like I said before, this group is like a weird one because this group is so aggressive. We have so many aggressive teams in this group, like a Team Plunger, like IFOC Amunra, 3 Angry Men, 5 Man Hopeless. This team is and DK. Don't forget, DK is a really aggressive team too. So for me, Navi in this group, I think the most disciplined one. But if you just a little bit off your focus, that's what happened. Many teams gonna be pinch you up and they're gonna be destroying you. So Navi, I think they're gonna be learn from their mistake for the next round in the Space City. But for now, Team Plunger getting some momentum because now they're taking the lead with a 35 point and could be more because they're gonna be extract. Yes, so I think it's gonna be more and it's gonna be a good round. But because of this result, so no match point. I think it's
Yep, no
there's
match
no match
point.
point for the round 4. So we're going guarantee a 5 round. It will be on in the group B. This is really interesting because in the round 4, I can guarantee you there's some bloody match coming up soon, and I'm really cannot wait for this round 4 because round 4 is gonna be fun.
Yep. Round 4 is going to be the round where we will see the big guns, the 50 cals of the week. Of course, we have seen Dominus dominating using the yesterday. Bangliga, of course, wasn't there to witness the craziness, the crispiness of the aim from Navi
Damn.
Dominus himself. So I would love for you to witness such a thing, of course, on the next map if they want to pull out that that M82, the heavy guns. So I think it's just an overall good round from Team Plunger. I wasn't expecting Team Plunger to actually caught up with the meta, but I guess they were just in a right place in the right time. Of course, they got that Mandel brick. It's good for them. They got all the kills. But again, it could be that Team Plunger finding their footings right now, and as we see here, they missed a really huge red, unfortunately, in the tower. They did not grab that, but it's okay. They got all the loots. Of course, they are very busy with the amount of bodies that's laying around beside the decoding station. So it's all good, guys. It's all good. They got what they came for. Of course, they got the kills, they got the mandel bricks, they got the loots out of all the bodies, and one red doesn't define your game. So for the other teams, though, I want to talk about Team DK, the one that I am blazing about, because of course it's the Filipinos are playing. Of course, we have Trixie yesterday. Couldn't make it through because of some technical issue, but
Yeah.
they were very scary on a couple of weeks ago. But then on this particular game, I guess they got caught off guard. They were feeling a bit cocky with the Seneva, I guess, because sometimes Seneva works, but some other times it doesn't, especially if you're trying to push a team in a very open area like the reservoir decoding station. You cannot use a Seneva there because there is just too much angle, and as we saw on that particular game, Roar using that Seneva just got shot at from various different angles. You can't not rely if you want to take the mandel brick. If you have the tier 1 spawn and instantly get the mandel brick, yeah, sure, you can take it to the museum right away. But unfortunately, when they were trying to get that mandel brick, I guess there were just some other team cutting them from behind, and of course They got cut down in the middle of their attempt to get the Mando brick to that museum decoding station. Navi actually got it because they rotated really fast to that museum side. And as we see right now, Navi that was trying to decode that Mando brick actually got wiped off first by FOC and all the other teams.
Yeah.
So I think there will be some talks going on in the background, how the teams are going to have their strategy coming on to the Space City maps, and I'm hoping to find new strategies, and especially looking at Group A, the rotations of the player. Ooh. Oh, I want to see more of that, Bang Liga.
Yeah, I want to see more. But I kind of have a different opinion, about a Cineva. For me personally, I'm totally fine with the Cineva. But there's some like a condition, you must meet the requirement, and the condition is you need to get the manual brick first, and you put that on the real museum. Because if you play Cineva, you should play in the close combat, right? You should play in the tight spot, right? You cannot play in the open field, and that's the problem. Because if you remember the first one, actually DK tried to get them in the brick first, but there's 5-man hopeless. Try to interrupt them, so that's why DK kind of like getting distracted by 5-man hopeless, and they try to fight against 5-man hopeless first, and then going to mana break. Okay, so I think we're going for a good short break, and next will be Space City. Looking forward, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, so stay tuned.
Bye bye.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Delta Force National Champions South Asia Season 3. And we're back with Mei Bang Liga and Zanken. Now we're going to round 4 in Space City. Okay, that's going to be interesting round because so far, no one gaining 40 points. So there's no match point right now. Still open for any team, Zanken. Navi. I don't know. Like I said before in the last group, I kind of not a huge fans about bring out the Mandel brick outside the Royal Museum because that's what happened if you bring out and you didn't have any other plan like using smoke maybe to block their visual. So that's why they're getting down, and now there's a chance for Team Plenger to fight back against Navi. How do you feel about round 3?
Yeah, as I can see, I think Team Plenger, even though Olu just said, as he said this multiple times that Team Plenger is not currently adaptable to the current new rulebook, but as what we can see the last 3 rounds, they trying to getting their knees, their feet, grasping the new rulebook, trying the new approaches between Mandel bricks and Mandel bricks, playing the third party. And what I say about Navi is the same as you. I really agree with you when you say that bringing the Mandel brick outside of the Royal Museum, what just Onyx did on the last group, what Navi did here, it actually results on the first team who brought the Mandel brick outside of the Royal Museum is getting wiped out and not getting any single points from that Mandel brick at all. Now, looking at the map rotation, of course, we're on the 4th round, we're going to the Space City, and on the 3rd round, we can see Team Plenger dominated it, getting the first Mandel brick and also getting in the top of the leaderboard because of that Mandel brick point, which is 13 if I'm not mistaken. It's kind of huge and making them closer and closer to the match point itself. Now, on the Space City, a little bit different approach from the Royal Museum when on Brakkesh. When you brought your Mandel brick to your Royal Museum, you want to play on the tight alleyways. You want to play on the whole angle side of the map. But on the Space City, it's usually open map and open-sided Mandel brick station. Now on the leaderboard, we can see Team Plenger with the 3rd Mandel brick, Navi Nation with the 2nd one, but both still on the 35 and 34 points. Not that big of a gap, but none of them reached the match point yet, and it followed by FOC Amunra with the 16, 3 AM with 12, DK with 10, and 5-man Hopeless looking a little bit more underwhelming with just 3 total points. What a mileage of a gap here. What do you think about 5-man Bang Liga? Because on these 3 rounds that we have seen, they didn't seem to perform as we expected.
I think they always get caught in an awkward situation. If you remember in round 1 when they decided to stay outside the visitor. If you remember against the Angry Man, and then Antui getting down. I mean, the position itself is kind of weird. I mean, why you stay in the outside in that position? I mean, okay, I know you want to get keeping, but obviously right? Obviously there's gonna be some team in the visitor who will going down after they done looting in the visitor, right? That's like a common sense. My point is, I don't understand why they keep doing it in that position and they try to fight back. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? But the theoretical is high ground is always have an advantage than the player in the lower ground, and I think that's why for me, 5 plus start the fight in the weird position. And in round 2, I think the round 3, if you remember, they fight for the Mandel brick so early, but they fight with only 2 players left because 1 player already down, and they decide to, we want to fight back with the 2 versus 3. That's not guarantee, I mean, there's some risk they need to take, and obviously, if Hopeless gonna be down because you're never gonna win 2 against 3, especially against DK who using Sineva. 2 against 3, and you want to face DK with Sineva in there. Wow, you're gonna be suicide, man. So I think that's why there's some awkward decision from my Blast, and they need to step up the game. And let's see about that, because now we're on this time with the some gunfire from FOC Amundra. Takes the initiate, but I think it's not gonna be caught by anyone. And Navi starting in the tier 1 spawn. Wow, this is gonna be really interesting then again, because can they get this advantage to bring the mana break to make sure they can get match point in the next round?
Yep, I agree. And now, as we can see it, Templanger J has been taken down by 3 Angry Men Aris there with an incendiary grenade. Now advantage is going towards Nafi because they're still in the trio form completed now. Dominos trying to get a rotation towards the left side of the connector. Deals getting one there. Huge from QWERTY there. Getting caught off guard by Deals right off the corner of the core area of Space City. Deals getting an out of the fire on there. Crouching Tiger going down one, but doesn't seem to find anyone. Another headshot from Deals, getting chip damage, and 50 damage off the DK players right there has been taken down, one of them. And now Navi getting one more kill points to their arsenal. And Deals here with the thermal scope, eventually trying to get some one of a kind through the smoke peaks right there, and trying to get off not so much approach from other team, because they also wants to get a hold of their own mantle brick right here. DK in the other hand lost one of their teammates and eventually decided to just play a little bit more passive before even able to recover their teammate on the core area of Space City. Deals, on the other hand, still proactively peeking right side on the map from the connectors right there. Dominos eventually getting his mantle break for Navi here. It's just matter of time before he's getting this mantle break to the decoding station, which is, I think, right outside here. And I think it's gonna be the same setup as the last group. And now another one, DK! We're getting picked off by Deals again. I don't even know. Why would you go out there in the same, location as your teammate goes down? Yeah, eventually, it's getting taken care of. But a loitering there from Beware trying to catch DK off guard. And now Deals trying to... Oh, I think he wants to... push it, but I think the teammates caught him off, trying to break him off because they already got the mantle brick and decoding has been started. Looking back at Team Plunger already coming back to 3-person full, and as we can see, 5-man hopeless just rotated from, I think that's common center side of the map, rotated from the bridge going to the stairs range, I think, and getting caught off guard against by Deals. What an aim this guy has, Bang Liga, so sharp.
Yeah, I think they're using their advantage. They have a tier 1 spawn, so I think that's why they have a really good advantage, because they already in this position. So I think that's why they can go for the favorable position to make a kill, to make a shot. So I think that's why I'm really impressed how Navi is doing. And in terms of the operator composition itself, I think I kind of like shocked, because I thought they just let the mantle brick go for the other team, and then they want to retake it, because you play with the 2 assault operators. You play with the Firen, you play with the D-Wolf, and of course the other one is Uluru. So I thought look at that loitering munition.
Wow.
What? Oh, okay. I think Navi getting the kill, but turns out FOC somehow steal the kill with the loitering munition, and 2 players down, and Deals is down too by 5-man hopeless. Oh, this is from hero to zero, maybe, because now Navi with the 2 players left, I think one of them can revive the teammates, so I think that's fine. But now there's a chance for 5-man hopeless to retake or to seize the mantle break, but can they do it? Because now I think they decide to play aggressive, and there's go the smoke screen. And I don't think they want to seize the break. They just want to play aggressive. But okay, finally they want to seize the break. Trailblazer is on, but I think it's kind of too late. And I think, what? But Parks is down by Dominus. I think there's some misclick, so that's why there's not directly to resist the break, and there's still time for Navi. But now Navi with the 2 players remaining, I think they need to play with it really careful because right now they're in a bad position. Crouching Tiger is on. Try to aim to 3 Angry Men. 3 Angry Men now become the third party. 3 teams already in this Mandel Brick zone. And let's see which one's gonna be seized. The Mandel Brick. Is it gonna be 5 Men Hopeless? Or 3 Angry Men? Or somehow Navi survive in this trouble? Because this is a really emergent situation for Navi. Navi need to fall back. Need to reset again. Just recovering your teammate. And just try to set up again from the beginning. Because this already become a hot zone, you know. Between 3 Angry Men and 5 Men Hopeless. I mean, these 2 teams, I mean, I think they didn't have any breaks, you know, in their gameplay. They just want to move forward, and 5 Men Hopeless finally sees the Mandel break. And I think 3 Angry Men want to contest it, but I think it's a little bit too late. And 3 Angry Men decide to just waiting, maybe in the last minute, and then they want to strike forward to the Mandel break. But another loitering munition victim, because now FOC become the victim, because Team Plunger already go for the third party and looking for the kill. FOC is in trouble. They cannot go anywhere. And Team Plunger looking for the chance to take the kill. And let's see about that. Team Plunger 3 versus 2. And water spray, water aim. FOC on Moonrise getting eliminated. Team Plunger take a kill, and so Dustin deals because Navi fight back against 3 Angry Men. Yes, fight back, and look at that. But Aris getting 3 kills, and Navi's down. Heals bring some hope, but not so much because 3 Angry Men fight back in this round. And what a round is this? Navi is down, FOC is down. Now there's chance for Team Plunger and 5 Men Hopeless to secure the Mandel Brick. Jangan.
Oh my god, what a gunfight now. Jay with the spray down, getting Shino there. 5 Men Hopeless losing one of his players. Nesta Rat trying to get some more picks because of one of them. Jay has already getting one now. Mandel Brick in front of them, even though they already had the 41 points, but they still hungry for more points, even if it's kill points. Like Jay getting hugged down from 5 Men Hopeless. He's still trying to get more and more incendiary on the hand, and 2 is getting wiped out as well by Team Plunger here. What a match. What a performance by Team Plunger. They already triggered, if I'm not mistaken, and if they can extract, even though they don't have the Mandel Brick, they still can trigger the match point within the 40 points. But now decoding has been interrupted by Jay right here with 33 minutes counting down from Team Plunger to actually decode the Mandel Brick within the 3 squad left. 3 Angry Men and DK, and as well as TPL, which is Team Plunger, is on the fight in the verge of getting their Mandel Brick. Now, I think TPL, what you have to do is just play passive and just play proactive when it's needed, because the way that they already taken care of Navi and FOC and also the 5 Men Hopeless, which is the last standing squad who has been in a hold of the Mandel Brick. Now Jay and France now is only getting anchor points and holding them angles, waiting for the decoding to be done right now, Bang Liga. And as we can see, even though it's already 2 minutes down, I think 3 AM is going to make a little bit of a setup towards the Mandel Brick, but not so much right now. Not even to mention DK's 2 players left. I don't think they would, you know, take any chance, or at least take a risk to actually get a hold of the Mandel Brick. And as we can see right there, from 3 AM, Tempest is going down. One of the players from 3 AM is also going down by DK. Third party rating prevails from the underside of the building. Now Automaton, one left from 3 Angry Men, actually get revived from his self-healing. Now 2v1 DK between 3 AM. Now it's still busy, still hectic on that side of the map, but now TPL, Bang Liga, I think they're gonna get the Mandel Brick within 1 minute.
Yeah, I think this is a really bad situation for both of them from 3 Angry Men and DK. They cannot keep fighting like this because this is gonna be free mandal break from Team Pelenggar.
Yeah.
But let's see, Automaton looking for the kill. They want to eliminate DK, but I think Camlin only is secure in the good position, and then they just want to waiting for a moment. 3 Angry Men, I don't think getting getting aggressive against DK is a good choice. Or for me personally, I think I agree with what they're doing right now. They just bring his teammate, just revive him and bring a 3 squad again so they can fight for the mandal break. But the time is already running out. Under 30 seconds remaining for Team Pelenggar. Secure the mandal break. Can Lim slowly but surely, but not gonna be happen. And DK is down. 2 teams remaining. 3 versus 3. Oh, that's gonna be really interesting. 15 seconds remaining. 3 a.m. Can they do it? Loitering munition is on, but it already explode in the middle way. But Team Pelenggar, oh, I think they're gonna be get. I think they're gonna get. I think 3 Angry Men doesn't want to contest because there's no favorable position for them. And Team Pelenggar secure the mandal break. And of course, next round is gonna be a match point for Team Pelenggar. They trigger the match point and they play really well. And I think I want to talk about the other teams. First of all, let's talk about Navi. I mean, Navi already positioning himself. They just want to play as a third party, but I kind of like confused about their plan because they suddenly want to take the mandal break and they want to seize the mandal break. I mean, in terms of the common sense, of course, it's common sense because they get a tier 1 spawn. But in terms of the composition of the operators, like I said before, they play with 2 assault, Dwarf and Firen. And they decide to bring the mandal break first. They decide to defend the mandal break. I don't think that's a really good composition if you want to defend the mandal break. If you play with Firen and Dwarf. So I think they just want to, I don't know, just looking for a kill point maybe to make sure at least they can get a 40 point and then they get match point even without mandal break. But turns out they just take the mandal break and they kill the mandal break first, and I think that's really not a good idea in terms of the commerce operators. And in other sets, you're talking about 5-man hopeless. Once again, they always in the awkward situation. I don't understand why. I really don't understand why Entoy stay in the middle, doesn't go anywhere, doesn't looking for the safe option, just stay in the safe place, and they just want to team fight again. And I think that's some reckless move by Hopeless. So I don't know, man. Well, I was really not looking good with only 4 points. But look at that now. Team Pelenggar get 3 Angry Men. 3 Angry Men wants to get a kill, wants to get some, I don't know, maybe some consolidation point maybe, because of obviously Team Pelenggar gets the match point in the next round. But 3 AM want to secure at least 2 or 3 more points to at least secure them in the 3rd place in this group. But let's see about that, because now 3 AM has a Tempest. Maybe Tempest is good for the initiate, but let's see, because in terms of the how to defense, I think Team Pelenggar have a good composition. Don't forget, they have Luna, so there's some recon in there, some detection arrow, hot arrow, even the Grand itself, in combination with the Ulur with Incendiary. I think it's a kind of balanced composition in terms of the operator. 3 AM need to looking forward. Okay, 1 player Incendiary, and look at 3 AM. They just want to play safe. I think that's enough for them. They just want, okay, just check each other, just protect each other, just play safe for now, because now only 4 minutes remaining. But Team Pelenggar, I think they doing the same thing like 3 Angry Men. They just want to play in their position, but okay, the position already exposed. Let's see if Team Pelenggar is gonna be play aggressive. I think it's gonna be a good chance for Team Pelenggar secure another point in this round. But let's see, because 3 Angry Men now is really in tight position. They just want to saving, maybe they want to extract maybe, but I think it's really hard in terms of the time, because already 3 minutes left. I don't think it's enough if you want to extract as a whole team. Maybe 1 player can go out in this situation and extract in the backless, but for now, I think this is kind of like a stuck moment. Just let's see which one is gonna be have a more confidence to initiate for. Is it gonna be Team Pelenggar or Team Angry Men? Let's see about that, Lankan.
Yeah, I agree with you, but because as what we can see here, the tempo is a little bit too more to a fast pace rather than the slow one. And as you can see, some way Jay getting that picks from the head of Automaton there, which is the Tempest of 3 Angry Men. Now another triple blaster has been going on inside of the building. Tyrelli with close quarter combat has to be taken by Nesta right now with the loading munition. Jay getting a hold of now, getting killed by Echo there. Echo getting killed right now. 3v1, and yes, it is what it is. Wiped out. 3 AM going down, and now Team Plunger with the 62 going strong. 62 points of their own leaderboard now. Top of the group stage. Match point has been triggered, and of course now at the first place on the group stage on the leaderboard of Group B, they are on a comfortable knees now. And what I want to see from them is I hope for them to not choke for the second, the next match of the Space City, to actually get their Mandel break. Or at least even if they gonna push it just like what Onyx did on the last group within the group 7, they need to keep their own pace, still not getting killed off spawn just like what Onyx did on the last group. They still need to get more points to even secure the second and the third place, whether or not they gonna get the Mandel break on the next match. And now 63 points. I think it's the best points ever gathered of a team. If we compare to the last group, 63 points plus the Mandel break, and it's so strong on top of the match point group stage points right now, and maybe chased by Navi with 37, but not even Navi has triggered the match point. They're still on the 37th, chased by 3 AM on the 20th, and FOC as well as the DK. But once again, I don't understand. 5-man hopeless, as what Bang Liga said. They also get caught off some awkward situations, sketchy positions. Many times they're on the lower ground, many times they're on the upper grounds, but both of their position never actually making advantage towards the 5-man hopeless. And as what Olu said, this 5-man hopeless is getting hopeless for real. Like the way they have been playing, or the timings, the rotations, the positions, I don't think is never actually comes up their way. Always getting the disadvantage every time they approach another team. And eventually now Team Plunger has been able to actually extract, and now making them as the first place of the group stage here. They're on a comfortable position, and I hope Bang Liga, they will not choke as what like Onyx did on the last match. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to be different, because in terms of Group A, I think Onyx kind of dominate the group, and suddenly they just fall down, and they kind of a little bit underestimate the opponent, maybe some kind of like that. But I think in this group, I think totally different. Yes, of course we know that Team Plunger getting a match point, but still it's a close call against Navi, and I think Navi is going to be step up in the next round. So I think Team Plunger needs to be careful. And I totally agree with you about the 5-man hopeless. They just all over the place, I really don't understand about their plan. I don't understand about their communication, because it's really weird, Zenken. Listen, they starting really well. To be honest, they start really well. They play aggressive. They want to contest for the Mandel break. It's totally normal.
Yep.
And they somehow get it. For the Mandel break. But my point is, after that, what's the plan? This is a really confusing moment from 5-man hopeless. If you saw the highlight, they tried to see Mandel break. It failed because they're triple blaster, so it's fine. It's totally normal, right? If you want to see Mandel break and fail because triple blaster, it's totally normal. It's fine. But my point is, what's after this plan? If you didn't get the Mandel break, and somehow right now you get the Mandel break, right? But look at how they defended. They defend outside in the Mandel break. They decide to defend in that spot.
Yeah.
I really don't understand. In terms of common sense, many teams gonna be defense at the inside, right? Inside the inside the building, but they decide to defend outside the building. And of course, we already know there's one other team stuck in the outside the building, and that's is three angry men. So I think that's why, for me, the planning itself is really confusing me. Like I said before, it's all over the place. I don't know which one who communicate each other, which one is going to being IGL, because we saw in the fourth round, I think the communication is not there. They're just all over the place.
Yep.
And to be honest, Duncan, I don't think they're gonna be step up in this moment, because this isn't looking bad for Man Hopeless. But let's see. About it, because at the end of the day, we never know about the future itself. Maybe there's some miracle moment happen. We'll see about that. But I think it's gonna be between these two, Navi and Team Plenger. I think Team Plenger step up the game really much. I mean, if you look at the round 1 until round 4, I think they growing in this tournament. They growing in these rules, in the new rules. So I think I'm really happy to see about that, because Olu say yesterday that they play really bad, but sometimes teams need some time to adapt. So I think that's totally normal. And look at now, Team Plenger already secure more than 60 points. So I think that's going to be really interesting between these two teams, Team Plenger and Navi. Team Plenger gets the match point, but we're going for the short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break. So stay tuned for the round number 5. So bye-bye.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to, of course, Delta Force National Championship Week 5 of the Mobile Division Season 3. Man, that fight! Woo! Team Plugger showing off something that we haven't seen out of them in the last 2 weeks. Week 3 and Week 4 wasn't the best out of them, but they pulled through, guys. They pulled through. And
Yep.
Underdog FPS also was telling the same story, and so Tim Plenger said that storyline being made by Underdog FPS kind of seem familiar to our story right now. How do you feel about Tim Plenger, Zanken?
Yeah, I think the way that I, reacted to this team, especially for the first matches, doesn't seem very good. And I also, have been hearing stories from you because this team hasn't been able to actually perform specifically on the new rule book, which is you have to get 40 points. After that, you have to get the Mandel Brick after to actually wins the game. But now, I think Team Plenger is currently getting a grasp of their feet. They, trying to get a hold of themselves. They find the adaptation, find the strategy to actually getting advantage of the rule book. They know the advantage to actually take control of the gunfights, take control of the anchor points between Mandelbrick decoding station. They don't want to play too aggressive when it comes to getting the Mandelbrick, but when it comes to snatching the Mandelbrick, they want to play aggressive there. And after they actually wiped off 1 or 2 squads, they want to play for the Mandelbrick, but before that they don't want to even touch the Mandelbrick. But I think they could change for this next round, because after this, if they manage to get 1 more Mandelbrick, that's game over for other team, because Team Plenger is gonna getting it all. With actually now they have a lot of points, actually around 60 plus points. They are on a match point. They have 1 Mandelbrick, and it's just 1 Mandelbrick away for them to secure the game, Olu.
I think you put it on the right way. Tim Plenger actually racking up a whooping 60 plus points in just 2 games, which is going to be a very valuable point distribution. Of course, they are right now, as if for now, they are number 2 in the whole standing of the teams, which mean if they got this win, if they decode this Mandelbrick, they will receive even more points, which means they are going to top Onyx as the current number 1 on the global leaderboard, which is probably what they want to aim for, because yesterday they didn't really show up in any fights. They got cut down in the early fights. So looking at them today, they are coming real strong and they swinging hard. And as for Navi, the original team who was dominating in this first a couple of rounds, of course, as we are going to see in just a bit, Navi kind of lose focus, no? Don't you think?
Yeah, I agree. The way that this team has been performing for the last 2 matches, as what Bang Liga said, it's becoming towards to like they a little bit too cocky on the, the way they approach fights, the way they approach other teams. They playing a little bit more reckless and careless. And as you've said many times, when they have to use the utility, they choose not to. They forget that it's there. They forget that you have to take control of your utility. You have to respect other teams. You have to take awareness even onto the other teams, even though you are dominating, and they got punished for it now. As you can see, for Brakkesh and Space City on round 3 and round 4, it's Team Plenger who is dominating the leaderboard. And I want to ask you something for one of the casts. I already asked Bang Liga, but you as one of the casts, and it's also following up the bracket and also the teams of Mobile Division as well. I want to talk about the 5-man hopeless. Does they actually play like this on a daily basis, or they just on the other underwhelming side, or it's just a bad day for them?
About 5-man hopeless, I guess this is kind of how they play, because yes, they did won on week number 2 because the format was different back days. They won by decoding 2 Mandel bricks, but on a group
okay.
where it was, I believe there was a team who achieved the most points of 50-ish, but they didn't won. 5-man hopeless did won, but only with 19 poils, very few amounts of kills, but they did get that 2 Mandel bricks. So on the
Okay.
other side of the story, on week 3 and week 4, they were like on their group they are on the 4 to 5 positions. If we are looking here, it's like we are seeing FOC Amunra and DK not finding their footings quite well in this particular day. I think they are on that position, but in this particular group with DK, Amunra, also the other teams, Navi, and also Team Plunger, I guess they aren't really a good fit. Usually they play against Osiris, but if we talk about Osiris is right now playing really good. They step up their games. They got a lot of kills. They got a Mandel brick, but I'm not seeing that coming out of 5-man hopeless. So it's looking very hopeless right now. But I'm wishing that they have some pep talk in the back, talking about what they have to do, which rotation they should take, and what fights to not take. Because every time I see them in a fight, they will take it. They aren't like some of the other teams. They got into a confrontation with other teams, they might fall back. They might reposition themselves and find another angle, fight another team. But again, 5-man hopeless just try to W kit, you put your joystick up and try to shoot the people in front of you, which is sometimes it doesn't work. But as for right now, Team Plunger, of course, is going to go in to the game using their tier 5 gears. Mr. Zanken, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, they're only getting the tier 5 only into the game, as well as their tier 5 bullets, except for their Luna, who is still getting the tier 4 FNJ bullets right there. But that is not gonna make a change, because on their tier 5, on their golden or tier 5 bullets, gonna be a massive point for them.
Dominus!
Dominus getting Prince from the West Gate now deals with his Tempest, of course, trying to be more aggressive. And suddenly, I think one of the players of 3 Angry Men cannot even, cross properly, because already getting sniped by Dominus right there. Is on the button to open the West Gate now. 1 minute or 1.5 minutes into the game, 3 AM already left by 2 players now. Dills and friends already getting 1 plus kill points, 39. Now 1 more point to actually, trigger the match point for them. But TPL back again, Team Plunger is already on their match point now. Looking at the map, I think FOC is on the right side top corner of the map, I suppose. Now already using Dominus getting his M7 right there. Quite a loot right there, getting I think 1 or 2 million to actually getting more points there. As you can see, DFNC is getting a hold of Team Plunger. Fast range, 5-man hopeless, and as we can see from the centrifuge, there's no one on the centrifuge, but FOC is on the black chamber right now. And another player from TPL now, Jay, is taking control of the CEO a little bit more. He's gonna go to the office right now, and I think they're gonna play a little bit more passive aggressive toward the Mandel brick, because I don't see them getting a hold of the position towards the Mandel brick. What do you think? Do you think he's gonna play a little bit more of a passive third-party gameplay, or still keep going to the Mandelbrick. As we can see, 5-man hopeless, and FOC suddenly already getting the Mandelbrick right now, Olu.
Ooh, they might actually go to test workshop here. FOC
Oh,
unscathed. Nice rotation being done here. They did spawn over by the bridge, so they got their position on lockdown, and they did not get third party by 3 Angry Men. 3 Angry Men supposed to be the team who's going to cut off FOC Amunra with this rotation, because sometimes people who spawn in Westgate will eventually camp out Hudson, like we saw what happened in Group A, where Navi, where Onyx actually got caught in the middle of the road by OG, right? By the team from Westgate. But it looks like Team 3 Angry Men, because they got cut down in the middle of that rotation through the Westgate by Dominus. They couldn't make it in time towards this area. And so they are going to go back for their teammates over there. 3 Angry Men is. But Navi, actually, they want to find this kill onto 3 Angry Men. While the other teams, DK, slowly but surely closing down the gap onto Test Workshop from the right side over by the bridge. Team Plunger actually making the long way around, going towards sprinting. A very long way to rotate. This is going to take, of course, more time. As we see right now, Nesta, of course, using those tier 5s. And when I see the compositions, the team composition with the Luna, the Stinger, and the Tempest, this is usually the retake, the seizing kind of composition. Like, you want to seize the Mandelbrick back to your hands. But it cannot be used as a defensive kind of lineup. It is quite bad because you don't have an engineer to kind of slow down the pace of the other team who's trying to seize, right?
Yep.
Sure, you have the drill charts. Sure, you have the Stinger smokes and the Luna utils. But again, sometimes engineers are very good, especially in this particular decoding station, because if you use Ulurus, if you use your gizmo, you can further delay the movement of players, right? And especially for Uluru, using that deployable cover, actually making a new cover, creating that new angle. But on the other side, actually Echo from that long way actually becoming a prize onto their heads, because they got a kill onto Team DK, but the Mandelbrick has been seized by Shino Zanken.
Yeah, I can see that 5-man hopeless finally making some more movement towards the FOC Mandelbrick, and as we can see, Team Plunger is trying to get a hold of the left side of the bridge, and DK is stuck. It's on a sketchy position right now, getting pinched by Team Plunger as well. 2v3 now. Nesta Rat doesn't want to get more of a cheeky situation there.
Ooh,
Jay is getting down now. Rat is not in a good position, even though Echo here with the SR25, we can see that Nesta Rat here is getting burnt down. Not to death, but enough for him to getting not comfortable at all. But DK now already reset to 3 more point. FOC, 5-man hopeless, and Navi in the same position. All of the teams that we can see playing against in the group stage, Group B right now, is on the same area. Now 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Decoding still in the hand of 5-man hopeless here, and Deals, I think, has already been seen. FOC and 5-man hopeless under him, and now trying to get a hold of top. They're getting his kills now.
Roll forward.
Roll down and getting his punished by 5-man hopeless there. I think it's Shino getting a hold of Deals there, and TPL Echo once again with his SR25, so sharp, so weird. the way he's been shooting doesn't let any players from other teams to get a breathe, you know. Doesn't have more spaces to get control of because Echo with his SR25, not to mention he's using the tier 5 bullets, making no one can escape. And Jay, maybe think it's with the SV98 if I'm not mistaken, trying to get some hats off there with Navi in front of them. What do you think? It's 5-man hopeless gonna get it out with the free mandal break because it's only 1 minute left, or maybe TPL or even FOC trying to get snatch it again?
I mean, you need to try to wipe out one of the teams that are currently near the Mandelbrick station. Of course, FOC is going to make their first move. EED device is being deployed. That means FOC is trying to go ahead and seize the Mandelbrick, and they did so. While on the other side, on the backpack extract, actually, Team DK is making a move. Shino also made the move and tried to seize it, but was unable to, did not have the time to actually seize the Mandelbrick on the other side. Dills drop Nesta down to the ground. FOC Azra actually finding the kill onto QWERTY that was using the EED. Team Plunger sees the Mandelbrick for themselves. Now this is going to be a very hard push from the other teams because they have spent all their Tempest utilities. 2 minutes on the clock is very thin onto that EED device getting charged back up, but Team Plunger actually dropping down to 2 players, so this is going to be hard for them. They are losing their smoker. Their stinger is down. That means they don't have any smokes coming into trying to defend this Mandelbrick, but one team has yet to be seen, and that is actually 3 angry men who's coming over by the bridge area from Hudson to try to pick off Navi. So this is going to be it. Aris actually finding that angle onto Team Navi. Dills dropping down very low but was able to reset himself. Dominus, I mean. And so loitering munitions from Team DK also goes out, trying to harass Team FOC Amundra, and Amundra find the kill onto Euror. Euror draws down with that sniper rifle from Free Reign. That gameplay has taken into account. You cannot let the the gold bullet sniper rifles take you down because it is going to be hard to pick you back up. Now Team Plunger have 60 seconds on the clock. Buer actually drops Aris down to the ground. Dominus also finding J. Team Plunger right now is still with 2-player Dills trying to challenge onto Echo, and Echo goes down, but Nesta gets the kill onto Dills. Dills needs to reset back up. Dominus, of course, Team Navi still have 3 players. Team Plunger right now being seized by FOC Amundra, and FOC Amundra has their own fights on the back. They have still Team DK. Nesta trying to find that angle. They have to chill. They can't be very, very cocky about this because there is a lot of teams currently still alive. But Ken Lim, talking about still alive, they drop another team from Team DK. Actually goes out. What? Ken Lim did not survive that.
And now 5-man hopeless also is snatching the Mandelbrick again, just within 1 minute and 20 seconds. What a fight around this Mandelbrick decoding station, and Navi is going to finish off Team Plunger right there. 46 match point has been also triggered by Navi now within the 3 actual players.
Nice roll, but not nice enough.
Getting gunned down by the FOC players as well. Euror finishing the job. Dominus getting his teammates up. Now it's still Navi, 3 AM, DK, and 5-man hopeless into the game with 45 seconds on the clock. On the 5-man hopeless advantage, they still on 3 players, even though they only get 6 total points by now. But Mandelbrick is probably one of their way to make a game-changing position. And now Navi within the 47 point is all getting awareness towards the 3 angry men that is currently going back and forth on under him on I think it's under the bridge around. They want to try to rotate towards a little bit more to the Mandel Brick. And as we can see, Shino getting one. Shino getting for the 2 DK. I think it's going down. One person left from Team DK, which is the Stinger. And now 5-man hopeless. Shino is also getting taken down by DK. And Antoy finally getting automated. Goes down to his knees. Now Antoy, one person left from 5-man hopeless with just 1 HP drill charge, loitering munition. Every single utility on the arsenal is going just to punish Antoy.
Oh no! He tried to knife him, Zanken!
Yo, this is just disrespectful. Oh yeah, even though eventually Antoy got killed by Aris with his incendiary. Olu, that's just it. I mean, that's just disrespectful, Olu. I mean, it's going straight to TikTok, Olu.
Yeah. But it's okay though, because 5-man hopeless, even though they get knife in the face by Antoy. Antoy got that kill onto the player who's trying to knife him there. But of course, they did get the Mandel Brick. We are the caster curse. I think we have a caster curse right here, guys. But the curse is actually going to be great because a couple of rounds ago, we were talking about Team Plunger, how they are not stepping into the game. And just a couple of minutes ago, we were talking about 5-man hopeless and how they aren't playing to their fullest. And now they got the Mandel Brick, Zanken. I think it's a good caster curse for a lot of these players.
Yeah, I think we keep getting the more chances to actually compete in the game.
Yep.
Every
we're giving them boost. We're giving the boost.
We give it the boost every time we talk about team that not showing their best performance on the group stage, even for the 1 or 4 first round. They gonna keep up on the 4th to 7th round, eventually making the group more competitive. Now Navi with the 49 triggering their own match point, even though Antoy and Shino and France already get a hold of their own Mandel Brick with 24 points. They haven't been able to trigger a match point within 40 points. Now on the next match, Olu, the same map, Space City, TPL and Navi is on their rivalry to actually get the last Mandel Brick to close this game. What do you think?
I think one of them will try to put the Mandel Bricks down in a not so open area, because I think this is a real they aren't really good fighting in the open, as we see Navi, of course, trying to look for that last KP, while Aris here very close to them, getting spotted by the Luna scan. Aris trying to stay alive. Deployable cover is trying to get down. Incendiary grenade goes down. Did not have a chance onto surviving the full rush, the full swing out of Team Navi, of course. They are just trying to get this last KP onto the last man, who is still standing tall there from 3 angry men. But again, I think it's going to be very tight. I think they want to extract, they want to decode somewhere that is more closed off, because Team Plunger and Navi isn't the brightest when it comes to fighting in open areas. As for this one, yeah, sure, you have Dominus and you have the SR-25 coming out of Shiro, but it's still a very hard fights to take, considering there is going to be Luna arrows coming out of a lot of teams. But of course, it's we'll see whether or not they are going to pop out the same operators in the next game, because a lot of the teams will not have their Tempest, their winning conditions in Tempest, Stinger, and Luna lineup. So I think it's going to be a very interesting fight, as we saw yesterday on week number 4, where we have Navi actually pulling up that double Uluru and D-Wolf for their win.
Yep.
So we'll have to see. course.
We're gonna see.
Now.
I think we're gonna see more of them playing more aggressive towards towards the next match within the match point, and as we can see, TPL and Navi, Team Plunger and Navi, even though Team Plunger is getting a hold of the better points, with the 61 and Navi only at the 52. Not to mention, Navi is still on the looting section right now, still going to make more and more money. I think, it's gonna be more tight to play because both of these team has one Mandel brick each, Navi and TPL right here, and on the next match is gonna decide within either a Navi or TPL is going to end the match on the next round, or even a 5-man hopeless 3 a.m. or even DK is going to chase them on the next round. That I think is going to be a perfect timing for either TPL and Navi to actually close the game, and specifically if the Mandel brick spawn on the core area, and you can actually get to the decoding station in front of the test range again. Just make your setup, make your anchor points inside of the building, waiting for other team to actually play the third party on one another. Just I really want to see another Uluru, another double Uluru and one D-Wolf, just like what Onyx did on the last group. I think it's one of the most clever operator map pool. Now we're gonna see the highlight of this match right now. Many times that we can see that the fightings, the gunfight, the approach that has been done in this map was on the open side of the game, the open field. No more covers, no more holding angles or tight alleyways. It's just pure gunfights and jump shots here, Olu.
I mean, you have the smokes to cover you up, but again, Stinger smokes can only go so far. Some of these teams actually located very far away from the decoding station, which means the smokes from the Stinger will not cover up the whole way, as we saw from a couple of teams trying to seize those Mandel bricks. But again, the Stinger smokes did not have enough range to cover their positions, and so they were forced to fight the closest teams. And I guess that is why 5-Man Hopeless was finally able to decode the Mandel brick, because they were the only teams that are located inside of the bridge, under the bridge. The other teams, there were 3 teams above the bridge. We have 3 AM, we have Navi, and we have Team Plunger. And then on the test workshop near the backpack extract, you have DK and FOC Amunra. So they have their own fights, which means 5-Man Hopeless can just get that Mandel break just like that. So that is exactly what they did. Yep. Yeah. As soon as they seize that Mandel brick, the other teams are busy with their own fights. Nobody can really try to seize the Mandel brick out of the hands of 5-Man Hopeless. And as we saw, as soon as the fights over by the bridge was done, Navi came running down that 3 angry men actually came running down that bridge onto the 5-Man Hopeless positions, and they went back to be a bit hopeless. But it's okay. You got your points, ladies and gentlemen. They got their points, and that is what matters. Of course, round number 6 is coming up your way. We still have more gunfights for you guys, so don't go anywhere because we have some more exciting fights to cast and to watch for you guys. See you around.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Southeast Asia Season 3. Hope you guys still excited to see more action because, wow, what a long day, Olu, today. I mean, yeah, we get a really long day, like you said before. Maybe it's time to cast their curse, but yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but let's see, because now we're going to game number 6, and I think in game 5, I think in terms of the Mendel brick fight, it's total chaos, you know. I mean, there's 5 teams, if correct me if I'm wrong, in
there's
that
6
spot,
teams.
and
6 teams.
all 6, yeah, maybe all 6 teams,
16.
maybe. Yeah, all the team fighting for the Mendel brick in that spot, and I thought that Team Plenger is gonna get the match point, but Team Plenger suddenly just focused on the Mendel brick, and they didn't see there's Navi across them, and Navi eliminated Team Plenger, and now become extend to game number 6. How do you feel about the last round?
I don't know. The fights were scattered around, but not on the Mendel brick. I feel like because we have 3 teams in the bridge. We have 1 team under the bridge, and we have another 2 teams on the backpack extract. So there is currently 3 hotspots that people are trying to fight upon. On top of the bridge, on the Mendel brick, and the backpack extract. And so that was a full chaos happening everywhere. As we can see, of course, 5-man Hopeless did get that last Mendel brick on round number 5, but it wasn't enough to, of course, overtake any of the other teams that are currently in the top 2 and the top 3. They were placed in 4th, I believe, with 25 points, so it is still a long way for them. But if they could survive this particular round number 6, or even if they could find that decode onto that Mandel brick, they might just be able to catch up with the teams that are above of them. So it should be interesting talking about the operator selection also, because most of the teams has lost their Stingers, their Lunas, and also their Tempest. So we are going to see a little different operators coming into the match. But we'll have to see that in just a bit when the game starts. But nonetheless, of course, we're going to talk about the overall leaderboard for this group. Currently, 5-Man Hopeless is on that third place. Yes, with 24 points though. With 24 points. But again, we saw that the teams from Group A actually was able to catch up with the teams above them, especially with Underdog FPS, Bang Liga, because they came out of 6th place all the way to winning the group at the end of the match. How do you feel? Do you think 5-Man Hopeless have the chance to do the same Cinderella story as Underdog FPS?
Well, in terms of chance, obviously there's some chance. But I think the situation is totally different than in Group A. Because in Group A, okay, we know that Underdog FPS in the 6th place. But don't forget, the gap between each of team is kind of like close one, you know, just like a 3 points different, 4 point, 5 point. Even if there's some gap, it's more like a 10 point. And of course, you know, you get Mandel break in round 7, you get the whole 20 point. So I think that's a totally different. In terms of 5-Man Hopeless, they just only get a 24 points. So there's still a long way to go if you want to catch the point from Team Plunger. Or even Navi maybe, because Navi, Navi, it's not that far. But, you know, if you want to catch a point from Team Plunger, there's still like a 30-40 point. So I think you still need some consistency, you know, in the last, probably the last 2 rounds. But if you're asking me, is it going to be possible same like a Group A? To be honest, I don't think so. But I don't think so, because like I said before, the situation is different. It's different. The team itself is different. The gameplay itself is different. If you're talking about the Group B, as you can see in the round 5, it's all over the place. So I don't think they're gonna get some like really high score in one round. Because like I said before, if you want to catch Team Plunger, you need at least one round getting really high score, like a 20 point plus. And to be honest, if I'm casting them in the previous week or last 2 weeks, I don't ever saw, you know, that 5-Man Hopeless get so many scores. It's because you remember, right, about how they won in week 2. Week 2.
It was week 2.
Okay, week 2. That they don't get many kills. They just get a few kills, but they get Mandel break. So that's why they get the match point. So they get they won with a 2 Mandel break. So in this situation, in these new rules, I don't think that's it's gonna be happening same like a Group A. But let's see. Maybe I'm wrong, but let's see about that. So let's go. We're going to game number 6, and 2 teams gets the match point trigger in Team Plunger and Navi Nation.
Do you think if 5-Man Hopeless is able to find the 2 remaining bricks and decode it, they would be the winner of the group? Do you think it's possible? Because they showed us that they can take the Mandel bricks but don't have a lot of kills. So what if 5-Man Hopeless just decode the Mandel bricks? Just decode the last 2 Mandel bricks we have in this round, in the last remaining 2 games. Would that be possible?
Yeah, there's some chance, but let's see. But let's see about that.
Okay. Yes, of course, we are going to head on to the match while Team Plunger, of course, losing their tier 5 items, but not again. Team DK got caught in the middle of their rotation by Jay. 2 players remaining in the early stages of the game. Again and again, Team DK is not showing off strong in this particular game day. Week 5 has not been a week for them. So they have to try and recover their losses. As we are going to see, of course, Navi just taking it for themselves. Of course, they are now in match point, ladies and gentlemen. So if they do get this decode, they will be crowned our champions for the day. But we'll have to see whether or not they are going to be able to do so, because Navi is actually taking the fight away from the centrifuge area, away from the buoyancy area, as Nesta also gets another kill onto the fragger of Team DK. QWERTY also left with very slight of HP, and this is what I'm talking about. Match point Mandelbrick has been put on process, and Navi taking the fight to Black Chamber. Oh, you know, if it's Black Chamber, Bang Liga, it's always going to be a treat, because it is the tightest decoding stations corner we have in Space City. So we are going to have a treat for you guys, as possibly becoming the last round for today's match. How do you feel about this decoding station, Bang Liga?
I totally agree with you. I mean, that's to be honest, as a neutral perspective, I love that spot so much, because
Yep.
I can guarantee you there's gonna be some bloody match in terms of how they want to seize the Mandelbrick. So I really love that spot, and there's always a drama in that spot. If you remember in week 3, they're so close, and then suddenly one team is gonna be champions emerge in that spot too. So I think Navi confidence to decode Mandelbrick in that spot, and let's see about that, because in terms of how the composite operator they have, yeah, they kind of balance. You know, you have Tempest, you have Stinger, and you have Luna. You can use your Volt Arrow to distract when it's Mandelbrick. There's drill charge in there, but I think in terms of how you want to retake, I think teams like 3 Angry Men have a chance, because they using a D-Wolf with a Philander, and then you have 5-man Hopeless. Don't forget, they bring Uluru, Wolf, and Luna. There's kind of some aggressive composition operator, you know. And again, let's talk about later, because now we're going to see the fight between these two teams, DK and Team Plenger. One player down by DK, but I think it's totally fine. Your war now try to look using for this momentum to make some initiate move, but Team Plenger, Nesta already in and on front of, and your war want to take the fight, and Echo is down, and so does Nesta. Team Plenger, what's going on with Team Plenger? Suddenly they get wiped out, and that's some disrespect from Team Plenger, because you need to put some respect on DK. I think that's so reckless. I don't understand why Team Plenger decided to fight in that situation. I totally don't understand Olu. But for me personally, sorry if I'm kind of a little bit rough in my words, but that's some disrespect move by Team Plenger, because DK is really in the good position and they lead in terms of the number of players. So I don't understand why Team Plenger with 2 players remaining in the bad position still want to fight. I really don't understand. But now Team Plenger's down. Navi only have by himself getting a match point. Can Navi secure in this round, or we're gonna be extended to round 7? Let's see about that. But now they get for 5-man Hopeless, like you said before. All 5-man Hopeless always have some plan to get the Mandelbrick, but let's see, can they done it? Because now 3 Angry Men now become the third party, and DK fighting 3 Angry Men, and the other side Navi trying to defend, but 1 player down. Is it gonna be possible for DK? DK gonna be get the Mandelbrick? I think it's really possible, but now FOC Almundra become another party who's come to enjoy the party, and 1 player down, and Navi 25 seconds remaining. FOC Azra want to take this momentum to make him for more advance on the other player. No, DK takes the kill against 3 Angry Men. FOC fight, free run, back waiting in the behind. 3 Angry Men is eliminated. But the other side, I'm upload against FOC Azra down, and I think 5-man Hopeless getting the Mandelbrick once again.
Wow.
What a play! Wow. What a comeback for 5-man Hopeless! I think their objective is always about Mandelbrick. They don't care about kill. They always care about Mandelbrick, Olu.
you know what? It's the good curse from the casters, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
We did talk a little bit harsh, some harsh words about five man hopeless, and turns
Well.
out they aren't so hopeless after all, Bang Liga. They made the move and they got it. Oh my god! I think they heard some of our harsh words about them about their team, and they are showing it off into our faces that they can get this Mandel break. They are still in the game and they want to win this particular group. But nonetheless, what a play from Five Man Hopeless, finding that last 10 seconds on that decoding station and actually finding that seize with a really good spot, by the way. This is going to be a power spot, especially for teams who are decoding the Mandel break here on Black Chamber, because you have a couple of different ways to reach the Mandel brick. You can go down through the stairwell, and then you also can drop down from that windows out there. So it's going to be a little hard, but it is doable, ladies and gentlemen. And as we see, Dragonfly Swarm actually goes out from Team DK. Again, they want to reset. They want to play the rat. DK cannot afford to lose this match if they want to have a chance to win this group. They need to wipe out a couple of teams before they do it. But again, the Luna from Team Navi was able to spot out Team DK, and they are just going to back down. They don't want to take the risk. Navi actually sees the Mandel break. So Five Man Hopeless, they need to do it again. Free Reign, however, still chilling out FOC Amunra, finding some of the loot. The Angry Man is out. Silverwing goes down, trying to spot the players from Navi. Team DK knows their positions. Now they're going to take it a real slow. Navi also don't want to take that risk. They are going to go outside of the Black Chamber area. They want to play from the outside. They don't want to be the first team who's defending the brick. Dill's actually exchanging fight here with FOC Amunra. Navi, 2 minutes on the clock. Teams will need to have to seize the Mandel bricks. Dills trying to find a good spot to repair his armors. Of course, Scanlim, the fraggers out of Team DK, who has been showing off a lot of clutches in the last weeks. He is also need to come up clutch this round, because this is going to be a huge round if they could find that Mandel brick. Navi is the only team who's currently going to win if they decode the Mandel brick. So they want to play as passive as possible, as like what EWG tried to do in that last group, playing the last squad alive. OC making their moves. And they got that Mandel break to their names. Dills trying to roll, trying to find a pick onto Team FOC Amunra. Finds the shot but couldn't connect his bullets. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard, for all of them. I mean, I kind of like about how Navi plan to seize the Mandel break. I think they get the Mandel break and then they just let go the Mandel break, because they know if they keep guarding Mandel break on the inside, I think they're gonna be done. I think they're gonna be wiped out by the other team. So I think they decide to just play as a third party team. So they decide to going outside. I think it's a really good plan, But
it's
now,
a good strategy.
yeah, it's good strategy, It's good strategy. You want to become a third party because there's still 4 teams remaining with a complete squad.
Yep.
So I think that's why you don't need to take any risk. Just guarding the Mandel break by yourself. Just let the other team to fight. But let's see, because now 5M Hopeless once again getting the Mandel break, and let's see, is it curse gonna be real or not? Let's see, because now 5M Hopeless always have a chance to win if they get the Mandel break, because right now if they get the Mandel break, they will be on the match point zone, because it's gonna be a 16 point they can get, and they're going for the 40 point. Okay, I know it depends of can they extract, but I think it's enough for them to going to match to trigger the match point. But let's see, because now Navi is still a complete squad, and there's still 1 minute remaining for 5 Man Helpless secure the Mandel break. Navi looking for the chance. I think they're gonna be strike, right? I think they're gonna be fighting for a mana break too, right? They don't just waiting in outside. I mean, I
Yeah,
really
yeah,
hope Navi will become more proactive because now the time is running out. 45 seconds remaining. I think it's about time Navi to make a move. 5-man hopeless already move recklessly because they kind of little bit panic maybe because this is like a crucial time for 5-man hopeless. But let's see because now FOC Amundra now become the first challenge for 5-man hopeless. Can they survive against FOC? But looking for behind, DK want to fight back and look at they want to pinch. 5-man hopeless now. 5-man going to good defense because Brass is down. But the time is running out. 15 seconds remaining. Navi starting to move from behind. And they want to take some kill. But is it enough time? Because 10 seconds remaining. I don't think that's enough. But Dominus try to fight back. Looking for spray.
Dominus gets
The time is running out. And they need to move fast.
No.
And they want to secure.
they got it.
Dominus got it. Oh my god. In the last second. Navi gets the mandal break. And DK is getting eliminated. What's going on here? That's so close by Navi. That's a really close call. But now, Navi with the 2 players remaining have a really good chance to secure this game. Olu.
Yeah, but Dils goes down, but Pax
There you go.
gets traded by Brewer, but Brewer
no.
goes down.
What?
Oh no, what a throw from Team
No
Navi.
way.
Oh,
No way.
No way. Why did
Oh
he
my
revive his
God.
teammates in the middle of the
Oh
hallway,
my God.
Bangliga? Oh no.
How on earth Navi screwed that moment? I mean,
no.
listen. I know Navi want to revive his teammate. I get it. But come on, bro. Just play safe first. Just, searching around yourself because that's some, I don't know, reckless move. I mean, they want to revive his teammate, but in the open field like that, obviously that's not a good choice. But I think that's, kind of some adrenaline rush maybe. So I think that's why
yes.
maybe Navi kind of a little bit too rush to revive his teammate. I think if they just want to play safe, just fall back for a little bit, just wait for other teams to move forward to mana break. I think that's gonna be a different. I think it's gonna be different result, But yeah, at the end of the day, FOC and Mura become not just a third party. Maybe they become maybe like a fourth party, maybe. And obviously, FOC and Mura gets the 16 point. But is it enough to get the match point trigger? Because now their point is 23, so I think they need to put some value in their backpack
I
to make
think
sure
it's
they
going
get
to
a
be
40
enough.
point.
I think it's going to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
enough because
When they get extract, it will be another
Yep.
point, and you will get a bonus point. So I think it's enough. But like I said before, I think they need to extract. Correct me if I'm wrong.
yes. They have
They need
enough
to
time to extract. They pulled already,
Oh,
so
okay.
they are going to extract.
Oh yeah. There you go. Yeah,
So
it's enough.
they have triggered their match point also, Bang Liga. They are currently on 43 points. So we have 3 teams that is currently on match point, guys. Wow, what a fight. Let me just start this off, Bang Liga, from saying
Yeah.
what just happened? What happened with Navi? I think I can break it down a little bit for you guys. Of course, there is a lot of happening. Dominus with the clutch play, trying to steal that last Mando break out of the decoding station. Of course, that was a real clutch play, getting 2 kills as a stinger. By the way, they traded plays. Dils tried to go first using his EED device, but 5-man hopeless was there, and then he got shot down. EED device goes back, Dils goes back, but then Dominus came around using his stinger. 5-man hopeless got third party by FOC Amundra. They got into a gunfight, and we see. Okay, she's just throwing. But anyways, and then 5-man hopeless got pinched between FOC Amundra and Team Navi. And then when FOC Amundra tries to come to the Mando break, Navi Dominus was there, cut them down, and they die. a full wipe onto two players of FOC Amundra, and then it was a 1v1 v2 situation. Navi got the kill onto Pogs as the last man remaining onto team 5-man hopeless, but they did not realize that FOC Amundra leave Pras still alive. So Pras came in just the right time when Navi was trying to revive, and Navi is back to the lobby. We got ourselves a game 7, bang.
Yeah. I mean, 2-7 game, yeah, it's fine. It's totally fine. We already
It's a long day,
adapted
ladies and
to
gentlemen.
that situation, you know. But let's see about the backside, you know. I mean, this team is kind of like even, you know. So I think that's why we always have a close game. So I think it's totally fine because yeah, we already adapt, you know, in the last week and 2 weeks ago. We already know how to feel about the 7 game, but yeah, I mean that's a really good good match, you know, in this group. I think
Yep,
it's
I
really
agree.
fun. I think same goes like a group A. I mean, this 12 team, all of them I think growing in the tournament. So I think that's why every single week it become closer and closer again in terms of the gap, in terms of the skill itself. So yeah, that's a really good thing, you know, for the neutral perspective. I think it's really good. We're being entertained by all of them, and congratulations for all of them. But in terms of their perspective, I think Navi, okay, Navi. I mean, it's always like so close. It's always but this close. This atmosphere, this feeling is really same like Onyx, you know.
Yeah.
So close.
Yesterday,
so close,
Onyx
but
has it.
close
Today
is not
is
enough, bro.
Navi.
Close
Yeah,
is never
close is
enough,
not.
bro.
Yeah.
Never enough.
Almost
And I
is
think that's
never
why-
enough, ladies
Yeah.
and gentlemen. Almost
Yeah.
is never enough. But again,
Yeah.
it was a really nice game. We expected an all-out brawl, and that is exactly what we got. I mean,
Wow.
6 teams on that tight corners trying to fight each other off for that one Mando break. I mean, I couldn't complain, Bang Liga, honestly. I tried to follow the fight as much as possible, but humans have limitations, and apparently
Well,
these players went all out. I have no idea what happened. So we are going to see about the highlights that's coming up. We'll have to see. We'll have to analyze it a little bit more. Of course, Team Plunger getting cut down in earlier stages of the game by Team DK out of all. Again, Team DK was struggling, but they did find the kills onto Team Plunger. So that's good for them. They did not get the Mando break, but that's okay. That's truly okay. Of course, this is the fight where we have in a little bit. This is the Dills fight. He was trying to defend that Mando break. Very, very close. 10 seconds timer. This is where we saw 5-man hopeless, of course, snatching that Mando break out of the hands of Navi. FOC tried to go in, but 5-man hopeless here, cutting FOC Azra on the way to the Mando break and just snatches it. And this is the last fight, of course. Dills getting sent back. And then, oh, it's Team DK who fight off 5-man hopeless and gets obliterated by Team Navi. Dominus gets the Mando break here on 0.000 second of the Mando break, Nico. What a clutch out of him. But of course, that very last death out of Dominus was it hits right here. It hits right here, bang.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, I mean, in terms of how you calculate the plan, I think Navi is the best one in this group. I mean, like I said before, this team is really disciplined and they calculate really well. But my point is, you know, sometimes even if you play with a really good discipline, if you have some adrenaline rush, because let's be real, they are human, you know. In that moment, in the last second, obviously there's gonna be some adrenaline rush in their blood, so I think that's why they kind of like a little bit too rushed. But yeah, it's totally okay. You get the Mando break in the last second, it's really good. But after that, what I want to say, I think the problem is they want to revive his teammate just way too early, and they didn't realize there's still one team remaining, and that's it. That's it. So I think, you know, 7 game, it's okay. It's a new game. I mean, all of them growing in this tournament, so I'm really enjoy in the tournament. But yeah, to be honest, even if you ask me, I'm a little bit tired. But okay, so we're going to for a short break because we're going to game number 7. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned in this channel. Okay.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Stun hit! Cold. I can go colder.
Hello, welcome back to Delta Fortress Champions in Southeast Asia Season 3. Hope you guys still have some energy, starting at 1 p.m. And now, we're almost 9 p.m. and we're still here.
Yeah.
We're with round 7. Damn, I mean, all of them are growing, growing in tournaments. So I think that's why every single week it's becoming closer again in terms of the gap of the skill itself. So, it's become more tight for the competition. So it's gonna be really interesting to see round 7. Now we have really good match up because of course we have Team Plenger, we get the match point. You have Navi who get the match point, and of course now we have one more team go had a match point trigger. But before that, let's say again for rotation because Team Plenger still in the first place. But you never know. And round 7 is gonna be Brakkesh. Oh my god, I love this map so much, Zengen.
Yeah. Another Brakkesh map, one of the favorite maps of Bang Liga and also Olu. And I'm starting to like this map as well because how it lays between players, between teams to actually get a hold of tight alleyways and close combat quarters. Not just peeking from mid-range, sniping from mid-range. No, they have to actually take control of their utility, take control of their angles to actually take advantage and get a hold of the Mandel Brick itself. Now, as what Bang Liga just said, we start from 1 p.m. Now it's already closer to 9 p.m. Means 2 group with 2 consecutive 7 matches to be played now. From the leaderboard, we can see Team Plenger back again with the 2 Mandel Brick from round 3rd and round 4th, getting total 61 points, chased by Navi Nation by G2C within the 52 points, FOC Amunra with the 45 total points, and then there's DK with 26, 5 AM with 24, and then 3 Angry Men with 18 points. Even though 3 of these teams haven't, triggered the checkpoint, but because of the 7th match, correct me if I'm wrong, because of the 7th match, it's not gonna be counted by, who's getting the Mandel Brick win, but it's gonna be counted by points, right? It's gonna be counted by points. That's how the new FPS from the last group has won their group stage match because they weren't on the match point, they were not on the closest to the top of the leaderboard, they were on the bottom of their own group, but eventually came up as the champions. Now on the Brakkesh, everything could happen between Team Plunger, FOC, or even Navi itself, but I hope this time the way they're gonna approach this, and to mention the last match, I can see it's a little bit of a blunder, two-time of a blunder, if I can, state on the Navi side. The first is, if you remember Deals as a Tempest, the last time he uses his ult, he's trying to defend his Mandel Brick, but rather than, get his Mandel Brick back, he chased the FOC. He chased FOC, and then he get knocked off, doesn't get his Mandel Brick, doesn't even get FOC at all. And the second time, by dominance within the Stinger, he managed to get 2 kills on DK, get the through the smoke, but actually somehow he revived his teammate in the middle of a hallway, knowing that other team is still around, costing them the whole match. But I think it's gonna be a revenge for them in this particular match, the 7th round, and as you can see on the setup now, too many team who brought two save operators, which is Campos right there, FOC, DK, Navi, Team Plunger, and only 5-man Hopeless and 3MM who still staying on the 3 different operators. And we can see again DK with their Cinevas, 2 Tempest now. And as we can see, FOC with the tier 1 spawn on the Royal Museum, knowing that DK is around them now, playing a little bit more aggressive toward DK, who is trying to rotate towards the Royal Museum on the front gate now with the Asar 25, even though using the tier 4 bullets, still going in with tier 5 armors now. FOC with the 2 Tempest as well and 1 Amors, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, they are going to play the Royal Museum defensively right now, getting their hands towards the Mandel Brick a little bit closer and closer right now. And as we can see from the drone view, DK is face to face with the FOC. On the right side of the map, we have 5-man Hopeless. And not long again, the people of the Royal Museum is eventually going to exchange fight. And as we can see, maybe Team Plunger is still far away from the Mandel Brick and from the Royal Museum, probably taking their hands onto the airdrop, because airdrop is also going to drop down in a matter of time, 1 minute and 50 seconds here, Bang Liga.
Yeah, I mean, it's really close, but I think it's totally makes sense, if the top 3 they're using 2 Tempest, because in terms of the total score, I think the only chance if you want to champion, it's between these 3 teams, because DK, even they get Mandel Brick, I don't think that's enough point to make itself to the first place, because the gap point is so far away. So I think this is going to be between these 3 teams. So that's why they have some ambition to get the Mandel Brick to make sure they get the first place. But I don't get about DK is they still, kind of like they don't want to use Cineva. They always want to use Cineva, and I don't understand why, because 2 Tempest and Cineva, that's kind of like a weird combination, But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, let's go. Okay, but look at that now. What a play by DK. 1 player gets killed from 5-man Hopeless. 5-man Hopeless down. But now your war now become the protector. I think that's why they play Cineva. Canlim takes the kill, but your war become like the tanker for the team. But my point is, you really want to play like this? You really want to pick off 1 by 1? I mean, that's a really unique strategy. I mean, it worked. I know it worked, because 5-man Hopeless, as you can see, they kind of like a 2 rush in terms of how they want to go. Man, they break another player down.
Oh!
No way it. Okay. No way it works twice. And now we have 2 victims. in this crime, that is so crime. This is crime. I
This is
mean,
crime, yeah.
come on. I mean, I know it's really good play by DK, but come on, bro. This is a mental break round. We're looking for the champion in here. What are you doing with that gameplay? That's a crime for me. But yeah, but it's fun. It's fun, totally fun. But it feels wrong. It feels like what's happening here. I mean, now you have two. I mean, now you have two corpse in this room, and one of them is why he do it. I mean, I don't know why he dancing in the floor, but I don't know. But okay, that's really fun. That's really funny. A funny moment from DK, but
Yep.
somehow it worked. But I don't think it's gonna be work in third time. Let's see. Is it gonna be curse is real? Because I don't think it's gonna be work for the 3 times in a row. I think both of them already informed the teammate that okay, be careful because one more. Oh no way, it's not work, right? Okay, that's still E device. He still survive, obviously. But if you look at that, so many teams because using Tempest, so many drill charts. But look at that, your war. You're gonna pull it? No. Your position already being exposed. Like I said before, I think it's not gonna work. But let's see because now you already said it's on from your war. Is it gonna be another victim? Let's see about that. 13 minutes remaining. There's still no one. Pick up the Mandel brick. Because of course, because of DK, definitely. DK just play with a really crime move with a Sineva. But let's see because now Navi is really close by. Can they get the Mandel break? That's about that. But I think 3 Angry Men gets the airdrop, and I think it's gonna be AWM. So I think it's gonna be a good weapon if they want to pick up some kill. Because you can at least not in the 6th place. I mean, of course, in terms of the objective for 3 AM and 5-man hopeless, and they want to make sure they don't get the last prize. And look at that, now we finally get the Mandel break using AD5, and now let's see. Which spot? Oh no! But Deals is down. Headshot is real. Dominance cannot revive his teammate, and that's not looking good. Team Plunger looking for a chance, and they want to throw some drill charge. And I think it's gonna be okay. I think it's not gonna be on. I think it's still fine. And I think Navi can still revive his teammate. But let's see. 2 players remaining. Mandel break still stuck. And in Navi, they cannot decode the Mandel break. This is a really, really good round. I mean, there's some nerve-wracking moment right now for Navi. And let's see, because now, look at for Azra. Azra takes the move, but I think they just fall behind using a device, fall back to their own position. But let's see, because now Navi starting their movement. Azra already know the first self, and good spray from Azra, but not enough damage. And now Navi finally escaped in this hell, and they going to decode the Mandel break. And let's see, can Navi secure the Mandel break, or the other team gonna be destroy their plans? And this round is really, really, I don't know how to describe this round, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit sketchy of a round because they trying to get the Mandel brick in the middle of a reservoir, in the middle of the fountain, guarded by, Sineva. Like, it feels like you have an amphibie playing on the operations mode right there. Sineva getting 2 from DK, which is a crime there, taking advantage of 2 different players from 2 different teams. But now Navi is pushed to not being able to actually decode the Mandel break on the Royal Museum because it's already been guarded by the FOC Amunra. Now they have to decode it on the other side of the map, that actually going to make them play on the open field. Now Pax from 5-man hopeless with the Toxic trying to get a position there. Oh my lord, Sino already been taken down as well. I forgot he's one of the victims of the Sineva as well. Now, it's only 2 people left from 5-man hopeless, which is Mtui and Pax. They're trying to get a hold of themselves, trying to get an anchor, trying to make some timing, because with only just 24 points, I don't think they actually get a chance. Even though they actually get the Mandel brick with 20 points, it's only gonna get them to 44. Taking advantage of more kill points, maybe 4. Still, doesn't even reach Team Plenger, who has already on the 62-point mark. Now, Deals trying to get a point, trying to get a cheap damage toward Pax and Antui. Maybe have a little bit of a pixel pick right there with 40. If I'm not mistaken, that is 479 bullets of tier 4 bullets. I think he's not afraid to spray and pray and actually get something out of nothing. Now, Dominus with the ulti trying to roll up, not getting anyone, and Tui trying to get someone and getting Echo out of the bullets right now. Nesta Rat with the second floor trying to get some more picks, some more salts. It has been open right there as well. Now, Team Plenger, who is in the top of the leaderboard with the 62 points, actually completed the revive toward their Tempest there, and it's still on the sketchy side of the match right here because TPL Navi is still on the complete 3 players in, but FOC Amunra lost one of their players. There must be retake their mantle brick with just 2 players left, and as we can see, if Navi get this mantle brick out of this match, I think it's a guarantee between 72 to 75 points to get them as the champions of Group B today. Now DK QWERTY, another ult from Tempest, trying to get a rotation towards the mantle break, looking for Navi, but so good. The pick, the anchor from Buer, not having QWERTY snatching that mantle break. Urwar, the amphibi of the operations mod, which is using Sineva, finding Pax in a little of a room right there, getting a little bit of a punishment, but can't get to pass his shield. Deals with the spray and pray. TPL James getting down by QWERTY, and Pui on the other hand getting one other players from DK. Prince taking down Dominus, and now Navi is not in a so good position because Team Plenger is still complete and hasn't been on the fight. Now I think Team Plenger is on a good advantage, is going to get a third party and probably win the last fight, Bang Liga.
Yeah, but let's see about that. I think it's gonna be a huge test for Navi. Can they defend in this situation? Because like I said before, they play with discipline, but now DK is getting eliminated by Team Plenger. But look at the bright side now. 3 angry men try to move against Navi. 3 versus 2. It's gonna be really interesting. 3 angry men. Can they become the difference maker? But now look at for time, because now 10 seconds remaining. 4 3 angry men to the cow to seize the mantle break. Let's see, because now Navi defend with everything they got. 3 seconds remaining, 2 seconds, 1 second, and 0. And Navi gets the mantle break. Champions emerge. Navi finally done it, and they done it in a really hard way. In the last second, 3 angry men failed to interrupt it, and Navi now become the champion in this group. And obviously, all of them extra because game is done and dusted. And congratulations for Navi. I mean, we already predict in the beginning, right? About, okay, Navi, I think Navi is going to be dominant in this group. But turns out not, because turns out the other teams play really well. But at the end of the day, it's all about Navi. At the end of the day, it's all Navi. I mean, it's really interesting because in the first 2 rounds, we say it like okay, I think it's gonna be Navi. I think it's gonna be easy win for Navi, easy group for Navi. But turns out we're going to game 7, and it's all Navi again.
Yeah.
So it's like a roller coaster. But at the end of the day, Navi takes the champion with a last second defense. And yeah, like I said before, this team is the most disciplined team in this group, and they done it really in the fashion way. They play really well. They play with the compact. They play support each other, and I think they deserve to win in this group. So close, but at least they got it.
Yeah, I agree on how they actually fit the game, because they actually decided to play more aggressive and more precise towards the mantle brick. Even look here, the way that Shino getting a hold of this DK Sineva right there, punishing them 2 times. Urwar getting 2 different players from 2 different teams, and back again from Navi. they actually managed to play the right timings and the right approach to actually win the game with their Mandel Brick. And even though what I've just said before, Bang Liga is taking the cash back, is I thought the TPL, which is the team with still 3 players left, is going to actually snatch the Mandel Brick, but I think they were too hectic getting a hold of 5-man Hopeless, and also the 3 a.m. making Navi has more spaces to actually defend their Mandel Brick, and ended up as the champions of the group. And the differences within the group A and group B is when we start on group B, we already expect Navi will come up as champions, or even as we've said, they're gonna make a easy game out of this group and eventually came out as a champions. But on group A, we never predicted the new FPS to actually trail as the champions. We only talking about the Onyx and how they should have taken care of their match between round 3 and round 4, and new FPS came out of the champions just on the last match. But now Onyx eventually prevails as the champions of this group, right? And today's group has already been completed. Group A, new FBS as their champions for today, and now Group B as the Navi taken care of the Mandel Brick on the last match. But we are going to see you on the next after this break, so don't go anywhere.
The AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Whoa.
Ugh.
Zanken looks like he doesn't have any hiccups anymore, so he's all fired up, even though we have
Yeah.
finished
No more
our
hiccups.
today's match. Okay, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship, of course, Season 3 Mobile. Today is all about mobile. We have a lot of great games, and of course, pretty long games, Zanken. I'm gonna tell you
Pretty
that.
long
2 p.m.
Yeah.
We started at 2 p.m. and now it's currently
1. I think it's 1 to be exact. Although you were the first one to cast with Bang Liga at 1
That is true.
p.m. to be specific, and now we are ended up on 9:15 on 7 plus GMT. I calculated around 8 actual hours. We are on our seat. We are on our seat, just commentating on this. What a hell of a game. What a match, actually. 7 actual games, every single group. Every single group, it needs to be ended by 7 consecutive match.
I mean, the 7 consecutive match is, of course, going to be the highlight of today's match day, of course. With Group B, we have Navi Nation going at it until round 2, but then somehow, some way, Team Plunger, after being talked on the stream, they got back into their feet. And round 5, of course, we have that one particular round where 5-man Hopeless, after being scolded by the both of us, take the Mandel bricks, and so the game prolongs onto round number 6, where Team Plunger, of course, is still going to have that Mandel brick, being on the top of that leaderboard, but unfortunately they could not close it down onto their names and let Navi Nation came out in that round number 7 and won it again. What a back and forth between the 3 teams, FOC Amura, Navi Nation, and also Team Plunger. And what amazes me again, Zanken, about this Group B that we are currently having is a comeback story almost succeeded as the same that goes for Team Underdog FPS. Team Plunger almost closed it off, but unable to do so, just like Underdog FPS. And if you're counting on that, Underdog FPS didn't close it out. Okay, they didn't get the second Mandel break, but they did won with their points. So, yeah, I mean, what an amazing day it's been, right, Zanken? Take me through all the other assets here.
Yeah, on the leaderboard here, same group, Group A here, Navi Nation. I mean, the Group B here, Navi Nation by G2C, actually taken control of 2 different Mandel bricks on round 2 and round 7. Within the total points accumulation is on 70, chased by Team Plunger on 64, getting 2 exact Mandel brick on round 3rd and round 4th there. It's a little bit saddening that they don't have the match point on round 3rd. If so, they actually could have been won on the 4th map, because they actually has get the Mandel brick on the 4th map as well. And as we can see, FOC Amunra is on the 42 total points, chased by 3 Angry Man, DK, and 5-man Hopeless with a Mandel break from 5th round, but only 8 total kills that make them the lowest on the leaderboard now. And we can see as well on the assets point, even though Navi Nation got the 70 total points, is most of the points is getting from Mandel brick and also the total kills within the FOC Amunra and Team Plunger. They also get a lot of points from their assets, when the Team Plunger get 31.1 and FOC from 22.99 million. And we also going to see the next one. And before I move on, it's really saddening for me for how 5-man Hopeless has been, showcasing their performance a little bit more underwhelming side, but we still can see them on the next week. And moving on to the MVP, Navi deals more than deserve. Deserve, it's an understatement, 16
Yeah,
kills,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
8.8 million assets, and how he carried their teammates from around 1 to around 7th, even though Dominus also giving us his best performance and well, but Dills is just impeccable. It's just terrific how he's performed on this day right now, and it's actually deserved MVP for Dims. Congratulations, Dills, for the MVP for today. He actually managed to get the MVP plus the champions as well, and we also going to look at total kills, and total asset not so long after this. And what do you think? Do you think Dills is actually deserved on the MVP, or do you prefer like Jay from Team Plenger or maybe Dominus from Navi?
Oh, I mean, honestly, Dills for me is all the way through, man. I mean, he played like hell, broke loose today. How he carried all those skills, of course, from Zero Dam itself. He got the 3 kills onto 3 Angry Men and all the other teams. I mean, he's just playing out of this world. Of course, 16 kills will be our top kills, taken by Dills, followed by Aris from 3 Angry Men, having that 12 kills today, and also Roar, the Cineva man himself, actually racked up 8 points. 8 total kills. I mean, Dills just today is just on fire. Of course, the other teammates, of course, I'm not understating them. They are also playing the role. Of course, Dills is the fragger for Team Navi still, but the other teammates of Navi still have a lot of clutches to be made. Of course, Dominus with that last play of unfortunately he got cut down after that one choke that he had, reviving his teammates. But again, the top value, of course, for Team Plenger, because they did extract a couple of times. I think it is around 3 times that they have successfully extracted, which means Jay and Echo will be having rewarded as that top asset value, followed by Dills and also Azra. A lot of teams did not make it onto the extraction point, so that's why you'll see a lot of teams not having a lot of assets. As for example, the bottom 3 teams doesn't really have a lot of assets, loot assets, and also loot points, while Navi also died many times. I think they only extracted on Zero Dam and that first round on Space City, if I'm not mistaken, when they pull out their tier 5 and then they come back home. Other than that, they did not survive. They did not extract. That's why they got a little bit, just a little amount of loot points. But other than that, I mean, I'm very, very satisfied, you would say. We saw week 4 happening just yesterday. Of course, Thursday and Friday was week 4. We kind of delayed it a little bit. It should have been last weekend, but we kind of delayed it a little bit because there's stuff going on. We just saw these teams played yesterday, and the amount of progress they did in just 1 day or 2 days regarding when they played, man, it's immaculate. A lot of teams have new roles, new rotations, a new way to approach the match, approach the Mando break. It is really fun, Zanken. How do you feel about the new format that we have today?
Yeah, I completely agree with you how the match being played, even though I haven't seen how the PC will play this new rulebook. But what I can see from the mobile series, it's just, the fact is on the field, the way that these two groups has been playing one another, having to play 7 consecutive matches each group. And as what Bang Liga just said before, that the competitive and the skill disparagement is getting a little closer and closer between one another, making any team, any sort of team have the same chance to actually win the group stage or win a week after week. Because as we can see, people, teams like the underdogs and the teams that, expected to win it easily, like Onyx and Navi or Team Plunger, they cannot actually close the game within just 2 Mandel bricks. If we were still using the last rule book, it would have been, ended by 3 or 4 games, or 4 or 5 maximum, not until the 7th. But every time, every group that we have casted today, Group A and Group B, all of their matches is, very, very competitive. It's very, very tight between one and another team. The gunfights, the approach, I don't see not much of a rat style anymore. It's just like maybe the TP, the third party playstyle is still there. Of course, it needs to be, it's on operations, but the playstyle of a ratting, just holding and not doing anything just to get a hold of a Mandel brick, I don't see that anymore. And it's one of an advantage of the new rulebook for what I'm seeing here, Olu.
I think the rat gameplay has been eradicated, not fully though, because we did see some of the teams actually ratted out. Navi was actually getting was tried to get ratted out on that third game, on that fourth game when they tried to extract, but the rat actually got ratted. So it was a really fun thing to see. Of course, it will happen when it is left to you alone to try to get the KPs, especially earlier in the game when teams are still trying to get that KPs rolling, or the Mandel brick has been decoded to rat out that winner of the group, that winner of the match, I mean. So it's not going to fully go away because we still have teams that might be in a disadvantage, as we saw with EWG playing with 2 players on Group A, and here we also have 3 Angry Men actually playing with 2 players in one of the games. So I think it's not going to be fully eradicated, but it does truly decrease in numbers where teams are just going to stay in one particular position, because you need to get those Mandel bricks to rack up your points as soon as possible, or maybe just wait until the 6th round, just like what Underdog FPS did. Wait it out until the 6th round and the 7th round, and then win the game. I don't know. New strategies, I guess. We never see this happening before. Of course, I think the last DFNC also doesn't seem to have this kind of games where all the teams fight it out on the Mandel brick. Sure, you have a little differences on where the teams are fighting. Like for example, on that last game on Brakkesh, we have teams fighting over by the stairwell on the Babel. We have 2 teams fighting on the decoding station on the reservoir area, and then you have another third party team coming out of the middle side of the map, and then the all hell broke loose, Zanken, and that is what I like to see, and that is what this new format have in store for us. So the question still lies, Zanken. Will you be an operation player now?
I am right now, currently. I am currently grinding operations on the PC series, but I don't think I can be a pro player just like, person players on the PC right now. I'm not even close as Olu, I'm just a casual player on operations. Yeah, I'm an enjoyer. I'm just an enjoyer. When we're talking about, competitive, you're gonna come to my field, which is Warfare, as you know, and as we can know. But on operations, I'm just an enjoyer. I'm just a commentator. I like and I enjoy seeing games like this. I like seeing games, especially on this new rule book. Teams like EWG, even though they're on a disadvantage, playing with just 2 players on the 7 consecutive game, they still can get a hold of at least 1 Mandel brick. That's what makes the game changer. And if so, if somehow they actually get the match point within 2 players, they actually can get a hold of the champion within just the 2 players because of this new rulebook. It's there may be some pros and cons about this new rulebook, making people need to actually kill, actually take control of the gunfights, not anymore playing passive. But that's the beauty of operations and this type of series. You need to see gunfights, you need to see some confrontation between teams. You don't want to see too much of a TPs, too much of a passive. You want a more passive aggressive. You want it to be more strongly conduct to Mandelbrick and other players, not just hiding around on the corner and ratting one another. It's not like playing tight prison hard in the middle of the night trying to get red items. Not like that. It's just operations now. Operations tournament, getting a hold of Mandelbrick and get as much points as you can here.
I mean, couldn't agree more. But of course, we are going to go ahead and look at the group standing right now, because this is going to be the fun part. How all the teams combine, and now we are seeing Onyx still is on the top of the leaderboard with 32 total score. Of course, yesterday was a good day for them. Underdog FPS, of course, coming out of that I believe 9th place or 7th place, and trying to catch up with all the other teams. But of course, they are still going to end up at number 4. This is our season 2 winner, by the way, guys. So there is still a chance where we have a new winner, but not closing that. Underdog FPS couldn't rack up some more points. Maybe if they win on the later matches and Onyx kind of fall down a little bit, they might just take Onyx place. And then we have also Team Planger at number 3. Number 5 would be Amundra. 5-man Hopeless still hanging on barely, of course, on that 6th spot. DK also racking up some points onto that 7th spot. Original Gangster in 50 with 15. 9th will be Osiris. Phantom Legion at 11. 3 Angry Men at 11. And EWG at last. EWG, sure, they had a game going on that 3rd week, but you need to be consistent, man. You need to be consistent. Yep. And that is what we are seeing out of Onyx, Navination, Team Planger. Of course, the top 3 is the most dominant, is the most stable teams we have seen. Even though Team Planger kind of slipped out a little bit last week, but it's okay. It's fine. They have a lot of points. Starting the group with, so it's still okay for them. They could still, of course, there's only 3-point differences between 2-3 spot and the number 1 spot. So there is going to be still a lot of drama. And talking about drama, Zanken, we are going to have the pick and ban results. Boom!
Okay. Oh,
Navination.
Picking EWG and
EWG again.
Yeah, picking EWG and ban Onyx.
Yep. No, they banned Team Planger.
They banned Team Planger, and on the other side of the group, Group B, Underdog, FPS, pick 5-man Hopeless? Damn, okay.
Yep.
And they banned Onyx there. Wow.
Well, I think it's a fair thing to say, no? 5-man Hopeless did look a little bit hopeless, don't you think? After a lot of things we said today.
They're still on the top 6, no? With 16 accumulation points, even though they're on a underwhelming side of the day today. Doesn't mean they're... I don't quite sure as well by EWG, even though, Navination can also see how EWG performed today. It's not because they're bad or having a bad game. It's just they're playing just 2 of them, no?
I mean, I don't know, man. 5-man Hopeless and EWG seems kind of shaky, so that might be the reason why. I think that is exactly why Navi and Underdog FPS kind of picked them, and so I think those two are probably the most affected teams currently under the new format. So I think they are kind of looking too shaky for the competition, and probably that's why the teams kind of pick them. And again, underdog FES look pretty scared onto Onyx, and rightfully so, because currently they are on the top of the leaderboard, and underdog FES wants none of that, while Navi Nation ban Team Plunger. It looks like after that Group B session, they don't want to have Team Plunger on their group because it is damn too hard getting cut off in the middle of the match, you know, in the mid games on round 5, round 6. Team Plunger just take over.
Yeah, I agree, and I really want to see EWG playing with a full roster. You know, play with the 3-person, play with the 3 players, and you know, I hope even though they play with 2 players today, EWG is being EWG, or maybe if they actually play with full roster with 3 players, they can actually transform into Team Plunger. Who knows? You know, they get a little bit more underestimated by probably the one who picked them, but they actually can, you know, make that into their own nightmare. And I think 5-Man Hopeless need their own revenge, you know, revenge week, because how especially Entui has been treated, getting knifed on, getting burned to death. That's going straight to TikTok. You know, we're gonna see that content in a, you know, 1 day or 2. But yeah, I think it's gonna be a hell of a ride for them in the next week. But I agree with you about this whole new rulebook. I think it's gonna be a hell of a match and a hell of a series every single.
To even have even more matches, to even have even more matches to come. So don't go anywhere, guys. Stick around, and tomorrow we'll see you again.